not just throw everything in one bin, and then you got to pay somebody to separate all that shit.
Right.
And then you got to ship it somewhere to have it processed. And then because those,
They all drive cars, and cars use fuel.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that too. And then you have to add chemicals to stabilize all those products to make them to something 85% recycled plastic, whatever,
Right.
like you're still having to spend all this money and chemicals and products that are having to be produced overseas and shipped over here in order to produce a fucking Coke bottle or your Tupperware or whatever the fuck, garbage
Right.
bags. Like, yeah, it's complete. My wife always gives me shit because I don't recycle anything. I just throw it in the trash. I was like, it's more cost effective to just throw this shit away.
Right.
I mean, the environment, there's nothing we can do about it.
I recycle, but I don't have any I don't have this belief that I'm doing something good for the environment.
Right.
I know full well what's going on. I just don't have a choice. I could
If it's plastic,
right.
there's no fucking point.
The real fight would be to not have plastics at all.
Yeah.
Like to get away from plastics. And the problem is they keep trying to like, oh, it's BPA free now. We've released a new plastic. Like the real goal would be to like get back to glass and silver
Yeah.
and metals.
Yes.
Stone.
Yeah.
Actual like stone.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Like things that you didn't have to chemically enhance to create a product.
Right.
Like take silica, heat it up, mold it. Oh, glass bottle.
Right.
Oh, I got a rock. I can chip it away. I can use the dust for concrete or whatever,
Right.
filler for other thing. Like that's the true like way to recycle. I can plant products. I got a dead plant. I'll just go throw it in the backyard, make it into compost.
Right.
Like
Recycling is only means two things. It's reusing what you already have for your like a compost pile or
yeah,
using like a old t-shirt with holes in it, cutting it up and using it for rags. Or
Yeah.
like that's recycling. And also eating your own semen is recycling. But other than that, you're not actually recycling.
Yeah.
You're fucking
yeah, no,
and eating your own shit is not recycling.
No, right.
That's just, I don't know what that is.
That's
Fucking
gross.
corporal fucking philia or whatever. That's disgusting. You need help.
urine maybe in a
Yeah,
pinch.
that you. I mean, and it can save you in a survival situation. But
No, recycling is fucking bullshit. It's just an all feel good situation. Anybody that gives me shit or anybody that ever asks me when they come over is like, oh, you got recycling? Is like, just fucking throw it away.
being anti-recycling is gonna get you banned from Instagram. Like that's what it is right now.
Thank
If you
God.
post a Facebook status against recycling, they're gonna ban you instantly now. Like that's what's gonna happen after this outage.
Fucking ban me. Oh wait, I haven't been on there. I'm pretty sure you were the one that texted me said, "Hey, your old Facebook account got hacked." I'm pretty sure
Right.
there's some Chinese dude posting from it. I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay, fine, whatever."
Oh well.
I don't give a shit.
Let it go.
I tried to explain to my wife that information's the new currency.
They're building a profile of you, and it's more complete than people don't care because they don't know
yeah,
and they don't want to know. But if they knew the level of information these companies are collecting on them, because it's not just what you give them, they're taking what you give them and getting information from other sources about you.
yeah,
And how the 24/7 access to your microphone and camera on your phone, you walk past something in the grocery store, your camera goes past it, those apps have access
yep,
and they see it and they'll feed you advertisements for shit you didn't even know you saw.
yep.
Like they're always watching you. And they don't care now, but they will when it's turned against them.
Yeah.
When you cannot rent an apartment in New York City because in 2005 you used racial slurs on Xbox Live,
Yeah.
you'll care then.
Yeah.
You'll care then. But
So I got a question for you. Is there any analog cell phone signals anymore?
they pretty much cut that out when they cut out 3G.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they exist, but good luck accessing them. I think the only way you access them is when you dial 911, if they even. I think that's the only way you can actually force a phone to switch over. I don't know that there's any like over the air that you can access because the cell phone companies control the towers.
Right.
And they upgraded all the towers.
Right. Because I was listening to a podcast and
Satellite. You could use satellite. It's government, but whatever. Fuck it. Like, it's fun. I love intercepting government pager messages.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. I was just trying to think because I was listening to a podcast and they talked about some Indian dude running a kiosk in a mall to where you could make your cell phone cover expose all the electronics inside, way back in the day, like the Nokias. And I was like, maybe that's where I need to go. Like,
yeah,
analog fucking. If I can't run my computer through like a VPN network to download podcasts and put them on like an MP3 player, like.
Yeah, there's I mean, there are always things you can do. They're just trying to make it as inconvenient as possible to not be connected 24/7.
Right.
And even with, so the thing with old analog connections, you're still traceable. They have to triangulate you,
right,
like radio style,
right?
But you're still traceable.
So I want to try and make it as inconvenient to find me.
Get a fucking Chinese Baofeng radio. That's the only way people can just change the frequency every day and tell them to whatever, like squawk or whatever frequency at a certain time.
Yeah. Oh, I thought about that too the other day. I was like, fuck, do I need to like invest in a ham radio, CB radio setup?
Well, I had a fucking there's an antenna sitting right there on the kind of like, I fucking listen to the International Space Station on mine, so I do a bunch of nerd shit like that. Or I listen to those old ham radio dorks call in every week and give their fucking like, I don't know what they do. They just check in.
Yeah.
Their call number is like, we got a license. Oh, this is KPIG K-Pig out of fucking bumfuck Missouri. Like, all right, cool. Next.
But
I mean, it's cool. They got a hobby and all that, but it's really weird. I don't know. Like,
but maybe that's the skill.
It's necessary.
Yeah.
You need to like, you do nerdy shit. Like you learn how to bounce the radio signals off the moon.
Yeah.
And get them back. And then like, someone in the Philippines responds.
Right.
Like, you can do shit like that. It's pretty easy. It's fun.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, how valuable will that skill be when you can't send an email anymore?
Very.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
very valuable.
Like what I was talking about earlier. Like,
the first thing I did when I became an adult was make sure I had books on electronics, basics, radio, edible plant species in the United States, and book on survival, like filtering drinking water.
Yeah.
If you can't do those things, you're as good as dead. You're a worthless piece of shit. Nothing you've ever done in your life means anything because you can't actually survive without the government feeding you.
Yeah.
Like a fucking baby through its fat mother's gross tit.
Yeah.
Like
what? When we moved into the house we're in, it's awesome. There's a great view of the park, all this stuff. The river's right there. It's super nice. And my wife's like, I really like this place, but it's a little small. I was like, we're not moving.
You got water?
She's like, what? It's like, the river is right there. I can walk 40 yards, and there's not a great water source, but it's a water source. And if anything, I can dig a well.
Right.
And I know there's like,
Oh, you have water under
yeah,
there for sure.
yeah. I was like, if anything ever happens, we have water.
It's a fucking wetland, actually,
Yeah.
like in that flood basin.
Yeah.
Like
And there's always animals. You're going to have to
fucking
learn
deer all the time. Geese, deer, ducks, every day.
all the time. Fucking muskrats and skunks. Like, it may not be the chicken from
Survival.
fucking Hy-Vee that you're used to, but like, it's fucking great.
Well, that's another thing too, is a lot of people think like, oh, if that happens, I'll just move out of the city and kill animals. Like, okay, first off, that's a skill.
Yeah.
You have to do it. And then second, you can't actually just shoot an animal and then eat it. Like when you go to clean it or you shoot, like what if you pierced its liver and that bled into the meat?
Yeah.
You poisoned it.
Yeah.
You will die if you eat that.
Yeah.
Like you might, like
But I mean,
maybe not the liver. There's certain parts of the animal that can bleed into the meat if you
Yeah.
pierce it wrong. And
you need to understand like how to like
right, there are toxic parts of the body, of organs that
Yeah.
have-
at certain points, like, yeah, you can't like eat this right away.
Right. You have to actually clean it and process it properly. And it takes time to learn that. And if you've lived in New York City in a fucking like it's like you're in a hamster cage or something. Like if you wake up in the morning and you can't open your window and see the sunrise,
Yeah.
you need to move.
Yeah.
You need to get out of wherever you are because you are fucked.
Yeah.
You are not living like a human is supposed to live. If you cannot see the sun, and I'm not talking from like natural obstruction, like a mountainside and some trees, because that's okay.
Right.
But if it's because a fucking building is in the way and another building, you live somewhere where
You're fucked.
you're fucked.
You're fucked. Like, or
Or if you see the sun because you're on the 900th floor, that's also not good.
yeah, yeah. Oh, sunrise is supposed to be at 7:30. It's 6:59,
Yeah.
and I'm seeing the sun already.
Right, over the horizon
Yeah.
or something like
Yeah. Yeah, no,
that doesn't count.
no. It's just astonishing to me, like how people are so ill prepared, and then the people that even half-ass like think about what could go wrong
Right.
and practice skills to be self-sufficient are
Right.
conspiracy theory, dipshit, fucking prepper retards.
People always talk about the convenience of cities, and I don't see it.
No.
I don't see it. So you can Uber Eats 200 different types of hamburgers. Okay. So what?
Right.
Like, is your life actually enhanced by that, or are you just distracting yourself from reality?
What happens when you have no cell service?
Right. Oh, I can't order my burger.
Yeah.
What happens when there's a pandemic and your dumb state closes all the restaurants?
Yeah.
Idiots starve
Yeah.
because they don't know how to eat.
Yeah. Like, I have the luxury of being able to like butcher my own deer every year, and I have electricity and access to like seasonings to like
Right.
make it taste good. But I have the basic knowledge to know like what cuts are what, and like be able to chop it up and how to make it like edible.
Right.
You know, I know what to eat. I know what to avoid.
You know, this isn't like, I don't want to say like, this isn't aimed at like people. If you're in poverty, right? You grew up in a housing project and this is all you've known. You don't have a lot of opportunity. That's a lot different from the person willingly moving to these places because, oh my God, it's going to be like Friends.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what are you actually doing?
Yeah.
I make more money here. And then you spend 10 times more. You get nothing.
Yeah.
You get nothing for your money. You get not like
It's just
experience of what?
yeah,
Of what?
a status symbol.
Right.
There's
It's
no
a feeling of superiority over
That
other
fucking
people.
dopamine drip of like, oh yeah, I went to this place and I live here and I have all these material things, and it's like, what skills are you developing?
Right.
You're not
I'm
just
not
because you move to a spot doesn't mean you're a better person.
Every single human doesn't need to be Bear Grylls in an Army Ranger rolled into one or whatever.
No.
But you gotta have some. The lights go out. What do you do?
Yeah.
You have to know how. I can build a small generator with a bike. Can you?
Yeah.
Like that's. You won't be able to do that when you need to. You need to know how to do it before it happens.
Do you understand how a battery works? Could you make a battery?
Right.
You know?
I can with some salt water.
Yeah, exactly. Like with the right materials, household materials, you can make a fucking battery. You can find things to make a generator.
Right.
And oh, look at that. I've got power. And you don't. Oh, I've got weapons and you don't.
Well, that was like the one thing too, kind of like start of the pandemic and riots. And then all of a sudden I had all these like coworkers like, I'm coming to your place when things get crazy. I'm like,
the fuck you are?
No, you're not. No.
Yeah.
Like,
I've been working on this shit for years, and
like,
all of a sudden,
this is what I've been waiting for. I was ready.
Not even shit hits the fan. Somebody farts in a fan, and you're like, oh, I know a guy.
The hilarious thing is like, I had a stockpile of MREs.
Yeah.
And a legitimate Israeli gas mask with two 40mm NATO filters still in them. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I can get anywhere and get whatever I need.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you? Like,
yeah. Like, I mean,
they're all like, I can't get a mask.
Yeah.
And I had months before like stockpiled N95 masks.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, yeah, I actually keep these anyway because they're valuable for what I do. They were like $2 at the time. I'm like, fuck, people have like, an ounce of preparation is worth a pound of cure, but nobody.
Yeah. Well, thanks to the corporate media and our government, like, if you're one of those people that does prepare, the History Channel, preppers gone wild or whatever. It's like, oh, look at how crazy these people are. It's like, oh, this dude in eastern Wyoming bought 4 missile silos and stocked it full of shit that were decommissioned by the government, and he's got all this shit. Oh, he's set for 3 generations now.
Right. And I'm not even talking about like going crazy and doing shit, but
No.
like having excess supply.
Yeah.
And a little bit of know-how is always better than just coasting on like, I can go to the market every day. Yeah, until we stop shipping you food.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, then you have nothing to go there for.
Yeah.
You don't grow vegetables in the city, bro. Like, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. My neighbors behind me, I mean, their entire yard is a garden.
Right.
Front and back. That's all they do. And they're like, come over. Take whatever you want. We've got an entire basement full of canned things. Canned goods. We can't, like, we don't have enough room. Take what you want. You want help canning it? We'll can it with you. We'll show you how to do it. Like,
never listen to anyone who parrots the media on any side of an argument.
Yeah.
Because taking politics out of it, you had, as much as you can, you had the CDC telling people not to wear masks.
Yeah.
Even though everywhere else in the world wears masks. Oh, they're not effective. They're not effective. They're not effective. And then they're fucking telling you to double mask.
Yeah.
Same people.
Yeah.
There's not new information. There's not new studies. They're just saying like horse shit. You have a rushed vaccine that was rushed by Trump. You have Biden and Kamala Harris, both on Twitter, verifiable. I will never take a vaccine made by Trump under his administration. And then they do. Because it's the same vaccine.
Yeah.
And they take it. And now they're going to mandate it. Like,
they're telling you to get boosters and...
Right. So, if you believe this, you literally have changed your views 180 degrees in less than 2 years.
Yeah.
You bought the hook, line, and sinker. I shouldn't wear a mask. I have to wear a mask everywhere. I will never get a Trump vaccine. I'm getting the jab. What about you? You've literally changed your opinion based on what you've just been told to do without new information, just on the opinion of others. You could say, well, they studied the vaccine and it was there. It was, you were taking it or not. Like, you don't know. You actually don't know anything.
You don't know. Well,
you were just told.
That I had this thought today. when they were
You listen to who you want to, and you don't listen to who you didn't want. You just pick and chose. You don't actually know anything.
yeah, like you said in the beginning, like, oh, well, don't trust the vaccine, and then Biden got elected, and it's like, okay, well, the vaccine's rolling out, it's super effective, all this stuff, and now it's coming out, the vaccine is waning, you need to get boosters, and it's showing that like human antibodies are more effective.
Right.
And it's like the people that already got the vaccine is affecting their ability to create natural antibodies. So like
they'll never be
they'll
never be fully resistant. They'll never actually gain a natural immunity to it.
From what I'm seeing, yeah, that's exactly it. So the people that were, I'm not saying anti-vax, but hesitant,
right,
are, as of today, showing that they're going to be better protected than the people, even with boosters, down the road.
I'm not even condemning people who make the choice or not.
No.
But because I mean, you have the crowd that was over a year ago saying punch Nazis in the face is now literally celebrating people's deaths who didn't get the vaccine.
Yeah.
They're literally celebrating death.
Yeah.
You can see this everywhere.
Yeah.
Every comment section, and they're like the Reddit Herman Cain Award things, and they say they're not celebrating, it's a warning, but it's celebration of death. These people love this. There's people who legitimately love seeing people who said, I don't want the vaccine, die from the virus, and like, haha, they should have got it. And that is Nazi behavior. That's groupthink. Well, they've literally become what they hate.
Play devil's advocate. People that were like against the vaccine, watching people get vaccinated and them dying, doing the same thing.
I suppose they are. I guess I've never seen a concentrated.
No, it's not
place
nearly,
of it.
No,
like,
it's not. I mean,
like I actually saved a Gizmodo article. This Gizmodo is a tech website, right? Yeah. It's an old tech blog, and it was about political comedian Ben Garrison getting contracting COVID. And there was a whole bunch of like, I hope he dies in the comments.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like sickening, like, holy shit. Like, Ben Garrison does comics with a right-wing slant, and a lot of them are dumb. Yeah. Like, a lot of them are dumb. They are dumb as fuck. But to wish death on this guy, what did he do? Like, he didn't. You've got Hunter Biden literally committing sex crimes on Facebook Messenger, and you're hoping a cartoonist dies. Yeah. Like, there's some priority problems here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, and it's the whole, like, partisan divide, thing. Like,
right. You can't look past the divide to actually, like...
I got into a little bit of a Twitter spat the other day with some dude. They were talking, again, about monetary value, and I just said, like I said, he linked that Vox article, and then I just said, ha 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 ha, this guy, ha 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 ha. And then he came back with like a paragraph and a half of like, what do you mean this guy, blah, 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 what's your argument, blah, blah,
How
blah.
dare you discredit this? Why didn't you do this? You can't use ad hominem in a fucking scholastic debate, and you can't.
Well, he didn't even do that. He hit me with the ad homs and assumed, he's like, oh, why don't you just go fucking watch some more Steven Crowder videos and mulled over all this shit and, be an anti-vaxxer. And my response was, you took the bait, you made an assumption. And he was a Destiny fanboy. I don't know.
I vaguely know who that is, but not really.
So I hit him. So I said, "Oh, you made an assumption, took the bait. I don't need to argue with you." And Destiny always says, "Good luck to you, buddy. I love you. Have a good night, or be safe, or something like that." So I hit him with that, and he's like, "Are you serious? You're not what?" You're such a piece of shit. You're not even gonna raise an argument. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna. So what I did, I followed him on Twitter, and then he blocks me. It's like,
That's the power move. Is
Yeah.
just follow him.
yeah, it's like, you're such a dumb shit. Like,
I don't even communicate with people online, so I don't know. Like,
no, I don't either normally, but
because like even you brought up Steven Crowder, like I know who that is, but I have never watched one of his videos. I watched like 20 seconds of one and I turned it off. I can't even watch. I don't, from any political viewpoint, I don't like smarmy in your face shit, like cornering people on the street and getting the dumbest reaction and putting it on YouTube. Anyone can do that.
yeah,
I can confuse anybody about anything.
yeah,
I could run both
sure.
sides of the fence on that and do it. Like, so I don't follow any of it. I just don't watch it.
So I don't want to say I'm the opposite, but I follow a ton of it. I follow Crowder on YouTube. I follow like Vosh, Destiny, Hassan.
See, I don't know. I don't even know who any of them. I kind of know who those names are. So, I mean, if you follow all sides of it, is one thing too, because then you're just you're watching the same thing being said by both people with like a different slant, but it means nothing because it's
exactly
right.
That's the whole reason I follow. Is like I follow all the crazy, like I've watched Nick Fuentes and I've listened to his bullshit, Sargon of Akkad. I've watched all the crazy left-wing retard fucking people. Like, they're all fucking dumb. But it's super insightful to, like, listen to all of them and the way they, like, criticize each other. And it's like, oh, this person's kind of right on this, but they're fucking dumb on this. And this person counteracts this person in a good way, but they're also fucking retarded on this point. Like, you guys are all so, like, not saying I'm a smart person, but you guys are so dug into your
inability,
ideologues.
Right. The inability to, the biggest psyop ever committed against the American populace is believing in the paradigm.
Yeah.
If you vote third party, independent, no matter if it's right or left, if you're libertarian or green party or fucking just radical shit, like even communist, like American Communist Party or whatever.
Yeah.
People say you're stupid. Republicans and Democrats will both call you stupid, both say you're throwing your vote away, both say you're helping the other side.
Yeah.
You are doing none of those things.
Yeah.
Not directly. You are directly casting your vote for who represents your beliefs as much as possible. They are not. They are engaging in, like, we have to be the pack. We have to, even if they don't support them. Right.
Yeah.
That is the biggest trick ever pulled on the American populace, that convincing them their vote doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because you have to vote for the lesser of two evils when there's a multitude of people running.
Yep.
They don't want you to vote for another candidate.
No. And God forbid, I told my dad this the other day. It's like, I don't vote. I think it's amoral. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, I think it's wrong to vote. He's like, and he's a, dyed in the wool, American. Do my civic duty, take care of shit. I was like, who am I to say this is how you should live?
I don't want a leader. There's no such thing as a leader.
Yeah.
I have a representative, not a leader.
Yeah.
No one leads me.
Yeah.
I don't need them.
But even with a representative, like, your representative goes out and your representative loses, like, your representative loses, mine wins.
Right. So
I don't know you.
I have a system to solve this.
Who am I to tell you how to live?
So, the way you solve this, every adult U.S. citizen over 18 years of age gets one political assassination. It can be done at the local or state level. So, if you want to, say, assassinate a president in Minecraft, they have to be from your state. because this will be at
On
the
your
state
server.
level. Yeah, on your state server. So they have to be on your like Alabama Minecraft server, your
Okay.
Colorado Minecraft server.
Okay.
You get one. All government buildings are not allowed to be protected by military or police.
Fuck yeah.
Like non-military buildings are not allowed to have that presence. So we could go more formal that you have to duel them, but I don't like that. I think you just get one. And you have to do it within 100 yards of like a state legislature or like a state courthouse or something. And you get one, and then when it's done, it's done. But that way, you have a series of separate checks and balances.
Is this like a Highlander situation where you take over?
New election? No, new election. You get a new election.
All right.
I'm for that. Like, you got to reelect. Obviously, that falls apart at the federal level because that's already you have a law of secession. So
Yeah.
you better know that going in. You better have a buddy to get the vice president in Minecraft too. But but like at the state level too, you don't like your governor, you don't like your district representative, you don't like your mayor of your city. Take them out. Like, get a new one. Like,
Do you have to do it personally?
yes,
Are there forms to fill out?
after the fact, but not before.
Okay.
The only problem I had with this whole system is there's gonna be a really sick black market that opens up. Like, say Nestle is like, yo, this guy fucking is for unions. Fuck that. Here's 200 grand. Go bust him. And like, but also that's kind of dope too, because like, you can make a lot of money. Like
Okay.
you only get one, so it's not like you can just be like a contract killer forever. Like everybody gets one shot at like 250 a head or something. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. No. I was like wondering, but yeah,
you can't
get
just form like
one.
a headhunting corporation because you only get one shot, and they're non-transferable. It's just one by birthright, and or
Okay.
naturalization.
Here,
Comes with
I'm
your
not-
citizenship papers.
I'm not against the idea at all.
Sound like you're hesitant.
I'm hesitant only because are you able to build coalitions or parties to take out oppositions? Or does it have to be
If multiple assailants are involved in the assassination of a political figure,
one?
even if it's just one, like if you have 5 guys who go like,
But say you have a group targeting another
so if
group.
you have like,
Oh no, it wouldn't fucking
Well-
matter because they could do the same thing.
right.
It's equal playing ground.
Yeah,
Fuck
it's
that.
the-
Okay,
it's,
no,
it's all
you-
it's a free
yeah.
for all in the fucking
Yeah,
state
no, fuck
legislature.
yeah.
Like, so
what do they call that? There is a political group, not Argonists. It's like beyond anarchists. So like there's like the
duelists.
there's like the libertarian anarchists that like live by like the non-aggression principle, but like no state.
Right.
But then there's like the anarchists that live by like, fuck you, I'm gonna take what I want. I forget what they call it.
I have no idea.
It's like on like the that stupid political square spectrum
Right.
thing. They're like down on the far bottom.
They're
right.
like off the ground.
Yeah.
They're like,
They're like
because that just sounds like brute force chaos.
exactly.
Like, nothing
It's like
else. Like,
natural
just
law.
savage.
Like, I want your TV. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you for your TV. It's mine now.
I gotta say I don't like that, but I get it.
But you're
Mine
you're-
is specifically politicians need to be in danger. They need to be
so you have
doing
to
this out of service.
you have
not
to
greed.
believe so hard in the people you represent.
Yes, you have to be for the people, and you have to actually listen to the people.
And if you
You
don't,
can't play a
your
side.
life is on the line.
Yeah, you've
you're not
gotta
getting
make
paid a bunch of
right.
money.
Your job
Yeah.
is to represent the citizenry and make them happy.
Yeah.
If you don't,
Uh,
you're getting iced.
I like this idea.
Yeah, like that's just all there is to it. You should be. Everybody gets one. So even if someone's great and someone's
And
a
why
dickbag,
wouldn't
like-
the fucking higher ups like this? Because this is a great way of population control.
And the thing is, they used to. Hamilton was in duels. They
Yeah.
duel each other all the time. They killed each other all the time. Homeless. We got to bring that shit back. Just saying, like, that's how you make a positive change. Is you cut all of this bullshit comes from their infighting.
Yeah.
There's almost no one, regardless of political affiliation, that doesn't want better schools.
Yep.
Everybody to like eliminate homelessness,
better infrastructure,
better education, better infrastructure. There's almost nobody that doesn't want these things.
Right.
And there's no reason you can't have them. It's just your funds being held up, making other people rich.
Yeah.
On either side. You're not actually, if you are a Democrat or a Republican, you are a problem. You are actually contributing to a problem. You are not solving anything.
Yeah. There needs to be accountability. If you're willing to...
And that accountability comes in 9mm, 40 cal, 45, 223, 7.62. Yeah. I don't care. 50 cal. Do we put limits? Flamethrowers? Fuck it. I don't care.
No.
Napalm, C4, whatever.
Killdozer. Let's go.
Yeah, you just bring that bitch in, but you only get one.
Yeah.
If you do more than one, then it's life sentence. You can't do that.
No. Yeah. If you're...
You got to make this clean. You better think about it.
If you want to represent a group of people... You need to put your life on the line.
Right. You should.
Yes.
You should be.
It's not.
You should be afraid of upsetting your constituency.
There should be. There's not some special council hearing to investigate.
You stole $1 trillion from the elderly. You get 4 months in prison.
Yeah. No bullshit. No, we need you to resign as governor.
Right.
No. You get a fucking bullet to the head.
Oh, you molested this
in
girl?
Minecraft.
Yeah. Her family has the right to execute you if they wish.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. And this is all happening on Minecraft server with Steve and the pickaxes and all that. Like, it's not real. Yeah. Everything on this podcast is happening in Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
We're actually recording this in a game of Minecraft. This is all... in a hypothetical Minecraft server in the United States of blocks.
I've never thought about it that way. I've been like a full blown like anarchist, and I've struggled with like, people always talk about, well, anarchists will just develop their own government, and that's just what it resorts to. But
I feel two ways about that, because I actually do believe. In true anarchy, I do believe in it. The principle of men do not need governance.
Yeah.
The morality is inherently natural for the most part because it's intrinsic to our survival. We die as a species without some form of care for each other.
Yeah.
You literally cannot survive by yourself.
Right.
Forever. So I do see that. I just don't know. I don't know.
I see the value in like
there is obvious value
order.
in pooling resources.
Yeah.
And having enforced order, but
the people that aspire to
it's always corruptible.
Yeah, control that order. There needs to be like the amount of power you have needs to be equal to the threat of losing that power. I guess.
You have to have however much power you have, there has to be a check and a balance into that being eliminated, taken back from you.
Right.
You can't just have power and then have no repercussions for your actions.
Yeah. I think that's like the huge disconnect.
Right.
From what we are currently living in.
Right. So I think it's totally okay in Minecraft to slaughter politicians.
Fuck.
In Minecraft.
Yeah, Minecraft.
Yeah. And that was just my system so that we could still live in this society peacefully and actually resolve things.
There's a fucking small city in Mexico that has like no government. Everybody carries guns.
It's called Mexico.
Well,
it's called Mexico in general.
Mexico doesn't even fuck with this little town.
Oh shit!
Like the drug lords or whatever. Like, they don't even fuck with this town because everybody there holds everybody accountable. It's basically like what you're saying. They have huge parties every weekend, and everybody's carrying a gun. There's no government. Everybody works together,
I suppose if you don't, you die. So
exactly. Yeah, you get booted out. Yeah. I mean, it's completely without like state and federal government. They don't even want to fuck with this town because they're doing just fine. Um, the cartels won't mess with them because everybody's armed, and it's such a tight knit little community.
Right.
It's not like they're hostile to outsiders, but like they're not gonna like, yeah, come on in. Like, we
Well,
got no problem with you.
You see what happens when, and not even to bring it back, like to, you see what you will be taken advantage of
Oh yeah.
if you are not prepared.
Yeah.
Whether it's by government, corporations, criminals, or bandits, it doesn't matter. You are just a duck if you don't have the power to actually take care of yourself.
Yeah.
If you cannot cut yourself from the grid and still live, you are dependent on another force for survival, then you are not free.
Yeah.
There are certain benefits to our society. I mean, it's convenient to have cell phones and cars, and like it's fun. It's cool to have these things, but I mean, it's just people can't see past their stuff anymore to realize how much of a veil they've actually put over reality.
Yeah.
And how little they can see what's really important in front of them.
Yeah.
Like they're so shielded.
Yeah.
Have a mental breakdown if they don't have electricity for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck, even I don't like not having it. Like,
No. Well.
more worried about my fridge being out. There's a lot of meat in there.
Yeah.
But like, salt it all, pack it in the ground or something.
But yeah. Well, I mean, your power goes out. Your first thought is, fuck, when's it going to come on?
Right.
2 hours, 3 hours later. Okay. How can I preserve this shit?
Right.
You know, like a lot of people don't like, oh, I got to go get coolers and ice and I'm going to keep this because eventually
I'll just go to the ice tree.
yeah. Yeah. Eventually the power's going to come back on and I can put everything back in my freezer.
There's going to be a time where it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't come back on.
Yeah. Are you capable of taking that meat and
Right.
preserving it?
Right.
You know,
Are you going to be able to survive? Like,
or do you know where to go in Home Depot to go find gunpowder
right.
to make your own bullets?
Right. Like there.
Because there's a lot of gunpowder in Home Depot, believe it or not.
It's a good thing that next week we have lined up ammunitions and survivalist expert Michelle Obama.
God damn, really?
Yeah. So she'll be there.
I love it.
Hopefully this time, maybe she could still bring that Ouija board too.
She can leave the sounding rods at home.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
I'll bring some $2 bills though. Maybe we can.
Sounding, my hearing's perfect. I don't need that.
Woo! So hard, like not with any sense of irony. It's like, dude, you gotta listen to this. I'm like, this shit is so awful.
Dude, I don't know, man. It's like the wasted youth thing, right? Where it's just like my brain is just so rotted that I hear this dude say like he says some shit about like fucking backstrap with the squeezo, and I like there's just something in like my fucking my prefrontal cortex that activates like I'm a sleeper agent and my head just starts bobbing, bro.
The Manchurian Candidate, just some
Yeah.
gobbledygook from across the pond.
That's. Your men's is gay. Hit him with the tall tea, Earl Grey.
That's the other thing too, is I like listening to these songs and just thinking of like the dumbest fucking lyrics, like your mans was in the crib shooting hot cum. It got on his belly, call that tum tum. Like just it's like the dumbest shit that I can think of. But it's hard because you can't even beat the fucking normal lyrics.
Right. I put a smile on her face that a cherry hoe, and I hit it real hard, pip pip cheerio. Like,
Anonymous chingings, anonymous bootings. All now they can't name that shooter. I feel sorry now. They're actually clueless because all now I want to hear that shooter. And if I want Squeezo, who the fuck is Squeezo? He keeps talking about Squeezo. And if I want Squeezo to flew out the ride, it was PS that done that for me. I'm with PS and we both play CF. And that man's dead thanks to DS.
A darn
Oh my
stabbing.
Darn stabbing, maybe.
They don't have guns over there.
Life is real shit, not a Call of Duty lobby. What do? You get chased by the bubby.
That's hype. That's hype. Warzone thing how I come third party.
Some of the like slang terms you can't even like.
There's
Like,
no context clues. Yeah, there's no context clues. Like you just
Yeah.
have to guess. Like you literally just have to guess.
Like it makes no fucking sense.
I didn't watch
understand
enough
like
Doctor
some of the
Who
American ones, but
to
like,
listen. By the way, I just that was so tight. I just started recording because I wasn't gonna start with that, but like while we just spent like fucking like 5 minutes roasting
Bro.
UK drill. I fucking loved it.
Dude, I don't even know if I can call it a roast, man. It's like I get it. Like I don't like it, but I get it. Like I could
You know what?
definitely easily fall into that rabbit hole if I didn't know like what was good for me.
I'm there with you. I'm actually there with you now. Cause like, how do I say this like politely? They're only like 5 years behind now, which
Yeah.
is like better than they were before. Like, so when I used to make music, or you know, like me and JR made music, I would meet a lot of cats from the UK and Ireland especially who want to be rappers, and it was fucking terrible. Like their fucking shit was the worst I'd ever heard in my entire life. And like they just didn't quite get it. Like they didn't grow up with it or something like that. It was like pure emulation. And now these guys, they're kind of like, it's kind of like, okay, they've been listening, like they kind of grew up with it. I feel like this next gen, so like they get it.
Yeah.
but I feel like they started on like second base in like a bad way.
Maybe.
Like, you know, like they didn't grow up with it where it like originated, so they started off with what like shitty American like rap, you know, like the popular
it's-
stuff,
yeah,
not
it's-
like the good stuff.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's definitely like a blend. I mean, I could see
Yeah.
the argument either way. Like, it's not like fucking mainstream shit here is like fucking the most intelligent, amazing stuff on the planet either. So it's kind of like, it's got a vibe. It's got the rhythm.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever
They stole
seen
the-
Daggering? Fuck yeah.
No.
Oh.
Have you guys
That-
ever
that-
seen the Twitter page? It's called Footy Scran.
No.
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 Alright.
Okay, let me introduce you. So there's a page on Twitter called Footy Scran, right? And basically, what this lad does is he goes from one football arena to the next, and he determines what kind of scran they've got on offer. So here's one example, and I'm just gonna post it here. So that's scran. Scran is slang for like
That's the
stadium
glizzy.
food. Yeah, scran is,
Oh.
and he basically like scran also means like it's like poppin', like it's the good shit. So it's a page where he posts something that he got at a football game, and then he asks people if this is good. I honestly could be so far off the fucking mark. It's actually indistinguishable from gibberish, but like that's the best that I can think of. Like, what is this, bro? Like, some of the shit that they post legit doesn't look like it was made to be consumed by human beings.
Dude, that doesn't look like
What?
food. That
Oh,
it's
there's one really funny one that I gotta find. Oh yeah, here it is. This shit is crazy. This is a meat and potato pie with chips, mushy peas, and
Fuck
gravy
yeah.
at Mossley AFC.
I
Fuck
for real
yeah.
want to vomit looking at that. That's
Bro,
fucking
like, yeah,
disgusting.
it looks
dude.
like someone did. It legit looks like, to try and describe this, it looks like the Incredible Hulk shot ropes over a chicken pot pie that someone dipped into Rush Limbaugh's cremated fucking body. Like, that's legit what this looks like. And then there's some oversized French fries.
That does
It's-
look like that. That pot pie looks like a gaping asshole with green diarrhea flowing out of it. Just fucking gnarly, dude.
I've never seen anything from the UK that looks appetizing. Like, I don't understand.
Yo, UK food is gross. It's fucking disgusting.
Dude, it's so awful, man. It's so crazy. They legit spent millions of like hours of manpower and empire wealth to dominate the Indian like peninsula to
Right.
get like spices, and then they put like ketchup on their eggs, and they're like, "Oh, it's very spicy." And I just want to
Yeah.
fucking kill myself anytime I talk to someone with that kind of culinary taste. It makes me wonder, because I went to Vegas a few years back, and we went to that fucking Gordon Ramsay burger place. And like, here's the thing: like, I think any high level chef that has like TV shows and is syndicated and stuff, I think any of their restaurants, they're always going to be like kind of underwhelming. Because it's like, one,
Sure.
it's not that chef cooking for you. It's just him passing on his recipes or copying this, that, or the other. It's like a tried and true formula, right? But somehow Gordon Ramsay, who's a pretty cool guy, managed to make like the most unappetizing looking burger I've ever had. It tasted okay, but this thing, I forgot what they call it. It's when they squish the cheese into the meat, and then you're supposed to like push down on the bun, and the cheese like squirts out like it's
A Juicy Lucy.
something like that. It's like it's like something out of Alien, and
Right.
I bit into this thing, and like it feels like Johnny Sins just came over and fucking dumped on my face, and I'm trying to eat this burger, and the meat is like so far, like I like my shit medium like well for burgers, like medium rare for like steaks and stuff, but like this thing felt like it was bloody. The cheese was so fucking piping hot because it's inside the patty that it entered my mouth, and it was like Satan was taking a hot piss in my mouth. And then immediately after that, I like went to go grab a French fry, and it's like, oh no, we don't serve French fries here. You get a side salad because this is Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, and
Fuck Gordon
he's gonna
Ramsay.
kill you with a gun. I don't know.
Dude.
That shit was too much for me.
I can feel that, and it's actually kind of funny you went on this path because there was a news article today or a couple days ago. Is it a Popeyes just opened in the UK or something? They
Yes.
brought some
Yeah.
spicy chicken sandwich, and people on Twitter were like en masse complaining like, I can handle the spiciest curry and this sandwich is too much. I'm like,
Yeah,
what?
and it's like,
You guys see
Yeah, no,
sunlight?
they don't. I don't. Their other really popular chicken place, Nando's. I don't know if that's what's actually called, but like they all call it Nando's. I don't know if you've ever seen that shit. It's like
Sounds like UK drill slang to me.
it really does, but it's like a fucking, yeah, it's like a fried chicken place, and you just get like, chicken drumsticks or chicken thighs or chicken wings or whatever. But all of it, I'm not kidding, looks like it's completely unseasoned. And they have some of the most devious shit on the menu that's just like, it's named something like vaguely appetizing, like a scritzer or some shit, and then you get it, and it's just like a half broken tortilla shell with like mush on it and inside of like a cardboard box. And I'm looking at this because I watched a video of like someone testing everything from the menu because no one could shut the fuck up about it over there. And he's like, oh no, like, I don't know what I was expecting. If the UK folks eat their dog shit food that they make and like it, why would I expect the fast food that they like to be like any different? So it's also awful. I'm just worried that if I ever get stranded in London, I'm just worried if I ever get stranded overseas and I find myself in London, that I'm gonna starve myself to death because I won't be able to find anything that isn't fucking like 6 days old and looks like it came out of fucking Alec Baldwin's gun barrel. Like, I don't know, man.
You mean you don't want to eat beans and toast and blood pudding every day?
Dude,
for,
it's
for
like,
breakfast.
it's so crazy. You know what the one thing that they make that looks okay is? I went on a streak like 6 months ago. I watched like 3 seasons of the Great British Bake Off on Netflix. And first off, Mary Berry could still get it. I don't care what anybody says. That bitch she's primo. Second, they got their dessert game on lock. I still don't fuck with the whole biscuits over cookies thing. I think that's like a psyop. But I
Right.
do like I do like the look of their cheesecakes. They got some good looking cheesecakes over there.
I just Every time I think of English food, I just think of the most bland, disgusting, like horrendous dishes of all time, and not even like, not
Oh,
even
there it
like
is.
unappetizing stuff. Like, okay, like Scotland has haggis, Norway has lutefisk, like the dry, like those things like they stink. It's kind of weird, but they're like cultural and like they're like traditional foods that people use for survival. What does the UK have? Fucking like I seriously, all I can think about is beans and toast. I see these motherfuckers eat beans and toast. Bro, I've been on poverty shit, but like I'm not eating beans and toast.
Beef Wellington.
Bro, you need to get that speckled dick or whatever the fuck. in a can.
Right?
Yeah.
That shit is.
I take
that
a
shit is
picture of that
crazy, bro.
can. Every time I see that can, I'm like, yo, I'll let a spotted dick, please.
Don't them boys fuck with spam heavy? Isn't that where that came from, or what?
They might be fucking with spam on the regular. Here's the thing about spam.
It'd be too
It's a
spicy
cheat
for
code.
him.
Well, yeah, it is too spicy for him. But spam is also a cheat code, like IRL. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you add spam onto anything that has carbs and you fry it up a little bit prior, it just makes it better. Now,
Fucking
there is like a
fantastic.
limit to this where like if you go over the limit, it'll be gross and you'll probably not enjoy your stay at the Spam Nation. But prior to that, it's like it's like a legit culinary cheat code. You just put it on anything and it just makes it better. Spam with eggs, goated.
Yeah.
Spam with toast, goated. Like it's
I'm
insane.
not gonna lie, bro. My experience with spam literally doesn't extend past 7th grade home ec class. I don't even know what we slayed up in the fake kitchen, but that's all. That was the only time I ever had spam.
Well, it's clear you didn't grow up in poverty, so that's all good.
I mean,
I think.
but
it
not
is-
Bosnian poverty. I grew up in like lunchable poverty. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, I feel that your processed spam. That's all. It's
like
like
a-
crackers and cheese. I
Yeah,
get my
yeah,
shit out
bro.
the
Like,
can, bro, straight from the source.
yeah, no, yeah, you got it before they put it into slice format. You got it in mush
Yeah.
format, bro. Like, I got to eat it. See, mine had a little more flavoring because I got to eat the little ham slices when they got those fat pockets in the middle of them.
Yeah. You know what else is crazy? I learned about this like a long time ago, and I've never been able to get out of my head. It just lives rent free up in my brain. So you know, like shredded cheese that comes in bags and stuff you buy at groceries. Do you know what they use to keep it from like sticking together and like reforming into like solid blocks of cheese?
I do.
I do not.
You do know.
I do know.
Okay.
I do not.
I'm gonna be really stupid if I say the wrong thing because I can't remember exactly what it is. But from what I understand, it is like very finely shredded wood chips or like
Yeah.
wood that's what it
It's
is, right?
wood
it's
fiber.
like wood.
It's
Yeah,
wood
it's
fiber.
wood fiber.
Cellulose. It's wood. Yeah, cellulose.
Yep,
Cellulose. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was the craziest shit when I was younger because I'm like, damn, I'm eating trees, but
Yeah.
it's like so little that it just gets absorbed by the thing. It's just like a very fine. That's why sometimes when like you reach your hand into like a fresh bag of shredded cheese and you pull it out, it's like dusty almost.
It's just number 2
And I'm
pencil
like-
shavings.
Yeah,
bro.
I was like, damn,
Yeah,
I'm eating
bro.
Ticonderoga tonight. Okay.
Pulling a piece of Scantron out of your teeth. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Hey, what? Hey, I fuck with that. This is gonna be a wild maneuver off to the side, but just with wood in places you wouldn't expect. My Corvette
pants?
that I had a
Your
2002
mom's
GS6.
house.
I was gonna say.
Hey, bro, hey. Anyways, the motherfucking floor has a sheet of balsa wood in it. Like, that's how they come out of the box. Like, GM, when they made them plastic cars with all the glue and shit, they also slathered some balsa wood in the floorboard.
I can confirm I fixed one. I had to put a used quarter on one, and yeah, they like just hacked it right down the middle, and then like right behind the front door A pillar, and yeah, there's plenty of wood in there.
Yeah, bro, it's just a random ass thing. Anyways, I didn't mean to derail shredded cheese.
No, you're
That's
good. You're
good.
good. Glock in my Rari. I feel it.
This reminds me though. I hate when people. You didn't do this, but I hate when people try me with this. Reezy will know where I'm coming from with the glizzy game. But anytime someone looks me dead in the face, says, "Well, if you knew it was in a hot dog, you wouldn't eat it." Like the fuck I wouldn't, bitch. I do not have that high of standards. Hot dog slap, and I am game for a glizzy.
Well, I eat hot dogs the same way Christians pray. Like it's not about whether like it's real or it happened. It's like it's the faith behind it, right? Like
I got
faith
you.
is what gets you. It's a means to an end. So
Yeah,
like, I
bro,
don't
it's
eat
just-
hot dogs because I care what's in them or what's not in them. It's just like it's an act of faith. It's very
Yeah,
faith,
bro.
all things
It's just going through the motions with white people. It's like that
Yeah.
coffee shop I just bumped into you. Oh, hey, how you doing?
considered. Yeah, exactly.
Oscar Mayer of Nathan's Nazareth.
Okay.
That's bars.
Is it kosher?
Hebrew National.
Nah. Those guys killed our Jesus.
Oh shit! Here we go.
I unloading
So
for the
what's
night,
the
huh?
what's the
Oh, I'm
Muslim
just
hot
playing,
dog?
bro. I fucking, you know how it is. I haven't I went shooting this weekend, and I have yet to clean off my kitchen table / podcast setup with the gats. So
I
I got the old CZ sitting in front of me and an AK.
What the fuck am I looking at? Good lord. So I don't know if anybody watched that documentary I posted, or maybe when I go this way instead. But talking about 5th generation war,
I did watch the entire thing actually.
dude.
I cannot say I did.
I think
That's
I missed
some-
it, bro.
Well, no big deal. It's just this just reminded me of that this little thing I posted, and like where we're
So-
headed and what we got to watch out for.
A robot of magnetic slime can be deployed. It looks like a piece of shit, like literally like a wet turd.
Hey, you know what that actually looks like? You dead ass want to know exactly what that looks like?
What is
The
that?
motherfucking asteroid that Joe Dirt hauls around before he finds out it's petrified fucking. You know what I'm saying? Petrified.
Fuck it.
What is it in the movie? I forget. An old RV
It's a-
like petrified.
It's
shitter
from,
tank?
Shit from a plane.
from an airplane.
No.
Oh,
It's,
the shitter tank.
oh
yeah,
yeah, I'm crossing two up,
Yeah.
ain't I? He thought he
Yeah.
found a bomb. My fault.
yeah.
I
But he
crossed
thought
the
he
two
had
up.
a
Yeah, you're right.
meteorite.
Yeah, you're right. It's the plane shitball.
Yeah,
Chemtrails, bro.
dude.
That's definitely where we're heading to, like fucking shit looking nanobots that kill us all. And
Right.
yeah, so like the overview, so for the documentary was talking about 5th gen warfare. So how does it go? Like 1st gen warfare is where humans first started basically employing real like military tactics, like the phalanx, like you know, like formations and things like that. And
Yeah.
I don't know all the
Skipping
gens.
ahead.
Right, I'm not Sun Tzu, but like 5th gen warfare is essentially there's no battlefield, no end of war, and you don't know who's who. It's just like war can take place in real time. It can be traditional, but it can also be virtual. It can be all psyops. Like it's something like it's essentially where the state loses. It's post insurgency, like where you know, like a lot of wars now are like Russia and the U.S. don't directly fight, but they train a bunch of different Afghani tribes to kill each other, and they do it via proxy and insurgency, or it's like rebellions. And 5th gen is like where war is, it's completely like not state militaries engaging in warfare necessarily.
So it's
Um,
it's Metal Gear Solid 4.
Maybe you guys would have to. I don't know
Bro.
the plot, but it could be.
Yeah,
That
no, he's
enti-
onto
the-
it. Yeah.
The entire plot line is proxy wars. Everybody's got nano machines, yada yada.
Right. So like it gave a lot of specific examples of like how there was like a huge numbers of like children who turned in their parents to go into the January 6th rally and stuff in the Capitol. And like no matter like what you think about that, either way, that's a really fucked up thing to do, to like rat on your parents and like
yeah.
rat on blood over that kind of shit. And it's like we're hitting that like critical mass of like the line between like family is destroyed, and the state is kind of militarizing everyone, whether they know it or not, via psyops.
What do they call that? Like, it was a big buzzword like a while ago, mass formation hypnosis or whatever.
Yeah, or mass formation psychosis, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, like that's kind of what we're getting to, but they, they're openly talking about it because they know that we're already into it. So it's like, oh, well,
It's like a
They're
weird
just gonna-
way where, like, a lot of people were theorizing that traditional war is dead, but then at the same time, you can look at the Ukraine and see, like, well, it still applies. There's still going to be traditional conflict, even if
yeah. Well,
circumstances
and they'll
around
use
it are
that
not.
traditional conflict as like the, it's
well, yes,
part of the, third and fourth generation. So it's going to still apply in the fifth, but they're adding another layer to it of like,
well, right,
it's-
like
you
you
know
can.
It's kind of funny about that. This is going to be a little side tangent. I apologize for kind of cutting in, but the real quick, more weapons from the Ukrainian conflict have like popped out, and the only reason it's funny talking about moving into a like a fifth gen war scenario is I heard a wild stat, and I haven't verified it, but they had the Ukrainians were using Maxim machine guns, which the patent date for the Maxim machine gun is closer to the American Revolution in 1776 than it is 2022 conflict, and they're still using it.
hell yeah.
It's anyway. This is the wild little.
Tried
It's
and
hard for me to
true.
wrap my brain around.
Did you guys see this article about? This is so hype. This is actually so sick. Did you guys see this article about? There were a bunch of like Russian troops, like a few hundred, that were deployed near near Belarus around the Chernobyl site, and they took it as an outpost, and they began to like dig trenches and like reinforce the
Oh
outpost.
shit!
And then they all got like acute radiation poisoning because it's like the top like 6 inches of soil are no longer contaminated, but literally everything else is, and they're like shelling the place. And it like the current opinion, this is super fucked up, but also kind of badass because it just shows how sick propaganda is. It's like there's no way they did that knowingly. So the only thing you can assume is that whoever these Russian soldiers were, likely like, fucking teenagers or like early 20s, have no idea about the Chernobyl incident because
Right.
they've kept that shit fucking, like tied
Yeah.
down. So they just saw like, oh, this looks like an abandoned outpost type thing, like an old like
Oh,
abandoned
man.
building. Let's use it as an outpost, and they just started digging in, and then they all caught hypercancer from fucking
Jesus, dude.
from shit that they did, dude. It's so crazy. It's like so. I love
Right.
mankind so much. It's so sick.
And like everything coming out of there, you have to have like a grain of salt with it, of course. But like the Ukrainian media was putting out like Russia is sending troops there, and they're like just fucking whipping shitties and tanks all around the dirt, and not
Oh
wearing
my
any
God.
protection or hazmat suits, just throwing fucking irradiated dirt in the air everywhere they go, shelling it. Yeah, like who knows the fucking fallout from this?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
God
No, I mean
damn it,
it's
dude.
super badass because it's all the way across the world and it won't affect me directly until I
Right.
go to get like a quesadilla from Taco Bell and it's $7.50.
Right.
And at that point I'll start being kind of mad. But before then it's just like, haha, funny internet thing.
Right.
That's like an upgraded. I don't know everything. I'm sorry, boys. It's gonna result back to movie quotes the entire time. But that's like a more sick version of Zoolander's gasoline scene where they're all fucking spraying each other and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
My man's out here just doing shitties and
Just
fucking Soviet era tanks catching extra spicy cancer. It's a fucking sick time to be alive.
I saw this. So I saw an article that supposedly dirty bomb materials went missing from the Chernobyl site, and I made the mistake of looking at these Facebook retards arguing with each other over like like because this could have literally been any actor. And people were like, well, like, why would Russia do that? They have nukes. And I'm like, yeah, but it's plausible to frame your enemies for nuking you when you say they stole it. When you, like, there's, like, people have no ability to actually think, like, the U.S. could have done it. The Ukrainians could have done it. Russians, who knows? Who doesn't want dirty bomb materials? I'm a little jealous, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm a little jealous.
I would
Right.
like some.
So,
Dude,
they-
I saw this dude. If you want to make a dirty bomb really cool, he was using like the big silo twisted tea cans and 3D printing like mortar shell ends for them.
oh,
Jesus.
sweet.
So and then
That's
all you
awesome.
gotta do is get a mortar tube, and then you're 3D printing the little bits that make it fly, and then you pack full of twisted tea can and slap it in there.
That's so fucking tight. Dude,
Some of the shit they're making now, I'm so jealous of.
Have you seen? Have you seen the? Everyone knows about the Ghost Gunner dude, but have you seen his like little CNC jam now?
Oh yeah, like the tabletop one.
Yeah, it's just the smallest hair away from being a straight up CNC for receivers.
Well, yeah, the next one they're coming out with, like I think they got them on pre-orders, maybe,
That's the one I'm talking about.
where you can literally put a block of aluminum in there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So fucking tight.
it's beautiful. I love this era of 3D printed armaments and soft milling.
Honestly, I'm kind of good with the $7.50 quesadilla thing as long as I can get a Russian like non-registered AK-12 in my grasp. Somehow I can get that snaked away from the Ukrainian conflict. There's some spice there that I'm into.
I don't really see the correlation between one of those going up and the other becoming more available. If I'm being honest.
Well, I'm hoping some of the try-hard mercenary dudes that are like volunteering to go there, a few of them get in circulation. Maybe I get my little grasps on an AK-12, like a legit Russian one.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, like a trophy gun sort of thing.
So yeah, I'm gonna use it.
Right.
I'm just
'cause
saying, like, if I gotta pay
like, those
$7.50
aren't,
for quesadillas, but it equates out to some AK-12 sauce, then hey, take one for the team, I guess.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
because like
fair enough.
AK-12s aren't like commercially available or anything. That's like a fucking Spetsnaz gun or something. Like I don't know who they exactly issue
AK-12s are
those to. but,
supposed
like,
to be the next gen, like infantry rifle for the Russian
Right.
military. It isn't commercially available, but I'm hoping some Ukrainian boys and some roid raged Americans with their Maxim guns can take some back to the homeland. You know what I'm saying?
That would be cool. At what point does it stop being a value menu though? Like
Yeah,
now?
so dude, we almost had this discussion last week. So let's
well, you
let's
didn't
just
have
get into this.
someone fat enough, so I'm gonna force
Okay.
the topic now.
Let's do it.
I'm kind of pissed about this topic. I got to be honest.
Well, okay, so I have to be honest. I've been working from home for the last like 6 weeks because my office has been completely shut down. I actually don't even know why, if I'm being totally honest with you. I just haven't questioned it. It's like one of those like it's like a Mexican standoff where if I'm like, hey, why is no one in the office? Why aren't we going in? They're gonna be like, good point, come on in, and I'll be like, well, okay, I'll kill myself, and then. So instead, I've just kept totally quiet about it. So I haven't gone out to eat for about a month and a half, and I'm really, really, really. I'm not joking. I am being 100% dead serious. I am extremely anxious about the next time I go to one of my preferred drive-throughs and see
bro.
value menu, and there's nothing under $2.
Hey, bro.
Oh, it's already there. You're already there, man.
Yeah, dude, take it from someone on the front lines. There ain't no value anymore, bro. It's fucked up out here.
I will throw a Molotov through the window.
Oh shit.
So like last week
Because
we legitimately talked about this because I was hyped that the McDonald's Filet-O-Fish was back for a fucking 2 for $6 deal. But like, do you remember when those bitches would be like 80 cents? When they would be like, oh, the temperature is fucking -8, so we'll give them to you for under
I
$1
do
or
remember
whatever.
that. I do
Yeah,
remember
so
that.
you could get a fucking fillet of fish for like 80 cents. So I argue it was the best fast food sandwich for the price because you couldn't get anything that cheap. But now,
They
dude,
used to do that
I
with
was all
like
happy.
everything though, right? They'd be like, buy a Whopper or buy a Big Mac and get another one for the fucking temperature.
Up,
Yeah, where
right.
it's
Yeah.
like 18 cents or whatever.
Ironically, I kind of slept on fish. I don't really fuck with fish ever since the whole fish stick incident of my preschool days. But I was at Arby's today, and they straight bootleg that McDonald's jammer because they got fish 2 for
Yo.
$6 too.
They got
Yo,
Pusha
so
T
here,
fucking
hold on.
riding
Yes,
for him, bro.
I had this on my list to come today. So we talked about filet of fish, and right after we recorded the last podcast, Pusha T did a diss track to McDonald's, for an Arby's commercial for Arby's new fish sandwich.
Hey, bro, Pusha T is slept on way too
I
hard.
know.
Well, I don't know about that. He's like top 10 goated fucking like.
Nah, bro, he falls through the cracks. He's kind of
so? Maybe
I think
back
so,
in the day
bro.
when he was on like the clips and shit, but
I
after
still think he
went
does,
solo, I
bro.
think
it's not for like lack of his career success. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. I think of it like this. Like, it's not that I wouldn't call these guys mainstream or that they're underground. I don't mean it like that. But like, when you're talking to anyone new school, Pusha T's name doesn't get brought up. Another one I was just thinking about the other day, sorry, this is a side tangent, is Busta Rhymes, bro. I think he slept on too. Obviously, it's hard to claim that when someone's had like a 30-year career in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think
Right.
Busta slept on. I think he's just kind of done, right?
Nah,
Like
He's
just
kind of.
old.
That's
'cause
where
he
I
still
think
slays.
Busta's old.
That's a perfect point, bro.
Yeah, but like, what's the last record he put out? I don't even fucking know it, and I like Busta Rhymes. So, I mean, that says something.
Dude, it was a huge. Okay, you're kind of proving my point. He just dropped I always fuck it up. Event Level Extinction 2. It's like coming back from his, what was that called? His album in like the 90s. It was like level. God damn it, I can't think of it. But he dropped the second one to that. It's like his Marshall Mathers LP2 type of scenario, and that just dropped.
shit.
Okay.
That dropped in the last 2 years. I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't heard it. I don't know. I suffer a little bit from like the sphere of influence that I've found myself in, where like now I'm listening, as far as hip hop goes, at least I'm listening to a lot of like the Griselda Boys and I'm listening
UK
to
drill,
a lot of,
as we
yeah,
talked about.
and I love UK drill, and like Pusha
Damn,
T gets
bro.
brought up a lot in comparison to the Griselda Boys because like while it's not necessarily the same shit, like he kind of pioneered that well, like him and a few others kind of pioneered that like frontline drug music. Like, and I'm the whitest person on the planet, but it's really easy when you listen to him and then you listen to someone like, I don't fucking know. Trying to pull a fucking faggoty name out of my hat and I'm struggling. But like, if you just listen to like someone that clearly is just like jocking that shit, then you understand like, okay, well, there's a difference between someone that's been there and done it, and they're like speaking from experience, and then there's someone that's just like riding the wave. And
Yeah,
that's what the Griselda dudes like. They're kind of reinventing that shit now because they're talking about. I don't know if you guys heard Benny the Butcher's newest record, but he has a song called he has a song called 10 More Commandments. And I'm like, there's no way he's like trying to make a sequel to a fucking Biggie song. That's like career suicide. But that shit fucking slaps. But like he has a bar in there where he's talking about he's like Commandment 18, Biggie never had to deal with this. Talk about social media and like how you have to stay off that shit if you're trying to make it in the fucking drug game. And like it's actually it's fucking good. Like the whole record's fucking banger.
I did peel a few songs from it because I do fuck with that pretty heavy. I'm more on the Conway the Machine from the Griselda Boys.
Yeah,
but like
Conway's
I think when you get through these little cracks, you're kind of talking hip hop head already. So that's the thing that I'm getting at is like I can't think of. I'm not saying
I see where you're both coming from.
Yeah, it's like
they're a lot more popular now than they were even like because that's the other thing too is like trends move so fast now that no one really has the time to like I guess grow into their own. Like you either show up with heat and then you're just known and you've made it, or like you're just not like there at all and you're like permanently underground like JMT or fucking App or like any of those boys where it's like it's like good music and they know what they're doing, but they don't have that like that
I'm
that
a-
spark to fucking hit the mainstream.
I'm gonna hit you with a wild take. Okay, we're gonna get some shit off my chest here. This is gonna be some wild takes. So I apologize for
Okay,
bringing
do
you
boop,
boys
boop,
to
boop.
tears. But I think he slept on. The reason I'm thinking he slept on is I genuinely think from production to bars to cadence, I think Pusha T on one of his album has like at least one, if not two, of the greatest hip hop songs of all time. And I am not fucking kidding. Like when I hear it, it slaps as hard as Mobb Deep Shook One's Part 2. It slaps as hard as, name your classic favorites. Like to me it's like it's all there. But I've never once ever, and I'm not really making a claim that he's the best to ever do it. I'm just purely picking a single song, right? Like I'm not saying
I mean, I
anything
think he's in the
past that.
argument. Like
I've never heard
legitimately
anybody
think
say
they.
it.
I don't know. It might just be the circles that you're in. A lot of people I talk to think Pusha T is like, currently he kind of brought the renaissance of like gangsta rap back to where it's like at now. Like he kind of paved the way, like I said, not like repaved the way almost for this new like brand of these fucking dudes that are going out and doing their thing now, like the Griselda boys.
It's like this, dude. The era of superstars in any genre of any music, well, in anything, any form of entertainment, the era of like the superstar is dead. There are no
Yeah,
Michael
100%.
Jacksons anymore. There are no like we only listen to one artist and we love all of his shit. Like the way information flows so fast and everything is oversaturated, artists come and go like every day.
Yeah, that's
Nobody
why they form
has like
groups
a
now, so they like network
Right.
with each other. If you like one, you listen to his boys, and it's like I mean, it's like any like they're literally unionizing, which is like
Right.
super fucking dope. Like
And
it's super dope because they're
so
saying fuck record labels, we're gonna make our own thing, we're gonna profit off it, and fucking guess what? My boy is fucking is nice with it too. Go listen to him, and then he puts out a record, and it's just like you
Right.
have content coming out 24/7 because you have 8 different dudes on your fucking label that are all putting out good shit. And then you put in new dudes, you take out old dudes, and it just keeps going like that. Like, I've already said this on the podcast, like way before, but there is going to be 6 corporations in the future, and we have to like decide very quickly which one we're going to side with because the oncoming corpo wars will be the
Right.
undoing of us all.
The sixth
Zaibatsu.
generation war.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
yeah, like
Damn, bro.
if you
It's
if
the
you were like
Amazon
back in
drones
the
versus
day,
UPS drivers, I told you.
right? We gotta have the fucking delivery driver war, gang turf war.
Also,
The-
I'm just gonna throw it back for one final thought, just because I gotta say this too. But I found out this kind of goes with the times as well. Not so much a 5th generation war, but with the way I'm gonna kind of round this carefully. I don't want to go off a diving board here, but one of the hardest flex I've realized in hip hop music, and this is just a personal thing, the hardest flex I've heard, and I've heard Conway the Machine do it a few times, and Pusha T does it on a record, is when you flex about modifying a female's body in any way, shape, or form. It is the hardest flex
easy.
of a line I can think of, and I just want to throw that out there. Dude. Shit.
Dude,
Pusha T in one of his lines, he goes, I can forget what he says, and then at the end he says something about yanking her rib out or something like that. I'm just like, oh my god, my guy, bro, don't do it to him.
No, yeah, I legitimately think like Daytona was probably the best rap album of the entire last decade. I
Yeah,
can't think of anything I like better.
It's
7 songs, every single one's a fucking banger, and it created possibly the best like new age rap beef of all time, where he made Drake become a father. Like
yeah,
you really can't get much more goated. Like to literally turn the most popular fucking recording artist in the world into a dad off a beef, man.
Right.
I
Come on
agree with
now.
you wholeheartedly. I just want to shout out a runner-up for Eminem making Machine Gun Kelly change genres. Just a runner-up, just a quick throw out there.
That's a pretty good one.
I kind of have to hold that L for the city of Cleveland, like collectively, because he is ours, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I will say, Rap Devil was also not bad, right, guys? Am I right? Ha ha ha.
It's
I mean, it wasn't until
talk-
the follow-up, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
True.
I talked to Machine Gun Kelly on MySpace like 100 fucking years ago.
I was gonna
He
say,
was
like,
like,
damn, like last week. That's,
He
that's,
was, yeah,
that's
dude, yeah,
tight.
bro. We were just kicking it.
That's
No,
that's
like
dope.
he was like one of
You
those
and
dudes.
Machine Gun Kelly and Tom are the only ones on there still.
Dude, Tom dipped a long time ago. He took that bag and fucking fled. Uh,
Yo, this is
no,
my
but like,
my.
yeah, he.
I know that was a claim to fame there, so I'm gonna throw mine out there. The best thing I've ever done is I've had apathy drop an IG comment on pictures before. That was it.
I had apathy fucking dap me up during a concert because I was rapping along to fuck, what is the song? I can't remember what the fucking song was. It was like a fucking tiny bar that he played, and him and Self-Titled came through, and it was me with my homie there, and he was doing like one of his kind of lesser known songs,
But you knew every word, so the boy had to show the love.
100%, and I'm like
Oh,
front and center,
tight.
just fucking bumping with him, and he fucking dapped me up, and I was like, okay, cool, I can die happy.
It's
That's sick. I've kind of forgot about this too. This is becoming just a flex off, and I apologize. But at Big's bar, there's like 12 people there, but Ari the Rugged Man came through, and he did make me jump around with him, so that was tight.
Nice. Well,
So,
to cap it off, I
Like
thought of the
Vicious was there,
funniest.
bro.
To cap off the flex, I thought of the funniest unique sentence that's never been spoken before, and I decided to save it to drop it on this podcast. Are you ready?
do it. I'm ready.
Hit us.
Like, like two shits farting in the night.
Bro,
Damn, bro. Hold on. Let me work this one around. Like two shits farting in the night, bro.
Like two shits farting in the night.
God damn, dude,
It's-
dude, you're a tip off. You're opening my brain. I saw someone hit me. I mean, Vicious and Reezy know Dave. You don't, but he hits me with one-liners all the time. And one time he told me, and this is not like a one that he made up. It was the first time I heard it. He said, you can't shine a piece of shit, or something like that. I forget what it is. But I just saw a rebuttal to that, which blew my fucking brain open, and it was like, you can't shine a piece of shit, but you can roll it in glitter.
Okay.
I thought that hit pretty hard, bro.
I think this is a fucking. It's kind of crazy. We're on this topic, so just like I didn't know how we were gonna start the podcast today, right? So I was thinking, like, I was taking a shower this morning, and I'm a shitty rapper. I was a shitty rapper, right? And I still to this day I freestyle in the shower every fucking day, and when I have a little bar that tickles my fancy, I write it down, right? So today,
Okay.
I actually wrote these 2 bars. Like, I wrote like 6 bars, because I wrote one and it kind of made me giggle. So I wrote another, and then I did another version, and I don't know why, but I was gonna open the podcast with it. I got on a '90s baseball kick, so my fucking knowledge of MLB is like from '93 to '97.
Wait.
Our target audience is gonna love this.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, are we talking 1990s or 1890s? Because I was looking up the Boston Bean Eaters earlier today.
Come on, bro. There's got to be something wrong with the Bean
Hey.
Eaters.
Dude, they were a legit all-star team back in the day.
Hey,
Some of those guys had a 52 WAR. It's like, what the?
Hey, bro. All I'm saying is, if the Washington Redskins had to make a name change, I don't want to know what the Bean Eaters means. I don't want to know. I know that shit is not 100. That's all I'm saying.
So
Anyway, let's.
I'll
I'm sure
I'll
they're
rock
hella
these.
decorated, bro.
I'm
so
sure we
I'll
weren't
rock-
talking about Goose Gosling, or Nick wasn't thinking about Goose Gosling. He's
I don't
probably
even
thinking
know who that
more
is.
modern
Is that
baseball
Ryan
players.
Gosling's cousin? Oh,
Nah, it'd be his great grandfather.
great grandfather, shoeless
I think-
shoeless Goose Gosling.
He played for the Washington Senators, which would later become the Minnesota Twins.
Jesus.
That's the most I've ever heard about MLB right there.
We have the
I didn't
autistic
know any of
MLB
that.
encyclopedia.
No, I was just bored at work today.
Isn't there a fucking movie about that? Or maybe I saw a video. Some autistic kid just knows every fucking MLB stat there ever was.
Most dudes that go to MLB games.
I went to
Okay, fair enough.
school. I'm gonna name this kid because I don't know whatever happened to him. I went to school with a kid named Jerry, who was for sure autistic, or some kind of like special needs. But the dude knew every sports fact in existence. Like, you could be like, who won the World Series this year? Who won the Heisman Trophy this year? And he just knew everything. He could name entire teams. I don't know what happened to that kid, but I hope like ESPN gave him a job or something. That dude just knew everything.
That kind of stuff
It was
is
pretty sick.
incredible.
That was his.
Who
That was
are
his
you-
like
who are
autistic
you rapping
superpower.
about?
Oh,
yeah, my
so
bad.
I'm curious
Well-
to know.
So I'm gonna kick it off with the first few bars, and then that sparked, and I'll explain the way that sparked my mind, and then I went into 2 lines, and I want you guys to pick which path I diverge in. So
Okay.
I was just freestyling, and you gotta forgive me, I don't have the rhythm down. You know, I was just doing this in the shower, and I quick noted it. So it was like, I flip packs trying to make the pesos, steroids, Jose Canseco. That's why your hoe do what I say so inside the back of a Winnebago. But then
Okay.
the Jose Canseco line made me go like, oh, okay, let's go baseball for a minute. Who else did I like playing baseball? And then it was like, your bitch here, shoulder to cry on, so I'm throwing balls like Nolan Ryan. And then I was like, wait. What's a better pitcher name than that? Fucking Randy Johnson. That's a hilarious name. So I was
Okay.
like,
Okay.
your bitch falls knees, eyes locked in, pitch balls like Randy Johnson. So I don't know which direction to go in, either Nolan Ryan or Randy Johnson.
Did Randy
Wait.
Johnson have the bird slap?
Yeah.
He did.
Randy Johnson all day long. I don't even know the other guy, but that's all I needed to hear.
Nolan Ryan threw like, what is it, like 300 no-hitters or some shit like that. I don't know. Fucking.
But did he massacre a bird?
He did.
No, that's.
Damn. Okay. All right. Well,
How about this one for you though?
I'm in on everybody.
All right.
I like my bitches fat with red hair like Action Bronson. She suck on my balls. Call that Randy Johnson. Actually, no. Let me.
I like it. I
let me
like it.
twist
I
that,
like it.
Actually, she suck on my balls and my Randy Johnson. There you go.
Okay.
I got a couple now in my head. You guys are making me go, so I'm thinking like,
How about
pull
how
out the
about-
knob, let her suck it, fuck it, it's Kirby Puckett. How about that?
How about a guy named Juliet Meakin?
Who the fuck is that?
He was born February 21st, 1867.
What's the best
What
thing you can do with a
position did he-
biblical figure,
Hey,
bro?
Hey, bro. What position? What position? What position did he play for the Bean Eaters, dog?
He didn't play for the Bean Eaters. Who did he play for? Let's see. The Washington Senators.
Hold on, really
Who was-
quick. Just really quick. If you want the full circle moment too, when did you say he was born?
1867.
That's got to be shortly before the Maxim machine gun. Continue.
He was a pitcher
Hell yeah.
and a hitter. Yeah, he was pretty good. How about another good one is Chuck Knobloch.
Chuck Knobloch.
you
I know that one.
Dude, you fucking look at some of these names and it's just like there's no other era that these people could have been born in. This motherfucker's name is Noodles Hahn. Rube Vickers.
I mean, I know this is like
Happy Fetch.
Here,
the easy go to, but the old Dick Butt Kiss in the NFL.
Dip
Oh,
Bug
of
Kiss.
course. Yeah.
How about Denny? If you're on Baseball Reference, which I'm assuming you are, or are you just looking up cool names? How about Cool Papa Bell? Born
that's my
May
new rap
17,
name.
1903.
So
Dude, it's no wonder we won World War II, bro. These motherfuckers were
These guys.
were
So
apex predators, man.
he must have played in the Negro League because he was black, and even back then they had rap names. Cool Papa Bell. And
You know, all that,
1903.
I believe all that to be factual and not treading any line, but my God, did that sound bad all the way through.
Old Hoss Radbourne.
So what would your old baseball name be? Like everybody knows, like everyone's heard like Shoeless Joe Jackson and stuff. Everybody had fucking dope names back then. What would your fucking
So
old
can I
school
hit you
baseball
one
name
that's
be?
not old? It's new. I think he's still in the league, and it's the NFL. I know it's my only thing I can go to, but I've always thought, Ha Ha Clinton Dix was a lit name. He used to be a defensive back for the Green Bay Packers. I think he's still in the league. He's somewhere else now, but his name is Clinton Dix.
That's
I've always been a big fan of people changing Juju Smith or Juju Smith Schuster to Doo Shit Pooster. I always like that one. Man, my cool baseball name.
Is it got to be like one of those porn star name things where it's like
No,
your
it
first
can be.
street you grew up on and
Nah, it could be
Yeah,
whatever you
popsicle.
want, but I mean, dude, Cool Papa Bell is hard to beat. That is such a dope name.
isn't it?
He also,
mine
and
would
by
be-
the way, Cool Papa Bell played in the Mexican League and Black Baseball Leagues,
Oh.
Damn, 2-timer.
right?
Mine would be.
We are taking it back, bro.
I think mine would be Gun Hardman.
I like it. I like it.
Mine would be, well, if I was playing way back in the day, it'd be Strady, not Gayerson.
I kind of actually, I know it's really boring, but I want to double back. It's obviously like the only one I know, but the literal meaning of Randy Johnson, I kind of fuck with that.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
what.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
for
I was
sure.
going
That
with
could make
that.
it back then. I'd say Randy Johnson is one of those like timeless names because that could be like a fucking general from like the 1800s, and it could also be like your next door neighbor in 2022.
Yep.
How about Dickie Wheelcock?
Dickie Wilcock.
Okay.
Mine would end up being something probably lame, like chipped beef Sanderson or something like that. Just like fucking.
Yo. I don't know if I'd go with lame on that one, bro.
Dude, the new KFC Chip Beef Sanderson.
Oh. Like a more gutter version of the Colonel or what?
Yeah.
God damn.
Chipped beef Sanderson.
That's like the Colonel if instead of making a chicken enterprise, he made a spam enterprise.
You got like a. What, you got like a homeless guy playing for the team. Sometime later, you call him like Cola Can Johnson or something because he has to sell cans.
These names are so sick, dude. What the Ed Abadiccio, Rip Cannell,
Rip Can.
Cozy Dolan, bro.
Cozy
These dudes came out. Dude, these dudes came out the gate strapped, bro. How the
Right?
fuck am I supposed to play against a dude named Cozy Dolan? He probably fucking wears his glove to sleep.
When I hear this kind of stuff, I just want to know how I ended up as Matt.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Names
There
are
was a
so
lot- there was a
gentrified now.
lot
No
of-
one wants to take risks, bro.
Yeah, like this.
There was a missed opportunity. I'm realizing now.
Yeah. I'm gonna name my kid the N-word.
Like
You just like
the
you
actual
give him like a.
N-word or the sentence the N-word.
That'll be his
Either
middle
way.
name.
I respect the call.
Just make some like make up a name like what's a weird nickname you could call somebody like Tanned Leather. How about like I don't know like what's a name like
Oh.
Joe
Leather?
Tanned Leather. Joe up to the plate is Joe Tanned Leather Jackson.
Have you ever had this just happened to me at work? Have you guys ever had just the nickname thing? Someone come up to you and then like kind of casually tell you their nickname?
Dude,
No.
No.
There's
that's never
levels to
happened.
that. There's levels to that shit that I can't. I just can't. This dude's
Why
name.
would
I'm not gonna hit
somebody
him with
do
the full
that?
the full blamer. But my man, first off, his name is Dwayne. Right? He casually hit me one day. He just like out of nowhere, and this is like for me that I don't know why I clung so hard to this, but I thought this is the weirdest thing to add to conversation. He was telling me about some other person who used to work there, and in the middle of his sentence, he stopped and said, he used to call me Dewey, and then continued on with his story, referring to himself from that person's point of view as Dewey. And to now, it's nails on a chalkboard. When I hear Dewey, I just can't. There's something about it, bro. And then it forms this whole thing when people tell you their nickname. I immediately am like, No, bro, you're not it.
No.
Yeah.
It
My
makes
name's
me
Tony,
that.
but
It
you
makes
can call me
when
Cool
someone
Papa
does
Bell.
that, it makes me think that the part of the story they're lying about is that they had the nickname at all. Like to me, it's like they were sitting at home, like, man, I just don't really fuck with my name. I really want the camaraderie, you know. So I want to be hit
my-
with. Well, do
My
it.
name's Tommy, but you can call me Cool Daddy Ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
And you know, somebody has like the conscious thought of like, okay, it can't be like too cool because then like nobody will believe it, but it can't be like lame. Like what could
Yeah.
it? And, like trying to like yeah, to like have that thought process in your head. It's like you're so fucking gay. Like
I mean, isn't it not a nickname once you deliver it to yourself?
Right, it's a
um,
handle.
I don't know
there's a strong
the
distinction,
definition
right?
of nickname, but I imagine it's, you know, like someone else's. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't just be like, "Yo, call me
We-
this." I feel like it's not a nickname, then it's just my fucking name.
Right.
Did we have this discussion on the podcast before? I can't remember if we did or not. Where like, I have this whole thing where I believe like, so bringing it back to rap, like when you rap, I think this is a nickname thing in general, but you don't make your name. It should be christened on you by somebody else.
Exactly, bro.
So,
I'm
like-
with
100%.
that.
When I used to rap under the name K Sin, I didn't make that name up. Another guy I was hanging out with, like another dude that who's a rapper and a DJ around here, he called me that, and I took the name and ran with it. Like it was given to me. I didn't call myself that.
Yeah, so obviously not a rapping thing, but this is like I've always, and I know this is far more normal, so this is not crazy, but I have had people hit me with Kins or Kins 13 or any version of Kinsley, but that was never something that I was like, hey, you should just call me Kins or anything like that. It's just it comes naturally, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, did I ever tell the story of how I got Bacon Force?
No.
No, but I'm in on that.
I was 12 years old playing World of Warcraft. And oh man, this is gonna be such a tight story that you guys will believe. I was 12 years old playing World of Warcraft, and I joined this guild called Kicking It Old School, and the guild was run by a husband and wife who lived in Canada, and they were very like open about their like relationship, like weirdly to the guild. Like they would say date night tonight, no raid, and then they'd like post a picture in the fucking vent lobby like of them like getting dressed up, and I'm like 12 and I'm just like okay. But anyway, my character back then was like some Halo reference. It was like Guilty Spark 343 or some shit like that. Just because
Hell
like
yeah.
I had no like no sense of self when I was 12. And this other girl that was around my age, she was like I think 3 years older than me. So she was like 15, I was 12. That was also in the guild. Told me I should change my name because Halo sucked. And I almost left the guild because I got into like an argument with her. I'm like, okay, first off, you're dumb. And also, you have boobs and also L plus ratio. But like, I was 12, so that didn't exist yet. And I was just trying to tell her, I'm like, no, like, trust me, I'm not owned. Halo is awesome. You're dumb. And she's like, okay, yeah, but everyone plays it, and like, it's not original. And I was like, okay, fair enough.
Short interjection, really short interjection. I don't want to hear anybody's opinion if they haven't landed a BXR. Continue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I was like I'll own you. It's like come see me on lockout. You won't make it. It's fine. But she was like, you should change your name. And I'm like, well, to what? And she just said Bacon Force. And I did it. And that stayed with me
bro.
for the last fucking 15 years. Like on a whim. This girl from Canada that's like real. I added her on Facebook. And I reached out to her like 3 years ago. And she's doing good. She's like married. She plays fucking amateur league hockey. She's like built like a fucking Tonka truck. And I was like, hey, did you know? I'm like, you clearly didn't, but you want to know something crazy? And she's like, what? And I'm like, I still use Bacon Force. And she was like, really? And I'm like, yeah. She goes, wow, that's awesome. I'm like, not really. It could have been a lot cooler. Like I've tried to rebrand, but I can't get away from this name because there's so many people that call me it. I would much rather do like I have like so many other names that I like. I like Schlosser is something I've been trying to make work for a
Schlosser?
while. It's like an old German surname that no one has anymore. Karakatsu is pretty cool. It means penis skeleton in Japanese. It's like an old mythology demon. That's just a giant phallic skeleton. But Bacon Force
Beautiful.
just sticks because it's like what everyone calls me. I don't mean to like take over the conversation, but this is of the utmost importance.
Do it.
So, I have stumbled into yet another rabbit hole on Twitter that is hard to describe. So let me do my best here. I'm gonna post what I have as reference and try to do my best to explain here. So if you guys see those
Oh my
pictures,
god. Yes.
this is these are dog breeders on Instagram who announce their upcoming litters like their rap album collabs. So what I'm
These are
looking at
fucking
here
dope.
God.
is like two pit bulls, and it's like Beef X Dior, and it
Dude,
says
the
some shit
second-
like breaking the bank, and then the second one is Crown X Dugatti, Pimpy meets Takeoff, and it's like
Fucking A, bro.
confirmed litter drops in 12 days. It's as if they're pushing like an LP that's coming out on the
Right.
street. And
Yo.
I've seen like a dozen of these and I can't stop looking at them because they're like they're actually really well made. Like the fucking pictures, there's some like actual hype editing. There's also some video ones that have like, believe it or not, UK drill music backing them. And it's
Have
fucking
you
awesome.
have you looked at the comments like or like seen the other promotional stuff where it like shows you like the lineage?
No.
Dude,
Because they're like deep
So,
in the
like,
fucking bully
they
breeding
trace-
scene.
all these dogs back and like there's so much inbreeding.
That's so sick. That's so
And, like,
awesome.
Like they have like it basically like these fight promotion posters, but it'll like show the lineage and like what dogs breeded with what. And it's kind of hard to decipher. So like some Twitter shit posters like went ahead and like did it in like MS Paint, and like the lines that cross like is just ridiculous. Like
So,
dude.
hold up. They're breeding. So King, what is first off? What the fuck is this dog's name? King Gaigi, King Giegi, King. How can you
I
fucking
have
say
no
that?
idea.
And his daughter Xena,
I'm not-
and they're
hey.
breeding him.
yes,
The
that's what I'm
second-
saying.
The second
Yo.
I read Beef Dior, I'm not fucking around. That just hit. That was gonna be seared into my fucking brain for the rest.
That's
of
my new
life.
porn star name.
Beef
Yeah.
This is
That-
nowhere
no,
near.
sorry,
as
sorry.
sick.
That's my baseball name. Is Beef Dior.
I was gonna say
Beef
I kind
Dior.
of like Pimpy meets Takeoff, like that whole thing right there.
Dude, also, you know what's kind of fucked up about this? This might say a whole lot about the breeders, but it's like the names are like, oh man, like, no, never mind. I'm gonna table that
Dude.
one for a moment.
It's like
It's like their interest. Like I'm just I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Crown Ducati, right? The first thing I'm just thinking, my man, whoever named that dog, my man had a Crown Vic on donks, and
Yeah.
then
he
met
could
someone.
never afford the Ducati.
Yeah, or he was a rough rider who, same story, couldn't quite get the Ducati.
Yeah.
And same
It-
with that Beef Dior. I saw someone trash some $12,000 Whistle and Diesel trash some $12,000 Jordan ones, Jordan Dior ones. So when I saw that Beef Dior, I was like, my fucking god, bro.
These look like shitty club promotions, and then like that's the promoter's name, or like that's whatever liquor is like sponsoring the event. Beef
On-
Dior.
On topic here, this is not as sick, but quick little context. I'll keep it short. But I got arrested in Texas once for fucking street racing, and a dude I know fucking photoshopped this photo when I got home, and it was not by my request. I gotta figure out how to do this with my phone though. But you guys might appreciate it because it's on topic here. Except
While you're
for-
doing that, Slick, I don't know what it is, but whenever I hang out with you, I also
You gotta
can't
show
stop
me-
freestyling in my head 24/7. And I just posted this this fucking frame data of Will Smith fucking
Will Smith
uh
and Chris Rock.
yeah, longing he landed
Where
a
are you
fierce
guys
punch.
dropping this? Why am I so stupid?
It's in the discussion folder or tab.
Dude, I'm new.
I
To
don't know
this
if you
shit,
have
bro.
access to it. Maybe here, let me see if I can give you access.
He does. He should.
Okay.
So yeah, that. There we go.
Oh damn, that's tight. You got MC Ride. That's tight.
He just, dude, he
That
just
Kimbo
made
Slice.
this. Yeah, bro, the crying Jordan face.
I mean, bricks off the vet.
That might be the
Volume one,
thumbnail
dude.
for the fucking. That might be the thumbnail for the podcast on Spotify.
I'm with that, dude. I'm with that.
I might for
No,
real.
but you got
put
me
that in
thinking.
there.
I Am Legend meets Alfred Hitchcock, smoking that shit that got Chris rocked.
That's so tight, dude. Fuck. I don't like to get into like fucking celebrity shit because I don't care. And Will Smith
I don't
is a
either,
fucking
but
Scientologist.
Will Smith punched Chris
but-
Rock in front of
Right.
30 billion people.
So
Which is like,
here's
So
like
it's
here's
so
my
sick. It's so
so
tight.
here's-
I don't care
It
what it
is.
led to,
It is.
but I need
bro.
more fist fights.
well.
Kinda-
So that's
we
where
kinda need,
I'm like.
we need RJ on this. He was egregiously offended by that.
So
course
he-
he
I'm on both sides here because first off, I like Chris Rock is a genius, right?
Right.
And also fuck Will Smith and Scientology, but like I'm not opposed to violence when people talk shit. Like there is real world consequences to your words, but also it's like okay, Will Smith is dope because he pulled out that Philly dude for a moment and he went up and smacked him, but then Will Smith is a fucking bitch because he went up and slapped him, and Chris Rock took it like on the chin and didn't really even flinch, and like
Yeah, he
But-
landed the best.
Yeah.
Dude, he landed the
Hold on,
best
though.
reaction of all time. He goes, "Oh wow."
Yeah.
that's,
Like,
that's exactly
hold on,
how he
bro.
said it.
he
but
got
no
noodle
other
arms.
reaction.
He
Oh,
got the
you-
fucking
wow.
noodle
you
arms.
Watch. Okay, I'm with that, and I'm not on one side or the other. I'm pretty much right in the middle. But here's my, I guess my idea here. One, I think he made a conscious decision with the slap. I think somewhere there's got to be less issue if you open hand someone than closed fist. But I don't know
Right.
the legalities behind it. Either way, you can't, you're not really allowed to walk up and slap somebody. But two things here. First off, I'm 100% in on people being checked if the person who checks them feels as though it was necessary. Now, do I think man should have walked up there and slapped Chris Rock? Probably not. But if my man thought he needed to be checked, I respect the call. The other thing is that flashes me back to the movie Rock and Roller. It's a Guy Ritchie film, and there's a whole bit in that about slapping, specifically slapping instead of punching, because it's the most disrespectful thing you can do, and it takes them back to their childhood, being punished as a kid, not in like a street fight scenario. But Chris Rock also is legendary for doing, so far at least, from what I've seen, Chris Rock apologized for it and is not filing charges, and that's like the most legendary thing to do in that scenario, in my opinion.
He also
like-
posted a goated tweet. I don't know if you saw what he said. He said, what
I
he say?
did
Let me
not.
find it. No, did he delete it?
What?
He deleted it. You motherfucker. Never mind, I take it back. Chris Rock is not goated with the sauce. He posted a tweet that was like, I'm okay, my gums took the blow, or some shit like that. Like, which is like, dude, like, he's just so good at his job. Like, I can't even get mad.
Right.
All right, here's the thing, okay? Growing up in my generation, there was 3 things on at night that I could watch that were not like dog shit or the news or like sports. It was Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, George Lopez, and Roseanne, okay? Now, as I've aged,
That's
I've
a
realized
wild
that
mix.
Roseanne, yeah, I realized that Roseanne was so far ahead of its time, like comedically speaking. And I've also realized that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was like maybe the best syndicated sitcom of all time. And even when I was younger and now, I realized that George Lopez was the worst show I've ever seen.
Bro.
So when I was younger, all I watched was Fresh Prince, like reruns constantly. That combined with like I Am Legend, Manchurian or not Manchurian Candidate, Enemy of the State, fucking Ali. Like, say what you want about Will Smith, like acting wise,
How you not
prior
gonna
to
hit Men
like,
in Black?
Welcome to
well,
Earth,
obviously,
bitch.
yeah, I mean, obviously, but
Didn't
like,
sit with me right
Independence
for a
Day.
second. I'm sorry.
yeah, uh, like obviously before 2010,
Wiki
when
Wild
like
Wild West.
I don't know, he had, yeah, Wild Wild West also true. Um, he was goated. Like every kid wanted to be Will Smith because he was just like the coolest motherfucker in every movie. Um, Nowadays, obviously things are a little bit different. He's kind of whack. He lets his girl beat on whoever she wants. Someone posted a really good tweet actually that was Jada's probably dumb horny after that slap. Damn, if one thing's for sure, she is definitely gonna sleep with some dude tonight.
Oh
And
man.
like the dude just holds L's 24/7 now. Like I
Hey,
get it.
bro.
It sucks
Right.
growing
saw-
up and having to like, you know, be a like a responsible adult. But to just see him like let go of that for a bit and just beat the shit out of someone that's totally unrelated to his issues was tight. That was tight. Not like beat the
Yeah.
shit out of obviously, but like, you know, just like exert some like some willpower over someone for the first time since he got pussy whipped.
Yo, I saw another one to your point that I enjoyed, and it said, this is not verbatim here, but it was Will Smith is worried about what Chris Rock said about Jada. He needs to worry about her boyfriend.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah,
just
it was
like
along
the
that
dude's
lines
like
where someone said he's a better man than most for sticking up for another man's woman like that
yeah.
when he walks
Like-
up on stage and shit.
Like,
Yeah.
he's
I
just getting
just think
roasted
it's kinda,
24/7.
you know, a thing though too. People need to consider that these boys are actors. Chris Rock has a stand-up tour coming, and those fools do a lot of dumb shit in Hollywood, anyways. When it comes to you know, Will and Jada for attention, so it's like
You think that was
for them to come out
staged?
right away and be like, oh yeah, they squashed it right away. It's like, how do you know they just didn't set it up because the Oscars were fucking failing anyways. And
The
this is a
Oscars
great
were
way to get
failing.
that attention.
I think there's a
But no
strong
one-
argument for that.
No one, no one on Twitter saw that clip and was like, "Damn, I got to go watch what happens next at the Oscars." There's not a single person in their fucking lives that like thought that. Like, just because it happened at the Oscars, I don't think that means. The only way I could see it being staged, honestly, this is just me, like maybe taking the fucking red pill, is like they legitimately wanted it to be like a funny joke. That's the only like, yeah, maybe it's a Chris Rock promotional thing. I doubt Will or Jada had any like
They
I don't
just-
think they gained anything from that. if
They
I'm being
just
honest.
wanted to make as many white people as uncomfortable as possible.
that.
Oh,
That
yeah,
is
bro.
also possibly the move. Yeah,
The slap definitely wasn't fake, but what people are forgetting is that Will Smith is a CIA asset, so
Yeah,
they just
that's-
activated him to
Jesus
distract
Christ.
us from
correct.
the war crimes happening in
Right.
Ukraine.
Correct.
Or they were
yeah.
like,
Well,
Yemen
the
is still a
part-
thing, by the way.
The part
yeah.
that I like, the part that I like the most is it's like it took me back to some days in high school because it had happened to me and I've witnessed this before. Well, you guys have witnessed it too. So, you know, he's like chuckling at the joke at first. And I think in my mind, what I like to think set him off is Chris Rock goes, "Come on, it was a nice one." And then like the whole crowd is like, "Yeah." And it's that moment when you're in high school and someone pulls some slick thing on you and you're not that worried about it until there's like three of his boys chuckling about it behind him and then you're like, "All right, I guess we're going to go there." That
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
the way I envisioned it. And I was like, for some reason he just had to add that little, "Hey, come on, that was a nice one," like trying to calm the air, and then that's what triggered Mans.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's a number of different things, and
Or
I'm
maybe it's
already
like
tired
JR
of like
said, maybe
seeing
it's
it.
fucking
I'm already
Winter
tired of seeing
Soldier.
it, but I do appreciate that like something sort of funny happened, and it wasn't like because there's no more comedy movies nowadays. Like I haven't. I legit I already think I've talked about this before on the podcast. If I have, you could shut me up. But I went on like all my fucking 15 different streaming services that cost the same as cable would now, and I looked for like a comedy movie that came out in the last 2 years, and I can't find one. And I don't mean like they don't exist. I mean like a funny one. Like they just like the only working actor that I would still possibly like a tribute to being like a comedy actor, like a Jim Carrey type or a fucking like a Martin Lawrence. The only working actor I can think of is like Ryan Reynolds. And even that to some extent he's like leaning more into like action and stuff like that now with like comedy like kind of stripped down on the side. And obviously I could get super into it about the whole cancel culture and that's why it's not happening. But like when you
What
don't
about
have Hmm?
What about like the David Spades and the Adam Sandlers? They're still slaying those kind of slapstick jams on Netflix.
But they're not funny though. None of
You
them
didn't
are
think
funny anymore.
I thought the wrong Missy was funny, I gotta say.
I must have missed that one. I don't know. None of those like those vacation movies where it's just them
Well,
like
that's what it
basically
is.
getting
Yep.
more tax benefits while on a cruise ship. Like none of those movies are funny. There's like no soul in it. Like
That's
I
a
haven't
fair
seen a
point.
movie that's made me laugh as hard as Dumb and Dumber in fucking years. And it's not just because I saw it when I was a kid. I still go back and watch it with like no memory of like certain scenes, and they're legit fucking killing myself funny. Uh, but they just can't get made anymore because no one wants to step on the fucking toes
And
of the
it's
fucking Shadaloo corporations. Like it's
To
just
right,
to
and so
that
it's-
point, I think what's aged well is this might sound horrible, but so when all like the scary movies had their run, like the 8 scary movies that are out, every time I saw one, it was kind of always like meh. And for some reason, those have aged so well for me that if I go back and watch one, I find myself, and this is not against your point. I mean, they're all fucking old, but it's just one of those things where it's like I find myself laughing hysterically
yeah.
at, even though at the time that I first saw them, I was kind of like, this is really dumb.
Yeah. No, I mean it's
This
just
is-
like
you
man,
you
this is the
you have
gayest
these
thing I've
movies.
probably ever said.
Oh,
That there's no whimsy anymore. Like no one dares be whimsical in any sense. Like it's just fucking like everyone's either hyper serious or so aloof about things that it's like fucking it's like diet jokes. Like it just makes no impact whatsoever to anybody. It's awful. It's the Stephen Colbert effect. Like it's just
right.
it makes me sick.
Everything it has to be like a scathing satire or a double entendre. It can never just be funny.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we could get into the whole cancel culture thing. That is a probably huge aspect of it. But there's another one, is that China's soft power. The humor doesn't translate, so they don't make movies because they don't sell it overseas. And
That's a good point. I never thought about that.
this is gonna be hyper racist too.
Good. Keep
But
going.
like I'm talking about exactly. I shall proceed. Like Asians in Asia, like not those who grew up in the West, obviously, but like they don't do sarcasm. Not very well. I'm not saying like they don't have it at all, but they don't. Like when we speak, we can be very sarcastic. So in our dialogue and the way we interact, when you're having a really shitty day, like I'm just doing great.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if you very literally translate that, it doesn't make any sense to them.
Right.
So
But, like-
I wonder if that's more of like an English thing, because even as you say that,
It
I'm
is
like I'm
cultural
trying
in
to-
English.
I'm not the most,
No.
world traveler.
It's autism.
What?
They're all just autists.
Damn.
There's
No,
I don't know.
3 billion
I'm not sure
autists.
which point of this was more racist.
you have a point though, because yeah, sarcasm doesn't really. I've watched a bunch of like Japanese comedy because it's like they do a very different thing. Because
Right.
and like here's the last point I wanted to make before I move on to this. All the funny shit has moved away from film and like traditional media and into stuff like this, like podcasts and like fucking YouTube and like even like there's 8-second TikToks that make me laugh more than like a fucking
Oh my God.
$1 million production. So like
Um,
it's all like
suicide
source fed
memes
shit.
always hit.
Yeah, just like anything that is like actually funny and can't potentially lose the company like millions of dollars is obviously going to be higher effort and funnier. But anyway, yeah, Japanese people do this thing that is lost from like I guess most Western like comedies now, where they are not afraid to play the idiot for like the sake of a joke. Like there's a ton of Japanese comedy where there's one guy that's just like labeled the buffoon or like he will never understand until you explain it to him, and it's funny every time. like whether it's like a commentary type thing or live action or like whatever it is, there's always like the guy who's not in on the bit, and that always makes it way funnier.
Right.
They don't do that anymore here because it's like ableist or some stupid shit. I
Right.
don't know. It's fucking,
Mr.
like, there's
Bean
always,
is like
some
a
excuse
scathing
for it.
autism thing. Like they're
Oh,
like
Yeah,
people are like,
like
my-
it's just it's awful. It's so
Boys,
awful.
because this is on subject, I just crept Facebook open, and somebody
How's it
face
steak?
swapped. No, this is the best thing I've seen in 2022 so far. Somebody face swapped. God, I can't think of his name. Eddie Murphy's brother,
Charlie
And
Murphy.
Charlie Murphy, and Dave Chappelle's faces, and the Rick James, what did the five fingers say to the face? They face swapped it with Will Smith and Chris Rock. Chris Rock being the recipient, obviously.
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. If it was shareable, I would, but I don't. This is above me. Or I can't. I don't know the science behind putting Facebook post anywhere.
I have to dip out pretty soon, but before I go, I wanna talk about one more thing that's near and dear to my heart that I learned about recently. Have any of you guys ever heard of the moonless Earth theory?
no.
Nope.
No,
No.
Oh, I'm
No,
so
I have
happy I
not.
get to show you this. All right, so let me go
Gonna
ahead
dark
and
side of the
break this
moon
down.
pill us.
Yeah, moonless Earth theory is a how would you call it? It's a it's like a hypothesis made by an American mathematician named Alexander Abian. You can Google him and find his wiki page. Really smart guy. Like he taught actually at Iowa State University. This is how I learned about him. He taught on at Iowa State University for something like 25 years. Earned multiple publications in like different mathematical things. He had like multiple undergraduate degrees, PhDs, etc., not PhDs, master's degrees, all this stuff. Okay, or yeah, no, and yeah, he did have a PhD. So like, very smart guy. Okay, he was on Usenet back in the late 90s, where he began posting obsessively advocating for the destruction of the moon. And he said that he claimed that blowing up the moon would solve virtually every problem of human existence. He made this claim first in a 1991 campus newspaper at the University of Chicago, stating that a moonless Earth wouldn't wobble, eliminating both the seasons and the associated events like heat waves, snowstorms, and hurricanes. Abian said that those critics who say dismiss Abian's ideas are very close to those who dismissed Galileo. So this is maybe my favorite thing ever, because you have like a really smart guy, like like undeniably intelligent, advocating for maybe the craziest, dumbest shit of all time. Because there are something like 450 astronomers that showed him, like they basically did independent research, peer reviewed all this stuff, and basically said like, if anything happens to the moon, all of us are dead in like a year. Like, first off, if you were to nuke the moon like he suggests, you would fail to do really anything more than just crack the crust. If you were somehow successful, the heating of the Earth's atmosphere by a hail of falling lunar debris would be so destructive to human and all Earthen life that it would increase, not decrease, the Earth's wobble, and without that stabilizing moon effect, leads the Earth to basically tilt so much further than it already does, and create even more drastic seasons with things like constant mile-high typhoons and tidal waves, hurricanes faster than anything you've ever seen recorded in history. This is not like one guy and another guy going back and forth. He legit had like the entire scientific community gang up on him. The best part about this is that he basically just said L plus you're a hater plus you don't get it plus ratio, and kept and basically kept advocating for this for the next 15 years until he died in 1999.
Holy shit.
And even like today, there are people that are like, well, I mean, has anyone tried it? Like, and I learned about this because I was just like, I heard this guy's name on the radio or something, and I looked it up, and I couldn't believe it was real. And then I found this article where he did an interview, and I'll try to find the interview and link it. I don't have it with me. He did an interview where he went into like extreme detail about all the things that would need to be done to make sure this is done correctly and all of the positive benefits it would have. And the whole time, I'm not kidding, he is like smirking. So my headcanon is that this dude got super bored and had enough money saved up to where like he didn't really need his job anymore. And he was like, what's the funniest thing I could talk about that would like get some reaction, but also be like just so innumerably wrong that no one would ever take it like seriously, but maybe they would and possibly blow up the moon. And then he just made his life's mission. Yeah, that's my contribution for tonight is the moonless Earth theory. And it's been studied so much. Like, he's succeeded because people still talk about it fucking 25 years later. So props to that dude.
You know, he might be right.
Sounds like the flat Earth shit that was going on.
I think, you know, there's so, you know, the circles I've run in my life, I've been very well versed in the fact that the moon is more likely an extraterrestrial base or craft than an actual natural object, due to its lack of rotation and things of that nature. And what if this guy is 100% correct? And
Dude.
see, we always learn in school that the moon is necessary for we always learn that it provides stability for the Earth. And part of like
Right.
how everything formed was because we had that moon. What if the moon is actually hampering our development and this guy knew it?
All I know is to make me sound like an asshole, but I, for the longest time of my life, missed that part of science class where the moon doesn't fucking rotate. So
Right.
like missed on most of my life. This is almost embarrassing to admit. Was anything like the term dark side of the moon was like a foreign, like in my brain I was like, oh, them silly dudes, there can't be a dark side. And then I can't even put an age on it to when I fucking realized this, but anyway, that's my contribution and why I'm probably not to have an opinion on the subject.
Well, the reason it doesn't rotate is because then you would see the dodecahedrons that are planted on the other side,
Right.
where the
I thought
Anunnaki are constantly gaining power,
I thought we would find the Decepticons.
or the
Same thing,
Decepticons,
kind of.
possibly.
Right.
That's
Transformers
what I was taught.
actually propaganda to teach us about the
Actually, real
reptilian
quick
races.
before I go, because I do have like 10 more minutes. Has anyone, Sir Kinsley, have you listened to any of the older episodes?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna play a game with you real quick.
Perfect.
We're gonna speed run Young Money or I'm Funny, if that's cool with the other cast members.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a bit of a rerun. We had a little thing going on where
I've been kind of given the background. I think I know where we're headed.
okay, yeah. So I'm gonna give you 3 sets of 3 Lil Wayne lyrics, and you have to guess which one of these lyrics is of my invention, and the other 2 will be from Lil Wayne. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna hit you with the first set of 3. Feet hanging out the window, jock my shoe game, 'cause all my kicks fly like Liu Kang. I fuck the bitches you wish you could. She tee off on my balls, I've got tiger's wood. Big house, long hallways, got 10 bathrooms, I can shit all day.
So
Which
I'm
one of
going
those
with
is real?
the
Or fake, rather.
the first one.
The first one is real. That was Lil Wayne. The
Fuck.
fake one was tee off on my balls, I've got tiger's wood.
Damn.
Next one. All right.
I give you props on that.
Oh, trust me.
This game is-
Trust me,
this
we're
game is
just
brutal.
getting started.
Well, I was gonna say I'm surprised on the Liu Kang reference, but also Lil Wayne, just a side note, has the best shit lines.
Yes.
So I was
trying to emulate them was a Sisyphean task for me.
Yeah, I'm the
and
shit. Go and clean your bowels.
I was I was unable to overcome it. But here's the next one, okay?
Okay.
Fishing on the coast, saw a mermaid by the docks. Man, I'm just a horny angler trying to tackle box. I am a vegetarian, man. I only eat beets, wear a lot of carrots, and I smoke the best green. You think you're calling shots? You got the wrong number. I love Benjamin Franklin more than his own mother. Which one of those is fake? 1, 2, or 3?
I'm going 3.
Number 1 is fake. Number 1
Fuck!
is of my invention.
Damn, dude,
We're
you
getting
get
into
Hit me with
hosed.
number 1 again, really quick. I just want to hear it.
Fishing on the coast, saw a mermaid by the docks. Man, I'm just a horny angler trying to tackle box.
I thought that was him for sure. I 100%.
That is so sick. That
100%.
line is so
That's
sick.
a-
It made me bite my knuckles.
It's a Bacon First
Oh
original.
fuck, dude, that was. I like
right.
this.
Okay. Last one of this set. My ceiling's this one's kind of longer. These are like multiple bars. So just bear with me. My ceiling's absent, my wheels are massive, my friends assassins. All of us bastards are mothers, queens, and our women dancers. My river's rapid, my fins are splashing, my gills are flapping. I bit some matches, then sipped some gas and went kiss the dragon. Forewarning, young money's armed and we can shoot it out. I got the money drawn, yeah, take that to the bank with ya. I rock my hat to the side like I paint pictures, smoke weed, talk shit like Brian Griffin, whole country in recession but Wayne different. Young is the money, but I spit antique. Y'all don't listen, you just turn the other cheek. The chain's real icy and the phantom's real sleek. Diamonds over everything, Martin Lawrence Blue Streak.
Fuck. I'm going 3 is fake.
3 is fake. 3 is fake.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Okay.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Okay.
That because
Alright.
that was the best
Not for
line.
lack
That
of-
was the
not
best
for
one.
lack of skill, cadence, or perfection. But yeah, God, that's a good game. That's a tough game.
Yeah. I got a couple
Right.
more if you want to listen to them.
Yeah, I'd listen.
Okay. This one's probably my favorite. It's really hard to get through this without laughing, so you have to pardon me. All about my cheese, cheddar, mozzarella, provolone. Fuck her for an hour long, let her take a shower, gone. You got on the truck fit, yeah, but it dripped though. Tune she got money, but you won't find it. Crypto. My pocket's on blubber, the socket unplugger, bop 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 bop, he not gonna recover.
Oh man. Oh, okay, hold on. I want to go with 3.
3?
Yeah.
3 is real, number 2 was the fake.
Fuck. That was the one I was confident was not fake.
Damn. Okay.
But
This one's
I
also-
actually it's not that last one. I fucked myself. Well, to be fair, I thought 2 was 100% real, but on that one, I thought you tried to pull me with the old reverse psychology. Like that is a Wayne bar. He would hit you with the blah 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 blah. But I was like,
Yeah.
but it's not. I don't think it's slick enough for Old Bacon Force. But then I was
True,
like, maybe
true.
he's pulling the move on me, where it's like, let's mask it anyway.
Yeah, keep in mind, I had to fucking delve deep into Mr. Carter's brain to try and emulate his
I mean,
his
at
wicked
this
style.
point,
You
I
could be a
think-
ghost rider.
oh, I'm not sure you aren't at this point.
All right, next one. Pull up to the house in something you can't pronounce. That's number 1. Versatile as fuck. I switch it up like Dennis Rodman Dome. That's number 2. Need a nigga robbed, dead, and disposed. That's Mike Rowe. Number 3.
Hold on, is 3 fake?
3 is fake. Yeah.
Dude, I know. Hold on, that was the sickest bar of them all. But I know damn sure Wheezy does
Can we
not know who the
rewind
fuck
that?
Mike Rowe is.
We
That's
just
the
like
only thing.
do
That was the only
do that
thing
fucking
for that.
bar again.
All right. 2 more and then I'm gone. 2 more and then I'm gone. All right. This one's kind of long as well, so bear with me. Extended barrel, the one with the holes. Don't fuck with me. I am not one of your bros. Quadruple my money. Don't count what I grow. It's got to be the trucker, but I hop into rolls. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, a pen to a test. I bring the night to his sunlight and zen to her stress. I bring the gun to a fist fight, the dick to her breast. She want to come on her tongue like it's mint to her breath.
Fuck.
Drop bombs, chop her down, militarize Apache. Sling rocks, hunt 'em down, skin 'em alive Apache. White bitch, dick her down, muff dive, it's scratchy. Young money, run it down, franchise, it's swanky.
I want to go with 3 is fake.
3 is fake. Good call.
Dude.
All right. Last one.
They're so good.
Yeah, trust me. It's
No, that
this is my life's
gonna-
work on
I'm giving
trial
you
here.
I'm giving you extreme props, and only God, this is tough. I think he has some lame ones from time to time, but overall, I think Wheezy's got some sick bars, and I mean that
Oh,
with no
100%.
sarcasm.
Yeah, 100%.
However, I believe that Apache to Apache bar is legitimately above him. That's incredible.
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
No, that's incredible.
Last one, okay? And these are really tough. Young money baby, big shit like a horse ass. Fart so loud it went double platinum. Dear Mr. Toilet, I'm the shit.
Yeah, I know it's not 3. That one's one of my favorite bars. Shout out to the shit bars. Also, the beginning of that song, I love the. Anyway, hit me with the first 2 again, really quick. Sorry.
Yeah. First 2 is young money baby, big shit like a horse ass.
2 is fake.
And 2 is fake. You got me.
The only I recognize the first one.
I can't
recognize
read
the
that.
first
I
word.
can't read that bar without laughing, dude. Every single time I read that bar, I fucking start laughing.
Hold on. I just want to read one of my favorite bars. It's a song. It's a popular song, I'm sure, but I was late to it. I gotta find the lyrics really quick because I just don't want to muddle them up. But are any of you familiar with the song "Glory" by Lil Wayne? I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
It's simple. This isn't like a super slick line, but for some reason, one of my favorite things I've ever heard that man say is, "Holy shit, I'm the holy shit, I'm God's manure."
That's a bar, bro. I don't care who says what about Tunichi.
And then-
Bro. He's fucking. He's insane.
I think this song, and I'm not going to read the entire song. I'm just going to pull a couple just as I page through it because there's another one I wanted to get to, but I found another one. Anyways, he also says, "I'm awkward, cuckoo. I turn your Fruit Loop to chocolate yoo-hoo." I don't know why. I'm just into that.
Fuck. I have. All right, I have one more, and then I really do have to go. Okay. I have one more. It's a short
I have one after you're done. One missing Wayne bar.
Oh, the Lost Records. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Number 1, that pussy boneless. That's Chick-fil-A. Number 2, they ain't got shit on me, but she keeps sniffing. Number 3, bitch got a body like a fire hydrant.
I'm going to go with 1 is fake.
Number 3 is fake. Thank you so much for playing. It's been a pleasure.
So
Slick hit me with it before I got to roll.
So there was so he did like this obscure mixtape called Tunchi of the Sea too.
Oh my god.
No, I'm just fucking kidding.
Yes.
But like there was one bar I think stood out that we could close this on, and it was like I'm an out of breath turtle, dump shells, goner, missing podcast guest Michelle Obama.
I'm fucking losing my shit.
God damn it, bro.
Fuck. Oh.
I'm already fucking fatigued. Fucking
Yeah.
no sleep. Fucking
Oh,
bullshit.
well, speaking of fatigue, so I went up to visit my brother for his birthday over the weekend in Minnesota, and did a couple short skis and some hitting the slopes, and
yeah.
we were up at Mistake Lake, and he introduced me to a couple of his friends. And I gotta say, man, my brother, like, I take after him in a lot of ways. That man has some cool fucking friends. Like, legitimately, I had kind of given up on like meeting people in real life that were like as cool as some of the people I know online, just as far as like, their life experiences and stuff. But I was talking to
For sure.
these dudes. It was this guy and his wife. And his wife legitimately made me laugh so fucking hard. Like we're sitting in the hotel room and they're talking about like what we should get for food the next day. And she's like, "Oh, have you guys had Ethiopian food?" And we're like, "No." She goes, "Yeah, neither have they." And I'm like, "Holy fuck." Like this like unassuming nerdy like 30-something-year-old, like, dude, it was so funny, man. Like the whole weekend I was laughing my ass off.
That's tight.
That's such a racist dad joke. I love
Right.
it.
I know, and it came out of this like 5'0" like book nerd. Like, oh, dude, it was so funny. Like it's one of those moments where it like ignites your hope in humanity. You're like, oh, people are still cool. Nice.
That's pretty much how I feel, or how I felt like meeting you guys, because I don't know how to meet human beings at all. So everyone I've met has been on accident or through another person. I've never like gone out of my way to like I want to be friends with. So like it's
Yeah.
always just happened.
You don't lead into a casual conversation. It's just kind of like,
I don't like I'm severely autistic or something.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I really hate people. When I go places, especially like being into nerdy hobbies, when I go to those places, I hate everyone around me. I'm like, oh my God, all you guys suck.
Yeah.
Or like growing up in impoverished areas, all those people suck. Like I just don't like being anywhere around anyone. So I never met people who were just down to earth and fucking, except for like you guys. I'm like, oh shit, there are people out there that don't fucking suck entirely. Like
I don't
They're
know
very-
if down to earth is the right. I prefer
Oh,
people that
I
are
mean, okay.
closer to the stratosphere, if you know what I mean, right? Like,
how do I
like,
say this?
I want people to be so far removed from the societal norm
Oh.
that I have no choice but to orbit them in their chaotic energy.
You know what? I don't know how to define this, because I guess it's more like an ego versus like some of the people we know are definitely fucking space cadets and
Sure.
do their own thing, but like it's generally like they're not acting out of maliciousness or pure self-interest.
Right.
Like I feel like everyone's a fucking snake. And
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think growing up the way I did, my living situation at home wasn't always the best, so I definitely found like a respite in having friends from other, places and cultures and shit. So I've always used the term. I hate when people say like, "Oh, you're kind of like a social butterfly." Like that's gay as fuck. I'm a social vampire. Okay, because what I do, yeah, is I'll show up to a party. I'll meet like the 2 or 3 coolest people there, and I'll drain them for everything they're worth, and then I'll just leave them behind. Like, all right, yeah, that's all I needed from you. And like even my friends back in Cleveland, who are some of like my dearest friends in the world, like none of them come close to like the shit I talk to online. Like if I had to take off the mask for one moment in real life, it'd be like Goku fucking popping off and the scouter would break on all of their faces. Yeah, it just wouldn't be fair.
I can't ever say a real thing around. So there was actually an incident here the other day where somebody went around and let a bunch of shots off, like gunshots. And all my coworkers were like talking like, oh, that's got to be an automatic. I wonder if there's, and I just wonder like, dude, you guys don't know fucking, oh my God, have you never been shot at? Fuck.
Yeah.
Like I can't even talk. I literally like bit my tongue and just said nothing. They were like asking me questions and I just said nothing, like complete stone. Cause I'm like, if I say one thing, it's over for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I called my coworker a fag the other day, and he kind of looked at me like, "Oh shit, we can like do that? And, like that's okay, right?" Like, and he's younger than me, but like so like he's kind of grown up in this like a little more PC culture, but
Yes, that's the same. Yeah, that's the exact same thing I have. Yeah, go ahead.
it's like I work in an automotive shop, and you're gonna hear some pretty fucking vulgar shit. Like it. What did he? One of them said to me. He said something about my mom. Like, oh yeah, I went and visited your mom the other night. I said, yeah, she put the strap on and peg you. And he's like, yeah, fuck you, you know? I was like, I don't give a shit. Fuck me, do it then, faggot. And it's like, oh my God, like there's some pretty vulgar shit. And when I said that to him, he's like, oh, okay, I can, all right, that sounds fun. And so like 2 days later, he's like, what's up, faggot? And it's like,
And you were like, no, dude, that's not cool. Don't use that word.
Like, all right, you know?
It's actually funny you said that. I had that same interaction at work the other day about getting pegged. But I was working at a preschool. I am no longer employed.
Montessori wasn't cool with that.
Man, what were you just saying about yeah,
Jackets?
so like growing up the age I am, I'm right on the tip of like Zoomer and Millennial. Like I think 95 is actually when
You're a
the
Zoomy
border is. Yeah. So I'm like I guess to basically have the best and worst of both worlds, I can sort of dip my toes into the older generation, but then I also have to be wary because I'm younger. But like, you know, growing up the way I did, I was hearing vulgar shit left and right nonstop. So I just sort of embedded it into my system. And then when I started living on my own and like starting to get friends of my own age, I'm like, oh shit, this is a totally different vibe. And I was,
Yeah.
at first I was kind of bummed until I realized that everyone else was kind of doing the same thing. And I'm like, oh, you just have to get like comfortable enough with some people who are cool, and then they'll eventually be like, oh, you're fucked up too? Nice. And then you fist bump and you move on, right? No, but I had this thought in my head the other day. So I sat down and I reflected on something that I've started doing. And I think it's like one of those things where you know you're starting to mature and grow up. So someone, I can't remember where it was. Oh, yeah. So it was while I was in Minnesota. There was another person there that was not like a person I would hang out with regularly whatsoever. But they brought up a game that I really, really liked, like one of my favorite games of all time. And they're like, oh yeah, I just finished playing this over the weekend. It was great. And I opened my mouth to say something and I stopped and I physically restricted myself. And I'm like, you know what? The cost of me relating to this person about something that we may like in common versus the eventual burden of having to potentially have a conversation with them is not equal. Like, it's just not equal. So I realized that getting older is picking and choosing not only who you want your friends to be, but also who you even want to talk to. And saying no to myself in that situation filled me with this like righteous strength. And I was like, oh yes, I don't have to deal with this person ever if I don't want to. It was so sick.
That it's a real thing that somewhere along the line, the word friend has got fucked up to like mean anybody you know.
Yeah.
Which isn't the case. And not everybody
No,
is your
yeah.
friend, especially just somebody who likes one thing that you like.
Right.
Doesn't mean they're your friend. Like we've gone out of like, we're like not allowed to have an acquaintance anymore, someone you know in passing.
I was just going to say, I use that word all the time.
Right.
I don't like, maybe that's because I'm cold hearted and I don't really give a shit about most people, but like I have no problem referring to somebody at like, even I've been to their house and we've hung out more than once or twice, you know, it's like, no, it's an acquaintance.
Right. It's there's like no divide anymore. You're supposed to be everybody's friend, and that's, you never actually know. It's so hard to actually know even one person deeply or anything about.
You think,
you know, just
you
like-
think there's like the advent of like social media, like the way they frame that?
You know what? I have a whole thing here where I don't know how. Last week we talked about, I had a retarded YouTube video go like semi-viral.
Yeah.
And it's like sitting at 110,000 views. And there is something I noticed that's similar to what we're talking about, where when it's comments, constant comments, right? And people, I can't tell exactly what age certain people are, but I can see the demographics of who's watching the video. And it skews fairly older, same age bracket as me. But you can tell the younger people comment as if I didn't... So it's me playing a game. But they're commenting as if there's not a person involved here. Like like they're talking about something they saw on TV to someone. They're commenting to me, and that's me playing the game.
Right.
So, like, to be specific, like, older people will be like, wow, you really did good on this part. And you, like, they're talking to me because it's me doing it.
Right.
Where, like, younger people have completely depersonalized it.
Right.
They're like, wow, that player should have done this. And I'm like, that's me, fucktard.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
Like, it's, without getting too specific and deep into it, I mean, I can just see, like, they don't comprehend that, like, you upload your content and it's your stuff and there's a human being doing it. And like to
Right.
them, it's all just there and it's somebody. And it's like, they watch this and it doesn't matter whose account it's on. It doesn't matter who it is. It's just a thing somewhere. There's no,
they talk in comments like in the third person.
right.
Like, yeah, like
It's completely depersonalized. And it was so,
So it's a bit of a pendulum. There's extremes on either side because with stuff like that, there definitely is a lot of depersonalization. I actually think that's a lot healthier than the other end of the road, which is like certain content creators will have like people reach out, like people they've never met, their fans, right? Will reach out to
Right.
them every day on like Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, wherever. They'll like DM them, be like, "Hey man, how are you doing?" Like pretending as if they're friends, and it's like a parasocial type of thing.
Right.
And
Yeah, but I think that's probably
far less healthy than just pretending
Well,
like everyone
I think
is a
that
robot,
affects
right?
every,
Like,
you know, I think that affects everybody. Like the parasocial nature. I would almost say like the opposite end of the spectrum is when you watch a boomer use the internet and they think
Yes.
everything is directed at them. So
Yeah.
like
yeah.
they get like the fucking advertisement, hot girls in your area, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, so I'll talk to her. Like,
Because I guarantee you, those people that are like contacting certain creators like every day over and over will also refer to other creators that they're not invested in like the third person. You know what I mean?
definitely.
this
Yeah,
is
no, it's
like-
definitely like a leech mentality type of thing.
So yeah, I think it is like it is a generational thing. I think it's like brings up a good point that
it's,
certain people will think a content creator's content is directed at them and they're going to take it super personally, like,
right.
and like even though it's obviously not, unless it directly is, I guess. But
It's just something I noticed over the last week where I don't know exactly it's me playing a game, right? And people will comment and I don't know if they're talking to me or if they're talking for other people who watch and are reading their comments. Like, who is the audience of their comment? They'll come in and talk about like an unrelated game or an unrelated thing. And I don't know what's going on. It's so weird. And it's these like really, I think it's depersonalization where they don't understand. They've grown up with this shit, like a phone in their hand, an iPad in their hand, a laptop always on. They see people post anything that they find anywhere. So like they're not concerned with being original. They don't care about posting original content. They're like the people who will post another band's song and then when it has 1 million views, they're like, thanks for 1 million views, guys, but they didn't do anything. You know,
Yeah.
they uploaded somebody else's song. Like, they're so removed from the fact that it's an actual human being on the other side of this interaction that they don't even comprehend that it's another human being playing the game if they don't see their face.
Let me get really Freudian with this.
okay.
Can you really say it's another human being on the other end when you treat them, not you specifically, but when the assumption is that everyone treats each other the same way? Like, the name of the game when it comes to internet humor has always been irreverence, right? Like, whoever can be
Right,
more
right.
irreverent and rebellious is funnier. And so when you actually try to show not even compassion, but just any kind of like
Mhm.
empathy or signs of forming a connection, it usually is like not going to work out for you because everyone's just going to clown
Well,
on you. Like,
and-
Twitter's
and
a
you
great
know-
example. So
Well, like-
these people are commenting like this, maybe not
Sure.
purposefully or consciously of this, but I think it's definitely a part of the culture. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing because it's its own separate thing. Because there's no shot that any of these people that will comment like gay on a YouTube video, there's no shot any of them go up to like two people having a conversation, listen for 30 seconds, and then just be like, ha, gay, and then walk away. Like, they don't do that in real life. So I think the internet can't really be used as a barometer for
Well,
people's
let me put
depersonalization,
this.
I guess.
Well, no, let me put this example to you, because I'm not talking about like being trolled or something. So if somebody, because I definitely got a share of like hate comments and shit too, because there's people like, so an older generation person might say something like, "Oh, you fucking retarded faggot," you know, but they understand, like, they're trolling a person and they
Yeah.
know it. Whereas a younger person will be like, "This player is a fucking faggot." Like, there's a disconnect with what they're even. It's not about the tone or the content or like of their message. I'm not like, it's about like, I don't think they fully comprehend, like they've been reprogrammed is kind of what I'm getting at. Like their behavior is similar. They can say the same thing, but how they're referring to another, like the word "you" almost specifically doesn't exist in their vocabulary. They're like, they don't, like, they're commenting not understanding that it's a human being who like even if they're trying to troll, they don't even know they're like trolling me. Like, that's me in the video. Like, they're just they've lost that. Like, they can be saying the same thing, but they're not directing it at me.
They're casting a wide net
Right,
because they're
it's
waiting
like-
for somebody to bite.
Right. There's
You
like
know?
no, they're not saying "you faggot," "you suck." They're like, "This person sucks.
They're-
This player sucks. They suck." Like, they're on my page commenting on my shit on my video, but they don't even understand that. They're like, that's like missing from their mentality.
Right, because they don't see it as your page.
Right.
They're out there, like, they're trying to throw out an opinion because they know they're probably not going to be able to, like, actually troll you. But
right. 'Cause, I mean, I just don't give a shit. Like,
yeah,
it's like,
well,
whatever,
but what they're doing
What?
is they're out there like, oh, this player sucks, and somebody's going to have an opposite opinion of that, and then they're
Right.
going to try and continue that troll. They're trying to, like, garner, how do I want to say it? They want the attention
right.
from someone, and in order to do that, like, oh, I can just go on this person's page. It's getting pretty well received. I can throw out the opposite opinion. You know,
Right.
someone's gonna respond to it.
Yeah.
You
I don't know
know,
about
and-
you, JR, but this other co-host is kind of going retarded right now, and it's super cringe.
Yeah,
That is. I've always been retarded, so
Yeah.
joke's on you.
yeah. It's been cringy my whole life.
I was born in the cringe. You merely adopted it.
There's another word, right? Like, there's another word that's been so stripped down by its overuse. Like, everything you do has a chance to be cringe. Whether or not it actually is does not matter. It's all about the timing and the
Right.
presentation, right? Like, you could post like you winning like a Division 1 fucking basketball one-on-one tournament for like $10,000 in a full ride, and someone will be like, "Lamau, cringe," and you're like, "Fuck, are they right?" Because like,
Well,
again, it's
that-
about the irreverence thing, but it's also about
Right.
like, you need to be super careful. Well, I preface this with saying, like, if you care about the response, which it's much healthier to not. But if you care about the response you'll get online, you need to be very careful with how you craft anything you post, because if you show any ounce of, like, not even vulnerability, but like, if you show that you care about something that you did rather than just throwing it up, people will immediately be like, Lamau, cringe. He
You
actually
know who-
like does
well,
stuff.
sorry, I don't want to cut you
Yeah,
off.
go
But
for it.
I got one. So
Talking about cringe.
in like
yeah.
2011, I think it was about 2011, I actually posted a thing about my weight loss on the 4chan Fit board because I was feeling myself so much I didn't give a fuck. I was like, whatever, they can roast me. And it went over. It actually went so well. And somebody, everyone's anonymous, so I expected tons of hate and garbage. Only one person was like, "You were still fat, fuck it." Like, I don't even know what it was. Like, "You fucking faggot," blah blah blah. Just a bunch of stupid shit like that. Everyone in the thread piled on and roasted him. It was like, it was the sickest shit. Like, I think that, like, even if it is kind of cringe, there's like, people can get behind genuine achievement and
True. To
and
be
genuine
fair,
things.
and I'll just butt in here. I think, and this might just be my age showing, but from my experience on the Chans, Fit has always been kind of a outlier in that, like, there's not a hierarchy necessarily, but there is definitely like a unspoken rule of like, hey,
Well-
this is the whole reason people are here, and like, you know, if someone does the thing that everyone else wants to do, you just kind of have to give props. I agree
Right.
with you that it's surprising that there wasn't more hate, because that's just, again, it's kind of the name of the game. But I think Fit has always been a weird, like an exception to the rule type of thing.
Well,
Because you can go on any
you-
other board and post like a masterpiece of like something that's
oh,
like
sure.
in, yeah, like in relation to that topic, and everyone will clown on you no matter what. But Fit has always been like, oh shit, this person actually did everything everyone here is talking about, and showed fucking proof. So yeah.
But so you know what? That like. So when you were talking about the hierarchy, there's one law of Fit that has kind of permeated everything and has made my life better, and that's the phrase post physique.
Yes.
So if you have an opinion about anything, if
Yeah.
I don't like it, I just say post physique. Like, let me.
Yeah.
What do you look like? Like,
Yeah.
if you're not fucking jacked, I don't give a shit what you say. So like that's how I've like lived my life on the internet now since then. I just
Kids to
like,
get the fuck
right,
off.
right. I mean, like, but like, really, if somebody's like, you know, they're like, blah, 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 Karl Marx, blah, 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 blah. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, what's that? Can't hear you over my flexing.
I can't hear you over this PR.
You see my
This
avatar?
450
That's me.
deadlift. Yeah. Yeah. It's I don't know, man. I've been talking about this for a long time. Like, you know that phrase. I don't know if I've said this on the podcast before, but I live by it. Where it's like, born too early to explore outer space, born too late to explore the uncharted world, born just in time to shitpost on the internet.
Yeah.
It like, it's a meme, but it's definitely got it's definitely got some truth to it, because there is a lot of
Definitely.
special things you can do on the internet that you would just are inconceivable at any time prior to the creation and kind of the evolution of it. Because, like, all right, so I'll go ahead and give you a good example, right? So remember when like everyone was young and people would be like, oh, don't talk to strangers online? I basically did the opposite thing. I was
Right.
like 14. No, I was like 13, I think. And it was summer of me going, I think, into like 7th grade. And I've always been a little bit older than my classmates, because, you know, I was held back a year because I literally couldn't speak English, and so I had to learn the language. And during that summer, I don't remember what happened. I think I got sick, or I got hurt, or
Molested?
maybe like maybe
Diddled.
it's some sort of like, you know, hidden away trauma. But I
Repressed
spent the
memory.
most of the summer inside. And like usually during summers, I would go hang out with my friends. We'd play games. We'd go to LAN centers. We'd get drunk, do whatever. But it was before kind of my wild party phase, and a little bit after my, like, you know, youthful sports phase. So I basically just sat inside bored as shit. And I did a bunch of stuff. I played World of Warcraft. Uh, I was just messing around online. I was going on 4chan. One thing I did though is I went online and I was on GameFAQs, which, for those of you who were not around for GameFAQs, before Reddit homogenized internet forums into one place, GameFAQs was the place to go if you wanted to like talk about video games. And it was labeled as like a tips and strategy type of site, but everyone was just kind of shit posting, and it was like 4chan and Reddit is now, but much more like labeled and like forcefully courteous, I guess. And I met a guy on there who had his like forum signature, which is like an automated post after your post, was a link to a role-playing website for this game called Clive Barker's Jericho. Okay. Now, for the 5 of you out there that have played it, that game is sick. But for those of you that haven't, it's a first-person shooter. It's a single-player first-person shooter where you play as this thing called Jericho Squad, which is a group of people that work for something called the DOW. It's the Department of Occult Warfare. And it's basically like Aleister Crowley and a bunch of people during like World War II got together and found out that Hitler had access to paranormal like superpower. Basically, they seized it,
So,
captured it, and
real
have been
World War II.
using it.
Yeah.
Yes, basically, they seized it,
This
they
is
captured
Medal of
it, and
Honor.
they've been using it to make like super soldiers to fight off shit. So long story short, it's a cool little game. But I played the game and I was a really big fan of it, and I'm like, what is this? I'd never heard of role playing in my life. This is before I fucking did D&D or anything. And to cut a long story short, I met like 2 or 3 of the coolest people I know, and for some of them I still talk to this day, off of that website. And the one guy that I met lived in Canada, and he was like the coolest guy I've ever met. There's like a 12-year age gap between us. Like I think I'm pretty sure he's like 37 or 38, and I'm 26 now. So when I was 13, he would have been like 25, which in any other circumstance,
Which
that's
is a crime.
very weird, right? Yeah, that's a crime for those people to just talk. So we were doing like text-based role play of like what our characters would do and stuff. And the word cringe comes to mind immediately because back then it didn't exist. So I was just like, oh, this is so cool. And I basically learned how to like write, how to be a soliloquist, and how to do all this other stuff. More importantly, though, I became friends with this guy. Turns out he's like super loaded due to circumstances I can get into or not, if you guys are wondering. And like a year later, he sends me like $1,500 worth of PC parts for my birthday, and I build my first gaming PC out of it. Like
That's
that
tight.
shit wouldn't happen anywhere else. Like pen pals sending you like that shit wouldn't have happened in any other part of history. That was so
That's
fucking
true.
crazy. My parents were like, "Where did this shit come from?" I'm like, "Canada." Can you fucking believe it? I was losing my shit, and I was like, I was so thankful to him, and he was like, "It's not a big deal. That's literally not even a paycheck for me." I'm like, "All right, cool." So
That's
yeah.
cool though. I mean, when I got a little bit older, I started just meeting strangers off the internet. It was still kind of like you're not supposed to do it, but I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Met a lot of local musicians and stuff that way. It would be like you would add them on AOL Instant Messenger, and then they'd be like, "Come out to the show," and then you'd go out. And I hung out. I don't know what was from 16 years old to like 19 years old. I went to fucking local shows like every week.
Yeah.
I don't know what came over me,
I
possessed
remember
me to go out in public.
fucking hawking video games at the pawn shop to get money
Right.
to go to the show.
Yeah, I would sell everything I owned to get money for tickets, but it was at a time where like people who are relatively famous now or would have been more famous if they're not dead. I met them, and it's like I got to do a lot of cool shit just because I was online and knew a guy who knew a guy, and yeah, just stuff like that I don't know how I would have ever made happen had I not had that level of communication.
But I mean, kind of coming full circle a little bit, like you guys did have that one thing in common, and it's like, oh, you are kind of fucking annoying. I guess, I mean, you're cool enough and all, but like, I don't really want to be friends with you, but we can talk,
Right.
you know? So,
Right.
like, yeah. I feel like I'm like way older than both of you because I don't use the internet. Like, I'm so like tertiary. Like, I follow all these like Twitch, YouTube streamer people, and I enjoy listening to their content, but I'm like, I wouldn't even know how to like
It's
reach out to them.
you know, it's almost different, or like I was always just enamored by tech.
Yeah.
Like the idea of what the internet could be and what it should be, which is freedom of information and freedom of communication. So I actually don't have a Twitter account, not even a junky one. Like, I do not have a Twitter. I don't fucking post anywhere on anything. I had a Reddit account that I used to post once every like 5 years when I do something worth posting.
Yeah.
Like I built a weather channel. Then I
Yeah.
want to show that to people so it gets a little traction. I like to create things that, to me, that's the spirit of the internet. I create things and share them. Other people should do the same,
Cringe.
not just consume. Oh, what?
Super cringe.
It is cringe.
I did take, I've, not that I was like against it, but kind of, but I did finally get a Venmo today. I don't know what your opinions are. Mine was
I was
like,
just, Terry, you
kinda
waiting for a round of applause?
I don't have one because I won't give them my information.
Well, that's the thing is like I don't want all this bullshit. Like I don't want another access point to not. I mean that I have any money
Right.
to really take, but it's like, and to be honest, I don't do anything on the internet, so like. Not that I want you to have my information, but like
I fucking hate it when people are like, like I want to sell something or whatever, and they're like, "What's your Venmo? What's your Cash App?"
Yeah.
I'm like, no, greenbacks
Yeah.
only. Like,
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
You give me that Skrilla, you give me that guap, you give me that cheddar. You don't give me fucking decimal points on the screen. I want them.
You guys are so far removed from. All right, here's of having to pick between convenience and security. I am like the fucking Mark Stewart of online entertainment. Okay, I have a Venmo, I got the Cash App, I got the PayPal, I got everything. When Street Fighter 5 came out on a PC, people were like, "Yo, be careful! This shit installs a kernel level rootkit on your system." I'm like, "Sign me up, baby! I'm trying to flex on my Ryu," and I fucking did it. And like same thing, I have 15 antiviruses that collect my information. I got 10 fucking Bitcoin mining shits on my system from games I've downloaded, I'm sure. You have to understand, if they get you in one place, they'll get you in every place. There is no chance you can interact with this world whatsoever without being pillaged, at least in a part of it. Now, that isn't to say you should be stupid about it. You should definitely take care of your information and try and privatize it to the best of your influence. But what's even better than that is to falsify some of that information.
Oh,
So
yeah,
so on most of my shit that's online, one or two things are like off that will completely throw off the trail. And I'm not going to point those things out, obviously, but there are
Right.
certain things that I post, or not post, but there are certain things that I sign up for with like an email account that's like my first and last name. But then it's like something's weird about it. And then there's other things where I'll sign up for something that's really official and I'll use everything correctly, but it'll be the wrong address or something like that, right?
so
Just because
you've just completely confirmed why I'm a boomer, because I try to stay off the internet, but when I have to use the internet, all my shit's the fucking same.
So
exactly.
so like, cause I'm on a different like level than all this shit. Like, okay, first off, I don't have a bank account. I don't have a fucking bank account. I do use credit unions, but I will not use a bank. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, fuck all of that.
I so
None of
respect
it.
that, and at the same time, I need you to understand that's not
I
good.
don't have a fucking bank
I don't
account
think that's
either.
good.
No, dude, I have money. Like, if you like,
No, I'm sure of that.
I can send it digitally, but I can do it. I mean, I have cash, crypto, I have credit, like, but I don't have a bank account. I will not have one. I do not need one. A credit union functions identically to a bank, but I will not ever have a bank account. And
Wait. So, hold on. How do you differentiate between a credit union and a bank? Like you specifically, like.
well, a credit union gives you have ownership in the institution.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
And they have a vested interest in, it's like, how does a fucking bank make money? You have to think about that.
Mhm.
Banks don't generate money. They have money that you give them. They generate money off your money. They're using your money. And if there's there's a federal insurance program, so like up to 100,000 or whatever you're supposed to get in an emergency. But the reality is, if a bank closes its doors, you're fucked. It's not
Right.
your money once it's in there.
Yeah, and it's happened before, so it's not like you're just making shit up.
And
So a federal credit union, they're the ones getting money directly from the
Right.
Federal Reserve,
right,
and so they can't really.
there won't be a default without the government collapsing
Right.
I see.
entirely.
Okay,
And
that makes sense. Yeah, that
So
makes
so
some
they're
sense.
not part of the whole fractional banking
Right.
system.
So I do not have a bank account. And people are always like, how do you fucking live? And like, dude, I can do everything. I just don't have a bank account. I don't go to a bank.
I had US Bank a long time ago, and I completely X'd them out, and that was the fucking like 3-year process to like get them to like stop bugging me or stop charging me shit that like it's like no, I pulled my money out, like fuck you. But I didn't even realize I've been at a federal credit union my entire life. So the one bank I was associated with, I'm no longer associated with, and I've been with a credit union. So yeah, I've never had a bank account in my life.
I have a
Well,
friend.
I had one, but
So I have a friend online. Well, friend is that word again. I have someone that's like posts a lot in my other Discord and stuff, who I talk to every so often. And this is not a meme. Back in the day, he used to use GameStop as a bank. What he would do is he would go to GameStop and he would put down a pre-order on like 10 different games, multiple copies of the same game that wasn't out for like a year. And it'd be like $500 or something, right? And whenever he needed money, he would just go to the GameStop and be like, yo, let me cancel 3 of those pre-orders. And they just give him like $180. And then he would just leave. Like, no cap, that's maybe smarter than using a bank because first off, there's no interest. There's no chance of a late fee or any fucking, you know, like your account can't dip under. They're open 7 days a week, unlike banks.
Yeah, they're open on
yeah,
holidays.
if he could have converted that into like stock dividends back in the day, like think where he'd be at right now.
Right.
Dude, exactly. Like just pump $50 million into a GameStop in pre-orders, and just before you do it, maybe throw a couple of money towards fucking that stock listing.
We're gonna get into the stock thing now, just because we brought up GameStop and stocks, and we're talking about banking.
Yeah.
So first off, GameStop made me a pretty penny.
Really?
I was buying that shit at like $5 and like $5, $15, $20. I was re-upping. I'm still invested in it. This is proof. First off, people continually conflate the ideas of the economy and the stock market. The stock market is not the economy. The stock market is fake.
Yeah, it's a game.
There is, if you ever wanted proof that markets are fake, you could have a fucking PhD in fucking mathematics and market analysis, and it's worthless because it means nothing. You literally can't outtrade computers, which are trading like billions of times a day. There's nothing you can do about it, and a market can move irrationally in any direction it wants, as proof of what you've seen the last, how long has it been? Like 5 years of a continuous bull market? It has been almost impossible to lose money on the stock market in the last 5 years, unless you're really trying and playing really dumb options. Like, if you just threw money, like, name any relatively large company, like, just even, like, name one.
OnlyFans.
If they were publicly traded, you made a fuck ton of money. You would have made a fuck ton of money because they raised a whole bunch of capital. It's like, there's not anything you lost money on. You invested in fucking Facebook, Tesla, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, but even like AMD, I made just like all kinds of shit. You throw money into anything, it just printed money. And at the same time, the U.S. government is printing trillions of dollars. Like, the whole system is completely fake.
Yeah.
And it means nothing. So I watch, like, the only market show I'll ever watch is like the Fox Business market analysis, because I like Charles Payne. Shout out Charles Payne. He's the fucking dopest. He's so sick. He's so quick to point out the irrationality of markets, where everybody else is like, these retail traders are so stupid with Robinhood. And I'm like, but that's the whole point. You put money in a company you believe in. It doesn't mean the company does well, but if the stock price goes up, that doesn't mean people are dumb. That's the market functioning as it should.
Yeah.
These guys just don't like it that you can get in on it now. They don't like it that you don't have to know, you don't have to like know how to do it. Because you know what a pain in the ass it was to invest prior to, well, even prior to Robinhood, the like big like TD Ameritrade and all that, those online interfaces are fucking horrendous
Yeah.
to make a fucking order. And I'm surprised we haven't seen regulation because Robinhood looks like a fucking pachinko machine.
For a reason.
bad.
Yeah,
It's
looks
really bad.
so. When people, I'm gonna come out and say like I don't have a ton of money because I'm fucking broke because I'm dumb, but I have like 600% gains on the stock market. But if I could play roulette on my phone, I would just do that instead all day.
I got a Keno app on mine. Thank God it's not linked to any bank account, but I'll sit there and play Keno for 45 minutes. It's like this is the most boring fucking video game ever.
Fucking like Robinhood is just bright red and green.
Yeah.
And it's like, would you like to throw $1,000 at fucking this? I'm like, yes. And then I do it and then I'm done. And then it's like, you're up 200%.
Yeah.
Like, cool. Cash out.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a fucking casino on my phone.
I am a little behind on all this stuff. I've never been one to. I don't like putting money anywhere where I don't know exactly what's going to happen to it, where it's going to go. For example, gambling.
Didn't you
I
just
do
go
every
to a
so
casino?
often. Well, yeah, but here's the thing: gambling makes sense. Gambling, I put my money on black, it shows up red, I lose. I put my money on
Sure.
black, it shows up black, I win. Right? Slots are a different story, but even then, slots, I get that this thing will pay out if this, that, and the other happens. Whether or not it does or doesn't is completely up to the fucking the gods above and the people that program this machine, right? So when it comes to stocks, I'm so out of my league that I don't ever like putting money. Like even if it's 100% guaranteed gain, I'm so skeptical about shit like that I always believe the foot's gonna fuck or like the other foot's gonna drop at some point, right? So I have
Yeah.
my money sitting in a high interest or a high risk savings account or whatever. I have a couple fucking dollars sitting away in a mutual fund that's slowly generating money. And that's good enough for me because otherwise I'm cool with just making my money as it is and then spending it as it is. When it comes to stuff like stocks and everything like that, I feel like, and this has definitely been programmed into me by the fucking regime, I definitely feel like I shouldn't have a part in that because like
That's
it feels
exactly
too
what they
cheap.
want you to think.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that, and
Nancy
they're doing a good
Pelosi,
job because I
insider
definitely
trading
won't
every
ever.
fucking day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely won't ever get into that. It's just too scary for me.
So
You want to hear my black pilled
I also
version
have
and my
a
white
very
pilled
addictive
version?
personality, which is part of why I don't want to do it. Yeah, hit me.
sure.
This is the black pilled version of this is that everything just continues on the way it's been going.
Right.
The white pill version, it all fucking collapses. And anybody with any ounce of like actual ability, skill will thrive.
Yeah.
And I tried to explain this to my dad and one of his buddies, and I was trying to talk to him about anarchy a little bit, and they kept referring back to like the state and like like I tried to explain crypto to him and decentralizing all this stuff and like why you're putting all your faith in this, and they just kept going back to the Constitution. It's like no, the fucking
So
forget about that.
The first thing you have to explain is the Constitution is not government. It is limitation of government.
Yeah.
It is what the government
Yeah.
cannot
Yeah.
encroach on is the Bill of Rights.
Yeah,
Like,
the government did a great job of flipping that narrative and making it seem like
destroyed that in the school.
Yeah.
The Constitution is a limitation of government.
Yeah.
And they've got people fucked on this.
Yeah.
It's specifically designed. This is what a government cannot do.
yeah.
And
Yeah, you ask anybody,
it's
what's
not
the
to give-
purpose of the Constitution? They will never say to limit the government.
It's always like, well, it's the laws of our nation.
Yeah,
and
it's-
no,
No,
it is.
It's my rights as a citizen of this. No.
This is the real 1984 psyop of all this shit, is that these writings are public and available in government institutions in the Library of Congress. I mean, if you have any collected books of letters from Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, like to all the founding fathers and Patrick Henry. They are very, very clear of all of their intentions.
Yeah.
They're very clear of the meaning of all of this. There's no debate about any of this being said. They're very clear. Like, this is, the government shall not do these
You
things.
had to really think about what you were
Yeah.
fucking writing, because ink wasn't cheap and the fucking pen wasn't cheap
Right.
and the knowledge to put the words on the paper wasn't fucking cheap.
Right. And
So, like, yeah, they had to be very deliberate.
this was, and they've really got people fucking believing, like, oh, it's the laws, and it's just, this is what you do. And it's like, wow, we're
Yeah.
so fucked.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
experiment failed.
Yeah.
Because people just, I don't know, man. They just believe whatever is. People know they're being lied to. People are not dumb in that way. They know they're being lied to. It's just that the act of having to think deeply about it or trying to change anything it's a prospect that requires effort. And because I'm so dated. I was gonna say like fucking Will and Grace is on TV. That was like 30 years ago. I don't fucking know what's on TV. I don't watch TV.
Followed up by Frasier.
There's probably a reboot. There is a Frasier reboot coming out. That's going to be hype.
But yeah,
I don't know what to do with them tossed salad and scrambled eggs.
It is crazy to me how, like, yeah, people, like, per their convenience are so willing to, like, I wouldn't even say ignore, like, what's going on, but also go out of their way to call anybody that believes in that a fucking retard.
Right.
You know, it's like,
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not even saying, like, do your own fucking research, but it's like, yeah, there was an idea for this, like, whole thing, and it's kind of fallen by the wayside.
but the founding fathers could never have predicted tattoos.
Yeah. Yeah, that was,
Fucking
dude,
idiot.
there was a meme online. I'm not even gonna take credit for this, but like, it was one guy holding a machine gun and it said, "Our founding fathers didn't expect this or didn't anticipate this," and then the next one was a picture of like Facebook, Twitter, fucking podcasts. Said, and they also didn't anticipate this. You're referring to the First Amendment. And it's like, well, yeah, no shit. So, like, if you're gonna try and take away gun rights or whatever because of, like, yeah, fucking machine guns,
I
well, then,
always take logical issue with this because the founding fathers of this nation and those Enlightenment philosophers were not retarded.
yeah,
They knew mankind went from fists to sticks and stones
Yeah.
to bow and arrow,
Yeah.
or to spear to bow and arrow to gun. They are very forward thinkers. Fucking Ben Franklin was an inventor extraordinaire.
yeah,
To think these people didn't have the mental capacity to think that, wow, someday we're going to communicate faster, because I've seen the written language be developed and I've seen letters being sent and ships built, and it's such a weird perspective to think people had no foresight.
yeah.
Like, people in old times were just so stupid and they couldn't think of anything.
Like, think of all the people
When-
that fucking just sit and pontificate about what's going to happen in the future. Hell, all AI's going here, blah, blah, blah is going
Right.
here. It's like, so these guys didn't think about, well, maybe the machine gun or
Right.
the gun is going to get more advanced here. Or, yeah, like you said, letters travel by horse. Well, maybe there's something that will be developed faster than a horse, you know? Like, well, that might be a tough one because unless they discover a new fucking animal, I guess at that time they would have thought. But, like, yeah, like you said, to have such a, like, narrow view of, like, our ancestors, like, they couldn't have imagined, and they probably couldn't have, but, like, they knew something different was going to come in the future.
And it's not about like the masses being able to imagine it, but that people think that nobody thought of these things.
Right.
Like, there was no such thing as anybody who could see past themselves in the moment. I know that there was a certain point where man had to switch from a more animalistic nature and diverge where they could have the ability of foresight, but like, that's also probably what's always separated man from animal, is the ability to think. Not just having thumbs, not just having this, but we have the ability to think ahead a few steps.
Yeah.
that we're not the strongest, we're not the fastest, we're not the fittest, but we survived and thrived.
Yeah.
Because we have that ability to perceive the world around us and use it to our advantage and create. So that whole argument that they could have never predicted this. Are you fucking kidding me? It's probably their fucking wet dream.
Yeah.
They probably woke up like, dude, I wish I could kill 50 of them at once.
Someone, a wise man once said, the founding farters wrote the Constipation, and I think that's a good send-off point to that. Towards what you were saying about, yeah, okay, so I'm gonna posit kind of a question to you guys and see what you'd think, okay?
Okay.
Do you believe that on the current, and this is going to be really kind of big picture thinking, but do you believe that on the current sort of road that humanity at large is taking, do you think that we'll ever make it off the planet Earth and like colonize outer space and our solar system? And
Yes.
and yeah, okay,
But-
JR, what do you think?
But not. Oh,
Me?
Yeah, what do you think? Just like if things keep going
No.
exactly the way
So-
they are now.
No, I don't think it will.
Here's why I'll tell you, you don't want this though. You are going to be Jeff Bezos' slave on an asteroid mining platinum.
Okay, so
Like-
I'm going to talk about that a little bit.
All right,
So
let's get
here's
into this.
all right. So now that we've gotten the first part out of the way, I'm actually curious to hear why you think otherwise, JR. But I'm going to ask again in a second. So that's kind of the second part of my question. Do you think it is worth it? Should we continue down this path to even get to that? Like, my question basically comes down to: is humanity worthy of being able to colonize outer space and basically start their galactic journey if we do not at first create a equal and utopian society? Because I think the answer is yes, 100%. Kind of going back to what you were saying about humans, there's two things that I think set us apart from animals. Number one is the ability to think, and number two is the ability to create insurmountable violence. There is no
Yes.
other race of a creature that is more violent than a human being. Violent not just in like physical ways, but also in like just terrestrial ways. No fucking
until
lion can
chimps
ever
get
say
nukes.
they fucking dropped a bomb on Hiroshima. I'll just say
Right.
that, right?
Right.
I think that alone, in the most base primal of ways, basically affords us the capacity to do whatever we want. We will have to then fucking reap the consequences of what we sow, but
Yes.
having that power is what gives us the ability to even think like that in the first place. So it's definitely a bit of a give and take. So yeah, I mean, if I have to see my fucking my great grandchildren, farm fucking platinum for God Emperor Bezos in his 500th term or whatever, honestly, I still think it's worth it, because the alternative is what, we die out on Earth and the planet just
Right.
rots. No, I'm not cool with that. I don't want to see humanity fade ever, because they're the best thing that's ever happened to anything.
And so the cool thing about that future too is what you'll see is like the Mars colonists will eventually have their own, like society. And I bet
And
it plays out.
They're gonna
like,
rebel like
lot
a motherfucker.
well,
It's gonna
right,
be
it's
so
going-
sick when they do.
It's gonna play out like the colonies did in the U.S. They're gonna
Yeah.
be like, why is the fucking the global United Nations taking all of our resources from Mars back to Earth and just sending us back rations? Why don't we just use it here? And then the UN is gonna be like, because I'm guessing at that time, like the whole Earth is fallen under one giant empire. It's like the Amazon flag, and Mars is gonna stop sending their resources back. And then Earth will be like, nah, you have to give us that. That's why we put you there. And they're like, nah, come get it. And then we send an armada and they bomb it out, and like Mars becomes independent of Earth.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be so dope. I'm gonna defect to Mars.
Okay, so I have a bit of a philosophical thing to go off on this, but I want you to understand that I think this makes perfect sense. So have you guys ever heard that thing about like It's like the fucking palindrome about humanity. It's like the hard times create strong men create good times, etc., etc.
Yes.
So it's hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. So it's a circle, right?
Right.
Here's the thing. I don't even think we have to get to Mars. Get to the moon. Make the moon an orbital station where we send out all of our future not just colonists, but our exploration missions, our fucking like major military testing for, I'm talking weapons of like far more mass destruction than what we have the limitation to have on Earth. Because I think if we get to shoot something in space without any fear of what it does to Earth, shit's gonna get really cool really fast. And here's the thing. If Earth is right now, I would argue, in one of those weaker states, imagine how powerful the people that grow up and live their entire lives, not even on Mars, just on the moon will be. Because here's the thing. When you live on a place like the moon, where order has to be the number one thing for anyone to live, because here's the thing. If you have anarchy on Earth, yeah, maybe some people die, some land gets raised, a nuke gets dropped, whatever. On moon, if that shit happens on the moon and one person decides to fucking, just set off a bomb, everyone's dead. Because if there's any
Right.
exposure to the atmosphere, you're all gone. There is no atmosphere. But if there's any exposure to the fucking vacuum of outer space, everyone's dead. So order becomes the number one hierarchy, right? So imagine how disciplined and powerful and I would
Space
almost
Nazis.
say zealous the
Space
people
Nazis.
like zealous the people that grow up on the moon will be, as opposed to the
Right.
people that are on Earth. Like they will look at us as if we are hedonistic, languishing
Right.
fucking elephants
Peasants.
just grazing upon our land, right?
We're the
And
monkeys.
we'll be ripe for the fucking picking. It's gonna be so hype. It's gonna be so fucking sick. I cannot wait.
Dude, I'm so ready.
Yeah.
I want space conflict to happen sometime
In my lifetime.
In my
Yes.
life, yeah.
Yes,
And
same.
with China completing that new like low orbit hypersonic missile, then like I'm so fucking ready. They're like, yeah, we can just cruise this bitch anywhere on Earth. Like, so I saw this fucking meme where it's like they posted two news articles side by side, and one is China's new hypersonic missile is designed to be fired from like a cargo carrier, like cargo ships. And then the next article was like, I don't know what it is, like a fucking like 250,000 cargo ships docked outside of the U.S. unloaded.
yeah.
And it's like,
I had a conversation
okay.
with my coworker about that, and it's like they were talking about like
just destroy the entire country tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's all
they're like,
full of
it's-
hypersonic test missiles.
they're just waiting for like, well, not only that, and then you can deploy whatever extra men you need, like D-Day out of the cargo. Like they're literally like whatever's being unloaded has the people in it, and then you have missiles sitting on ships out in the ocean. So yeah, they can send them out to the middle of the middle of the United States, blow up the middle section, and then just take care of the coast with people.
I would not mind if they glassed California tomorrow.
Most of the West Coast, fuck it.
Why are we not living underground yet? That's so it'd be so much better, I think, for
Our
everyone.
ancestors are.
Well, that's because the reptiles are there. They kicked us out.
They're waiting
That's
for us to destroy ourselves, and then that's when
Right.
they come out of the ground and retake the earth because they got pushed under by the apes.
Right. And they
So that's the reason I say no to us going to anywhere else, is that we're gonna destroy ourselves.
That was
And
maybe the most
the-
schizophrenic 30 seconds of conversation ever recorded
the lizards
on the
are
history
gonna
of this planet.
retake the earth.
well, yeah. If
Yeah.
you go subterranean, there's a whole race of reptilians that are hostile.
Yeah,
to humans.
It's the Underdark, and fucking Driz de Warden is there trying to protect Menzo Berlinza.
So you know how like we have like the Rockefellers that kind of run the world, like the
Yeah.
surface
Oh, do you
planet.
think it's a play on words? They're Rocky Fellers. They're underground mining rock.
Oh, you're onto
Oh.
it.
yeah.
Dude, you're gonna have a black van outside your house.
Well, the ones that run the lizards down below, Those are the Rumsfelds.
The Rumsfelds. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
So, I mean, the Rockefeller and the Rumsfelds, they're
yeah.
working together. The Rockefellers are slowly trying to depopulate the planet. So then the Rumsfelds, the lizards, can come back to the surface and reclaim what was theirs.
yeah.
All right, I take it back. That was the most schizophrenic 45 seconds of conversation ever recorded. Okay, so going back for just a second, because I thought of
God
a
damn
fond
you and your
memory I have.
Rockefellers.
I thought of a fond memory that I have with a
I really
mutual
like-
friend.
Dude, I think you're really
a
on
mutual-
something.
I might be, yeah. A fond memory I have. I was growing up, and I might have been like 15, and I lived down the street from a mutual friend of ours. And I was at his house one day, and I watched him use something called the low orbit ion cannon for the first time.
Oh yeah, I used to use that.
Yeah, and what it is, for those of you not aware, it was a script kiddie tool put together by a couple of people that is basically like a dedicated, like a... So it's like a GUI for DDoSing. So you just
Right,
type
it's
in
like
an IP,
hyper-pinging
you press
a-
play, and yeah,
address,
it just
yeah.
starts DDoSing like whatever IP you want, right? So it's super simple, like literally a baby could use it. And I watched him take down a regional server for a KFC in Louisiana, and it was on the news the next day. Like it was on quick. There's a magazine called QSR, which is Quick Service Restaurant Monthly or some shit like that. And they literally had an article about how KFC almost like they had to completely do, like they lost like weeks worth of inventory and all this other shit. And
you
I was like,
imagine?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Can you imagine how pissed the people were in the drive-through when they like couldn't take like payment orders and stuff?
I'm pretty sure there's a YouTube video out there. What you mean
That
you
is
ain't got
what
no
they-
chicken? Why come you ain't got no chicken?
There's one guy out there whose sole mission on earth is to just ensure that McDonald's never has a working ice cream machine, because one day he showed up and it wasn't working. And he's like, you know what? If I can't have it, no one can. And like since 2010, he's just been single-handedly fucking shutting down every ice cream machine across the country.
The fucked up thing too is KFC probably pays some fucking consultant like 150 grand a year to make sure that ping is disabled now. Cause
Yeah.
like I'm pretty sure that's all it fucking did.
Yeah,
At
it's
least
crazy.
the original versions of it were like it just like we just flooded an address with junk requests and pings and shit. And like it's so easy to filter that out. Which is that's still fucking hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it was insane.
Before I had internet access, we would do low tech hacking with so the drive-throughs at restaurants used to all be on these like little short like radio frequencies, like I don't know what it was, like 35 megahertz. You could get like off the shelf walkie-talkies and just tune them a little bit and you could talk through the drive-throughs. So we would just sit outside in the car and talked through the drive-through through the walkie-talkies, and then people would never get what they ordered, or they'd get so pissed off and they weren't talking to the person. Like there would be like 6 people. On the fucking
Breaker. This is big cheese.
But we were young, so it was never that funny. We'd be like, "Oh, you want the dick sandwich?"
Yeah. Extra cum.
What did you say, you little faggot? I'm gonna punch you when I get to the window. Like, what
No,
did you
you
do
won't.
it then?
Do you guys remember that movie Grind from 2003, the skateboarding movie?
I don't know that I ever saw it.
Okay, so it's a movie about skateboarding. This guy wants to enter like the X Games, and he just goes around the country and stuff. But I got my first ever life hack from that movie, and I must have been like 14 when I first deployed it, and I was shivering. I was so scared I was gonna get arrested. There's a scene in the movie where they go to like a Burger King or something. They go to the garbage cans outside, and they fish through the garbage can for a couple seconds, and they find like a receipt. And they come back in with a bag from the garbage and the receipt, and they're like, "Hey, my order was wrong," and then they just get free food. And I was like, "No
Awesome.
shot that actually works, right?" And so me and my friend tried it one day when I was like 14. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've maybe stolen $5,000 worth of fast food like in my life just using that one tag. It works everywhere. I don't know if it still does. I stopped doing that when I got a job. But man, that shit kept me fed throughout the majority of my teenage years. It was so sick.
Well, fucking Donovan. What the fuck was it?
Donovan Strain.
Yeah, the hustles.
Yeah, he used to have a whole bunch.
Those are fucking awesome.
I remember in high school, we would go to fast food restaurants and get the drink cups and then keep them. Cause then like someone would be like, "Oh, we're going to fucking Taco Bell," so we just grab the Taco Bell cups. So you didn't have to buy drinks. You just walk in and fill the fucking cup.
Right. Yeah.
We used to do shit like that, but
You remember
we just raw stole things.
remember swapping beer bottles out at Walmart for
Yes.
beer bottles?
Yes,
And then
we
doing
would-
self checkout?
So when self checkouts were first introduced, we would take like 6 packs of root beer and then swap it with beer bottles and just go scan it because it weighed the fucking same. So
That's
it would just
smart.
ring up as root beer and then we would walk out with beer. We did that shit pretty much all the time. Like,
Why doesn't
yeah.
that still work?
it probably does if you're so as long as the weight is the same, the scales are much more sensitive. And I don't even know that they had scales at first.
no,
They didn't even
just
have scales. You just fucking scanned and went. Like it was people used to just steal shit basically because it was so easy.
Yeah,
back then.
you could just like if you went up with a cart full of shit, like you could put so much in a bag, like extra, like scan it. As long
Right.
because they always had somebody like watching. So like as long as you kind of like were sleight of hand about it, it wasn't too bad. But
People were always racist because I would look like white trash or something, and they would stop me. I got stopped at the door of Walmart almost every time I went to Walmart. So even to this day, when I go, I always hold my receipt in my hand, and people are like, "Why do you do that?" I'm like, "Cause they're gonna fucking stop me." They always used to stop me. I don't know. I looked like scum, and I was like fucking 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm in a Walmart buying banquet meals
Yeah.
and fucking pizza. So, but even when I wasn't doing anything wrong, like I never really fucked around that much. Just the beer bottle swap, and of course the old ring up a banana and get a PlayStation or whatever. But sure. It's
The
fair
closest thing I
game.
did to something like that was back when I started playing League of Legends a long time ago when it was first getting big. The company that makes it, Riot Studios, didn't really have like a dedicated support team. And so they had all these gift cards for like in-game currency. And so I went to Best Buy and I bought 3 of the cards that were $20 each, so $60. I immediately I walked outside, I scratched them off. I entered the points on my friend's laptop and I got them. And I walked back in like maybe 10 minutes later and I was like, "Hey, these don't work." And they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I entered them in, they don't work." They go, "Oh, we should call the number." I'm like, "I did, no one's answering. Can I just get new ones?" And they're like, "Okay." So the manager had to come over. She sat down and she sat on hold with some third party, I'm sure Indian company, waiting like 15 minutes for someone to answer. No one did. And then she finally just gave me 3 new cards. I came back the next day and I was like, "Hey, these still don't work." And she's like, "Okay, I guess it's just a bad batch of inventory. I'm sorry. You want a refund?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So she gives me $60 and that's probably the closest to that type of thing I ever did. I had a friend that I worked with at Verizon, my old supervisor, who he used to work at I can't remember what it was. It was some big like retail hardware shop that was like limited to Ohio, I think. So think like an Ace Hardware type of deal. And I don't remember the exact story, so I'm probably gonna fumble it. But essentially, so like American Express used to have these gift cards, and I'm sure they still do. But you could buy like like an American Express gift card or whatever, and just dial in how much money you want to put on it at the register. And so like the person that was giving you the gift card had to be the one to dial it in. And so you'd be like, "Yeah, I would like a gift card, make it out for $100 or whatever." So one day his friend realized that he put in the wrong amount accidentally. He put in like, I want to say like $500 instead of 50 by accident. And he saw it in like the inventory list and nothing happened. He waited like a week to get in trouble. Nothing happened. So he's like, "Oh, okay." So he would have his friends come in, his roommate would come in, and he would buy an American Express gift card for like $10. and he'd have the guy put in $10, but he would put in like 100, and then eventually he started doing like 1,000. And my friend told me that after about a year or so of doing this, a year or two, the guy eventually funneled through like maybe like $180,000 worth of
Jesus
gift cards.
Christ.
And a representative from American Express showed up to that branch and was like, "Yeah, we've been noticing some weird numbers coming from this place." They sat him down and talked to him, but because he was doing it at a register and not with like his own thing or anything, they couldn't prove it was him because those registers were never locked to like users. So
Oh,
he got away with it like scot free.
lucky bastard.
Jesus.
Yeah, like just like a easy 200K in the back pocket over the course of the year, just scanning fucking American Express gift cards.
Do you
Yeah, man,
remember
there's
when
so many
couponing
different ways you
first-
could take advantage of the convenience shit that people are doing nowadays to make a ton of money.
So, I don't want to give away all my old hustles because most of them aren't that applicable anymore. But like, here's one that still kind of works if you do it at like the right Walmart. Way back in the day, I never did anything outrageous, but when stores started price matching shit, what I do is go in another store and open it on a web browser on a phone. And I didn't even have a phone, so like I'd have to be in a store that had Wi-Fi and I had like an iPod Touch, and I would edit the HTML of the live web page
I
to
have done
change the
this as
price.
well.
Yeah,
I've
and
done
then I
this
would
as
go
well.
up and I'd be like, "This is their price," and then they'd look.
I
and they'd
really
see
didn't
it's
want to
their
talk about that
website.
one because that
Yeah.
still works as
It
of
still
what do you
works.
think, like
that hustle
6
still
months
works,
ago?
you guys. Like, if
It
you guys
still
wanna get in,
works.
like,
Yeah.
And as long as you do believe, like, don't fucking go and be like, "Oh, it's a $7 PlayStation 5." That's
Yeah.
never gonna fly. But
Yeah.
if you like knock $100 off, never.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
even question.
No, yeah,
it.
the amount of like
Be like, "Oh,
RAM
okay."
and fucking power supplies and like just like spare parts I would get for easily 70-80% off has been absurd. Because, yeah, the
So
price
that was-
matching shit is ridiculous.
Price matching hustle like that. But do you remember when couponing first started hitting, where people were doing fake coupons?
See, I was never super into that. Like, I could
the
never
first
fuck
time-
with
I
the
never
catch me
did
if
it,
you can,
so-
scraping the logo off and putting it on. I never
Right,
did that shit.
I don't do that because I don't like dealing with people. Like, the fucking furthest I would go is the price matching thing. Because the worst thing they'll do is say no. Like, you're not really, like, if they're like, oh, or if they pull it up on a different machine and they're like, well, that's not what I see. And I'm like, well, I don't know, location data. And then like, you walk
Yeah.
away. But the couponing shit, I remember when it first hit 4chan and people were printing, like, you take this to a Toys R Us and it'll scan. Like, they were, like, legitimately doing fraudulent coupons that would scan as manufacturer. They knew how to write the barcodes. They would scan as a certain manufacturer coupon. People were getting free Xbox 360s.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that shit blew my mind. Like, oh my God, you just print that and you go to the store and they're like, because I knew what a manufacturer's coupon was, but I didn't really know the logistics of it till I saw that. And then I'm like, all right, why is this working? And then I'm like, holy shit, they don't even check.
Yeah.
But I know they've cracked down on it super hard because I had a legit manufacturer coupon and it was a pain in the ass to use at Walmart. So I was part of a lawsuit against Starkist Tuna. Because, like, long story short, I was a big tuna connoisseur and those motherfuckers were skimping on the tuna. So, 8 years later, I finally got my settlement check. And it was like, you can get $5 or 10 free cans of tuna. I'm like, give me the tuna.
Give me
So
the
I go
tuna.
I go to the
my God.
register with all my cans of tuna and my fucking coupon that the lawyers sent me. And
Mr. Starkist
Yeah.
himself signed off on it.
The fucking dolphin came up and like, chicken of the sea or whatever, my ass. And, like, sign that shit. And I go to the register and it's like not ringing up and they're like, what the fuck is this? 10? Like, did you like it's real? Like, and they're like, and the cashier asked me something, and I'm like, no, there was a lawsuit. They weren't doing it right, so I sued. I
Two
was part of the
security guards are
lawsuit.
dragging you out of the fucking the store. Yeah, there was a lawsuit.
The fucking cashier goes, shut the fuck up. She's like, I wish I did that. I was like, I know, right? They had to like call a manager to run the coupon, and then like, it's legit. I'm not trying to steal 10 cans of tuna,
Yeah.
bitch. I got Kate. Like,
Yeah.
I just want my shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is so funny.
Do you remember our one buddy that used to love modding Xboxes
Yes.
and his super awesome hustle?
Yeah, there's a
Would he'd buy one, take what was it exactly? He'd take the hard drive out and return it to like a Walmart or a Sam's Club because those hard drives are so like
He would-
valuable.
he would like get like non-working ones,
Oh yeah.
and he'd swap parts and then take them back. He would do like we would go to the store. Back when Toys R Us was a big thing too, and he'd like ask to go in the back to scan the inventory to try to find the oldest dates because he's looking for specific firmware on them and stuff. There was I don't know if we can get into that because that was shut down by the federales. Like
Yeah.
that was a legitimate the feds came. Like it wasn't like, and it's not like, you know, like everybody likes to talk shit. Like this was literally FBI field agents. Were like,
Yeah.
we froze your bank account. So-
Oh yeah, I do remember that. That was one of the coolest hustles, other than like the one at Taco Bell where you can instead of spinning the stupid thing, you shake it and you can get your free burrito that way.
yeah.
You know, but between that and the Xbox
Well-
fraud those are my two favorites.
So there's still the Plinko pimpin' video online.
Yeah.
It does still exist where I narrated the old hustle for how you drop the coin in at Burger King to get a free Whopper like every single time using you slide like a clear plastic straw so they can't see it because they'll watch you do it but they can't see the straw, and then you use the straw to guide the coin onto like it's like the Plinko machine if you ever saw The Price is Right.
But there's a little slider at the bottom, so
Right.
So
You
you
have to,
got to
like-
try and catch the coin.
But you can like stuff a straw in there to guide the coin onto it to catch it, and so yeah, our homie Shay had that down to an art, and then I narrate. The video's still on, so if they still have those machines at Burger King, you can get a free Whopper, and then you can go right back up and get a free drink and a free fry every single time you can eat for free.
There's and even if they had caught on to it, there's a whole new generation of kids that like, especially with COVID, they weren't allowing people in the building for a while there, and I'm sure those employees weren't sticking around. So, yeah, there's a whole new generation of people that have no fucking clue what it is.
Right. I can't believe anyone even gives a shit. To be
No,
honest.
I wouldn't.
Like, right.
I
would
gave
be
away
like-
so much food when I worked at Dairy Queen, like it didn't fucking matter.
I did when I worked. That was the best part about working at the deli is like people who were nice, I'd give them extra food or I'd like put them onto deals or something. Like,
Yeah.
And people who were assholes, I never fucked with people's food. That's a line I wouldn't cross.
Yeah.
But like I would do something petty.
Yeah.
Like to fuck it up, like either overcharge them or like not
Right.
give them one wing or something
Yeah.
stupid, like whatever. But like I would never. I don't know. I just like I'll do a lot of things. I'd probably kill somebody over a minor, just a really minor offense.
Yeah.
But I'd never fuck with their dinner. Like that's the line I won't cross. That's not
You're a principled man.
right. I wouldn't fuck with a man's food.
Yeah.
I've never worked in the like the restaurant industry, and I still grapple if that's a good or a bad thing, because I think there is
Both.
definitely some there's some credence that has to be lent to being treated like an actual slave by people at a
It's like
drive-thru.
being a mason. It's like
Yeah.
being
Yeah.
like we're all part. Anyone who's worked in food service is like part of a secret brotherhood. 'Cause
Yeah.
you have this
And
thing where you
I am
instantly
jealous
connect.
of that, but I'm also thankful that I've never had to like
Right.
talk to some fucking, stepmom with 3 kids in the back telling her what a Happy Meal is. Like I would sooner light the whole place on fire.
Dude, I was 19 years old and some bitch came in screaming, "The food here gave me food poisoning. I'm gonna sue you." I'm like, do you want chicken or not? Get the fuck out. Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Like she went up to me. I'm like, I'll catch you outside in a minute. Like you.
I worked at a pizza restaurant for like a week and a half.
Dude, I remember that.
Yeah.
Godfathers.
Yeah. It Okay, the place was so mismanaged. There was never anybody in there. It was all delivery orders, which whatever, fine. I wouldn't say it was the worst part, but it's the weirdest. There was a dude there. He was slow.
The fucking Yu-Gi-Oh champion duelist. No, dude, I remember this. Oh shit.
I need to be let in on this. What's going on?
So, you remember the card game Yu-Gi-Oh?
Of course.
Okay, so this dude had his own. I don't even know what you call that,
So
dual
he had
wristband.
the fucking that fucking thing they wear on their arm with the cards.
Oh yeah, the fucking deck battling thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the dude had that legitimately at work at the pizza place, like on his arm, the fucking card thing on his arm.
I'd be making pizzas, and I'm not even kidding. He's like pulling cards out and like looking at them. And he's like, I don't know if you want to do that. I'm like, what? Put pepperonis on this fucking thing?
Dude, I remember. I still tell this story to this day.
He was a slower fella, but I mean, it was so funny. Like, he would ask me, "Oh, you want to duel after work?" And I'm like, I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh, dude. I don't know. And then he'd tell me, "Oh, I got this rare card, and I got this rare card. This is the deck I built today." I was like,
So the story I remember.
yeah.
And I remember because I remember coming there a couple times to see you while you were working. And I remember one time like almost flipping a table over going, oh shit. Because he went up to you and he's like, do you want to duel?
Yeah.
And you're like, nah, I'm good. And he goes, yeah, good, because you'd lose.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit.
That's so fucking badass. That's so goddamn cool.
So at the time, of course I'm like kind of like hating. Like, I mean, the dude he was a little special, so I wasn't like hating him. It was whatever. But now, as like an adult, I'm like, God damn, dude, that dude was in his own world and didn't give a fuck.
Did not
what
give a
anyone thinks.
fuck.
It's so
Like,
it
holy
sounds
shit.
so nice to just
Yeah.
carry around your fucking battle deck, fucking armband, and just walk around challenging people. That's
It's
so
all
sick.
he did. He would
That's
box
so sick.
pizzas and ask me to duel. Fuck, dude.
So
Fucking.
I had a stint where I don't know if either of you guys know this actually. When I was in high school, I worked part-time at the lowest rated you might not know which one it is, but it's the lowest ratings television station in the city.
Okay.
Okay.
And I worked as a production assistant, which meant I would handle like the teleprompter, I would hand out scripts, I would sometimes work the camera and stuff. And that was like the busiest I'd ever been in my life. I had a girlfriend, I was doing school full time. I worked that job for like 20 hours a week. So by the time everything was all said and done, it'd be like 10 o'clock and it's the final show. And they're like, yeah, you're on prompter. I'm like, all right, cool. And what prompter is you just sit down at this chair and you have like one of those old Atari controllers in front of you that's just a knob that you turn right and left. And that changes the speed at which the text. I used to fuck with the anchors so bad. Like,
I wonder why it was
like
the
anytime
lowest
you
rated.
see an anchor on live TV look down at their paper, that means that the person handling prompter is fucking up because they don't see what they're supposed to be reading on the thing. So they'd come up after me after the show, be like, "What's going on with prompter?" I'm like, "It's just on the fritz. I don't know." And like sometimes I would just like it'd be so cold in that room, and I'd be so tired that I would just have like a hoodie on. I would put my hood over my head, and I would just fall asleep like 5 minutes into the show and just let the prompter roll on medium. And I'd wake up when it was done and everything had been totally fine. And I'm like, holy shit, this is insane. But yeah, that was probably one of the cooler jobs I've ever had, was like working in a news station. It's also what got me into smoking because like here's the craziest part. Like in between commercial breaks, everyone would run outside for a cigarette. And those commercial, like they had it like down to an art. Like you'd light your cigarette halfway out the building, you take like 2 or 3 drags outside, puff 2 or 3 drags, stomp out your cigarette, run back inside, get back to your seats. The anchors are like puffing themselves down, making sure there's no snow or dirt on them, and boom, we're back from commercial. And it was so fucking crazy. One time
and I still remember this saying because it was so funny. We had like God, and here's how boring this fucking city is. The like special news segment of the week was about this lady that had her own business where she created like custom bras for people. And the whole time you're working, no matter what position you're in, you've always got a headset on, or an earpiece so you can hear the director and the sound guy. And they came to a part of the segment where the lady was like, "Yeah, so we make them in cup A," and she'll show like a tiny little bra all the way up to like triple Z or whatever the fuck, and it's like this enormous fucking bra. And all I remember is like it's all muted in the studio because it's like a pre-recorded segment. All I remember is she shows off the huge bra, and the director, who must have been like 60 years old, is like, "Holy shit, those are some big ass older over the shoulder boulder holders." And everyone in the fucking studio lost their shit laughing for like 30 seconds. And finally we get back off the segment and everyone's like wiping tears out of their eyes. It was so funny.
That's pretty tight. My only experience is we had a friend working at a CBS affiliate who snuck me in at like, I don't know, 3:00 in the morning, and we went into the recording booth so I could rap in the fucking actual booth at a CBS station.
That's sick. That's tight. Oh yeah, that's good radio.
Sorry, I was pulling an Opie.
I was deciding whether to cut it there or not. I was gonna make a special correspondent Michelle Obama joke, but then
I do want to talk about the dead internet thing for a little bit if you want.
Oh yeah.
yeah, if you want to get into that, we can. Oh, actually, yeah, I was gonna bring. So earlier when you talked about, like being too young to explore the earth, being too, whatever, you know what the fuck.
Right.
Yeah. You won't get to explore the stars. You're actually seeing the shit posting on the internet now. I don't think it's something people are going to be doing much longer. Not that people won't troll and shit post, but that you're watching an erosion of freedom on the internet, and you're watching it become more and more walled off and segmented into you don't freely use the internet anymore. You go through like a major tech company and their channels.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty soon, people aren't going to grow up with the internet being this like fantastical place where we can all connect and it's just going to be the same methods of control and things that have always been. Like, it's going to be like the Apple App Store for everybody. Like, you won't actually like get to do free. You won't be free on the internet as the average person. And so what you're doing now is actually, I think, valuable and won't exist, maybe 50 years, 100 years. But I think that, one, there won't be places where you congregate with free speech. You'll have to have technological know-how and a want to get out of the main system.
Yeah, like a pirate radio type of thing.
Yeah. Or just like you have to jailbreak an iPhone to get another app on it that's not from that store. Like, you'll have to go out of your way to do it, and most people won't. They'll only use official things and see official news and use official things, and if they get banned from them, then too bad. They're just done. There will always be competitors. There will always be people playing different sides. You'll find a home somewhere. But, the whole, like, being a console cowboy in cyberspace, that shit it's already almost long gone. And so getting into like the whole like dead internet theory, where like most of the internet has people like to say it's ceased to exist. I don't think that it's ceased to exist. It's just that everything's been so locked into these small communities. Like, everything died because of Reddit. Like, why would you ever go to a forum when there's a subreddit for everything? It's just more convenient, right? But how much shit on Reddit is just news aggregates by bots and posts by bots? There's tons of it. karma farming
true.
bots and accounts that you're getting more and more to the point where you go into a thread and you see what looks like real interaction and it's just bots. And how do you know when you go on a piece of news that it's not all cyber warfare? That like any of those people are real people. And they're not government operatives. They're not AI. They're not, it's how do you even know you're talking with real people anymore? You like,
I always
you don't have like,
yeah. I always wondered about how captchas exist. Like, how does a computer software write a piece of software, or how does a
That it
person
can't
write a piece
solve?
of computer software that can't be solved by computer software? That never made sense to me. I'm sure there's some
Right.
math and everything behind it, but that shit, there's no chance there's no chance that's as effective as like people think it is.
Well,
I think
that's why
there should
most
be a
of them get
system in
more complicated. and-
where, like, if you sign up for, like, let's say Reddit or Facebook in the future, instead of a captcha saying like, "Are you a robot?" and you click no or whatever, you should have to like
Deposit a specimen.
like a yes, but there should be something on your computer or your iPhone. Like, every iPhone should have like a tiny 1 inch by 1 inch like serrated dagger that pops out right by the USB port. And to prove you're not a robot, you have to slide your thumb across it and give it blood. And
Like a
then it
diabetes
will
test
like
strip?
process your blood
Yeah.
and be like, okay, human. And then that's how you get to access those sites. That would be super tight.
Dude, that's I'm gonna have to start. I'd start being a vampire. I just start using other people's blood.
But no,
I mean,
no
imagine
website would want to
bloodjacking
do
people.
that.
Like, you get Mark Zuckerberg's blood in a vial, and now you have access to all of his shit. I think about this stuff a lot, like different concepts for. It's mostly for D&D, like ways I can create conflict in the world. But then I actually equate it to like real life, and I'm like, oh, that's way more likely than I thought.
Yeah, I mean,
So
so I would be like, so what I would be doing is like calling like prostitutes and then like paying them triple to like try to infiltrate like famous and rich people and like get their blood and hair and stuff and like collect their semen samples and then like deliver them to me afterward. Like I'm like, they're like, I don't want to do that. I'll pay you triple. They're like, oh shit, I'll get $75. I'm like, hell yeah. If you do it.
I would open up an online like underground a darknet forum called the Phylactery, and it's just pictures and like videos of me getting like people of influence's blood. That'd be so sick.
That would be.
We just have to find where it's all stored at.
Right.
It's already out there. I know there's
sure.
a government agency that's got it all. I mean,
So I didn't want to like spoil it, the secret of it, but I do know where it's stored.
Uh-oh.
It's in a sub-level basement belonging to the home of none other than esteemed former First Lady Michelle Obama's house. And
damn it.
she has blood on every single person of interest in Congress and in big power.
I'd believe it. I wish she would call us back.
Yeah. What is she, a fellow? What is that? A felon botanist? Someone who takes blood? Whatever, a nursing vampire.
Nosferatu with a degree.
There we go. I actually do have to start dieting again because, like, for the last 6 months, I've just been a fat shit and doing whatever I wanted. And then that culminated in this weekend. I ate like half a pizza myself, but
Just half?
just half
For the whole weekend?
half in one day. And then the next day, I had cold pizza, and I'm like, holy fuck, this is so good. And it made me think, like, not counting fermented food, pizza must be one of the only foods that gets better when you just like let it go for a day. Like,
Yep.
Is there any other food that just gets better when you don't eat it?
Other than like a soup, I would. Denny says no.
No, cold pizza's garbage.
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Now,
You're-
no. Let me slide in here really quick. Let me go ahead and redeem you because there is a way to do so. Cold pizza can turn into something far greater than fresh, like out of the box pizza. Okay, let's say you get some Domino's or whatever. You eat that shit. It's not bad. You put a couple slices away for later. You take those slices out of the fridge or the oven or whatever, throw them in a frying pan on high. Put just a baby's butthole worth of oil on there, like just a tiny amount of like olive oil or something. Stir the pizza around in there a little bit on both sides. Leave it in there for like a minute and a half. Take that shit out. I promise you, it tastes better than when it came out the box.
I completely agree with you, and I do enjoy a reheated piece of pizza, but I guess I still like. For me, it's like the process of transformation. Like, you know how there's something still beautiful about death, even though we only know life? It's like there's something still delicious about cold pizza, even though it was once hot. Like, I like that like how you get a fresh pizza, right? And the smell is just fucking intoxicating. And the cheese is melting, and the meat has like oil and it's still kind of like sizzling. Like, oh, fuck, this is so good. And you eat it, it's delicious. The next day you wake up and it's cold. It's kind of solidified. A little bit of congealed. I don't know. It's like all of a sudden it's like some kind of portable lasagna thing, and it's like it's an entirely different dish, but it's the exact same thing it was yesterday.
Yeah, man.
I think it's
definitely tell you used to weigh like 300 fucking pounds. That's so crazy. Holy shit. That's so crazy.
It's super highly dependent on the pizza too.
Of course.
Case
in
in point, fucking Little Caesars.
Love it.
Hot and ready $5 or $4 pizzas or whatever. You buy one of those straight out the oven. They're fucking dog shit. Let them cool down.
They're incredible as long as you eat them in the first 15 minutes. They're out the oven.
I
they turn into John Carpenter's The Thing.
I will fight you on this.
You have 45 seconds to eat it before it goes bad.
No. I think you have like 45 minutes before you eat it before it goes bad. And if it's too hot, it's fucking disgusting. If it's too cold, there's nothing you can, like, once it reaches a certain point to where it's like
the optimal Little Caesars
temperature, be too hot, you can't fucking eat it. And if you let it cool down too far, there's no bringing it back. It's like it's like uranium. Right. You can't bring it back to a point where it's like usable. Swear to God. But there are other pizzas where you can
me and my friends used to call it Little Skeezers Hot and Sweaty, and that really kind of does it.
Yeah, I mean, because there are some pizzas that are great through and through, like piping hot, room temperature, out of the fridge, and then reheated. There are certain ones that can do that, and they're very hard to find, but they're out there. And I would even say some frozen pizzas can be that way too. But
I haven't had an oven. Yeah, I don't think I've made a frozen pizza in probably a little over a decade.
Do you want to know the fattest thing I ever did? So I was never a
not
pizza
the badass mother 4,000.
Something like that. I would like get off work, and those Tostino's party pizzas that are a fucking $1. And the sauce on those, by the way, is not real sauce. It's corn syrup, which I found out. I was still fat at the time, and I read it. I'm like, there's not even sauce in this bitch. I would make 2 of those and then put them on top of each other and eat it like a sandwich.
No. Yeah, we're chilling, bro. Yeah, I also did that. Yeah, we're chill.
I like those fucking Tostino's party pizzas, though. It's probably why I have cancer. I fucking ate so many of those.
There is something empowering about going to the cash register with like 19 of those things behind you and just handing the person like a $10 bill, and somehow it covers all of it. Like, it's insane.
It's like the banquet meals you buy at fucking Walmart, 2 for $1, and it's like, fuck yeah, I got 15 fucking meals for $8. Let's go.
The problem with me is I'll eat them all in 2 days.
I know, that's what happens, because there's no substance in there, and you're still hungry after you eat them.
Yeah, I remember the first time I found out about like cup of noodles, like ramen.
Oh.
And I was, my brother brought it home one day, and he's like, "Try this," and I'm like, "Damn, this is delicious." And he goes, "Yeah." I'll buy you some next time. I'm like, is it expensive? He goes, no. I'm like, okay. So I thought like, oh, it's probably like $1 a cup, because I'm like a kid.
Right.
So one day I'm like a little older, and I'm walking through Walmart or whatever, and I see it. And I'm like, oh snap! I'm gonna buy a couple of these, and I see it's 10 cents a pack, and I'm like, what? There's no way. This must be mismarked or something. And I bring it up to the register, and the lady at the register starts pushing them through. And the whole time I feel like Danny Ocean, like my fucking brow is sweating. I'm like pulling off a major
Jesus.
heist. And she's like, all right, that'll be like $6. And I have a whole cart of the fucking things. I'm like, let's go. And I fucking drove home, and I promise you I ate like 10 pounds of ramen in the next week, dude. I got so sick of it, but it was so good.
There's a so at the dollar stores they have the one. Have you ever seen the like cup of noodles, but they're in like square black trays?
I have.
Yes.
There's a certain brand that comes with like actual oil, not just like a seasoning packet, and you can buy them at the dollar store. I fucking lived on those things in college. Like, they're so amazing. And what I would do, cook them just like you normally would, and then take a cast iron skillet, throw them in there, fry them up like who hot. Oh my fucking God.
This,
It was amazing.
This reminds me
Yeah.
of.
Good.
Well, do you guys remember there used to be some big how-to channel on YouTube, and they would do how-to videos for everything, and I forget what they were called. But it was like you would
How-To
search for
Basic?
anything. Isn't that the dude who makes those fucked up videos?
Yeah.
I
He
think
just
he
cracks
was
an
like.
egg over his foot or something.
So,
yeah.
if I remember, I think he was parodying those. So, like, as you would search
think
shit,
so.
and you would find like, if you search how to anything, you found this channel, and they had them for everything. But they had a cooking, like a guy in their cooking series who did ramen packets, and his thing was always like, all right, first thing we're gonna do when you're cooking with me is we're gonna toss out the sauce packet, and he would throw the seasoning out, and he would make like weird, like he would put like spaghetti sauce on them or put cheese and shit in them. Be like, we're making our own custom ramen. Like it was like to teach you how to cook.
Yeah.
And it was the most retarded stonerish shit I've ever seen in my life, but I used to love those.
Do you remember the hood noodles we used to make at your
We used to make so much shit. I used to make Kool-Aid with like a half pound of sugar in it
dude?
and a whole
You-
thing of lime juice.
You're the one. Okay, I didn't realize like how like not from money we were until like later on in life when I asked somebody about putting cream cheese on toast. They're like, why wouldn't you just put it on a bagel? And I was like, what the fuck is a bagel?
We had expired bread because my mom worked at the food pantry. Like I didn't have like food.
I
Otherwise.
go over to Slick's house for a sleepover, and we wake up and we do toast with cream cheese, and it's like, huh? All right, yeah, this is fucking great. And everybody's like, oh, anybody, have you ever had cream cheese on toast? And they're like, that's not a fucking thing.
Right, white people don't eat white bread
Yeah,
because they have too much money.
yeah.
They eat fake wheat.
Yeah, see, this is like the opposite of what would happen at my house because I have like foreign parents, so my mom would like make homemade bread, and I'm pretty sure
Dude,
both
that's
of
the
you have
shit.
had it. It's like it's
Yeah.
fucking godlike, like it's goat.
Yeah.
And so everyone's like, you got to try Panera or you got to try the fucking whatever at Starbucks or whatever. And so I go and I get it. I'm like, man, this shit is ass. I'm paying
Dude, it is.
$7 for a toasted bagel with cream cheese and like pepper flakes on it. I can go home and get this shit homemade fucking 10 times better. So I'm a little spoiled in that sense. However, back to the ramen thing. I what I did one time, and I always do it now. Anytime I start boiling ramen, I'll also get a frying pan up and running, and I don't throw my noodles in there. I may have to try that at some point, but I'll throw 2 eggs in there and I'll scramble them, and then I'll throw that in with my ramen. And if I have any spam, I'll fry some spam up too and throw that shit in there, bro. I'm telling you, it's like it feels like you're a soldier in Vietnam. Like it's so fucking good eating that shit. It literally fills you with like a sense of like aggressive patriotism and the need to conquer other
Right.
lands for dominion.
The pro maneuver with that is to actually make the eggs in the soup as you're fucking cooking the noodles. and you
How would you do that though?
so while you're boiling, because you're supposed to leave the water in as soup.
Yeah.
So like when you're done and you crack the eggs in and stir them as the water boils, it cooks the eggs. It's like egg drop soup.
Oh, like in the bowl, you mean, or like in the actual
noodles
like,
while you're
the
boiling.
pot?
Yeah, in the pot
Oh,
while you're
so maybe I just have to
boiling.
use less water then, because I use a ton of water and I usually drain like a half of it or 3/4 of it.
Yeah,
I'll
you
try
would
that
use
too.
use less water. I'm on like the designer diet noodle tip right now. So like
Mhm.
there's this whole like diet culture is huge in Korea particularly. So they have fuck tons of these cup noodles that are like low calorie and they're rice noodles, so there's like no gluten. And I have a crate of them. I just ate some actually right before we did this. I ate cup noodles.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll never
Yeah,
escape that.
I have a big casket of like not high end because I don't think they exist, but like decent like mid-size cup noodles in my basement. And as honor of this episode, I'll make some after we're done. That shit sounds good right now.
Dude, noodles always hit the fucking spot.
Hmm.
I had my daughter try some cup noodles the other night, and she was way into them. Except she had to do the roach gigs and pick the vegetables out. So
That's tight.
Yeah, no peas in my fucking
Yeah.
noodles. Fuck peas, dude. Fuck peas in general. I'm not down with peas. I'll eat a
Ow.
lot of things, dude. I've eaten living shit out of the ocean. I hate peas.
Yeah.
I'll eat bloodworm before I eat fucking peas.
I hate peas. They're so fucking
Peas are
gross.
peas are not bad. You know what fucks me up is I've never been a big fan, and it sucks too because it's in like every meal. From like like Chinese or like fusion places. I do not like fucking what is that
Cilantro?
shit called? No, zucchini.
Oh,
I
zucchini.
cannot stand. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could see
Yeah,
that.
I can't really fuck with
I mean,
zucchini. But like snow peas, I fuck with. Snap peas are really good, especially the frozen ones. I'll eat those as a snack sometime.
Those are fine.
I
Yeah.
don't
The-
fuck with any of them.
I don't mind some of those, but yeah, like the regular fucking canned peas or like your traditional what you would see in your school lunch peas.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Those are not good.
I guess
Yeah.
I lied. Wasabi peas, where they're like
Oh.
dried out and crispy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do. I
Those
would
are-
fuck with
those
those.
are-
Those are fucking
those are
good.
goated.
I
Man,
eat those by the bag.
The tier list of vegetables really sways wildly back and forth depending on like how it's prepared and everything, huh?
Right.
Because like I don't like frozen carrots too much, or like just like room temperature carrots. But when you fucking throw those things in some fried rice or onto a stir fry, I'll fucking devour them.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
The crazy chemical reaction and how it like pulls out all the sugar on the carrots. Yeah, I can't eat like one straight out of the ground or even like baby bagged carrots or whatever, but
Yeah,
if you like chop them up and fry them, the way they like it pulls all that sugar out and like
There's-
makes it more palatable.
There's some actual science behind that, specifically with carrots and something else, where like mild cooking, so don't overcook them, but actually makes them more available for humans to digest. You get more nutrients actually
Yeah.
out of them cooked than you would raw.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the fiber or sugar. It's something to do where when you cook them, you're actually able to get a higher nutrient content out of them, or if cooking causes them to release something. But yeah, it's carrots specifically, because I like cooked carrots a lot.
Yeah. Earlier this week, my neighbors behind us have like their whole yard is a garden, and I tried for the first time raw okra. Ooh,
I don't know that I've even ever eaten okra. Maybe in something.
I don't know
It's-
what okra is. I'm sure I've probably eaten it at some point, but I
because
I
we're
can't
white.
put a,
yeah.
a face to the name.
It's definitely not like this region thing. Like it's more of a southern thing, but they had two different types of okra, and man, I didn't realize like it's so good. It's awesome, and especially maybe I'm a little biased because like I got neighbors that are like growing it. Like they had like 15 plants of it, And they're like, yeah, take whatever you want. Here you go.
It's
And-
it sounds cliche, but there is something about like fresh, home cooked like veggies that's different. I made my own hot sauce last year out of peppers, and it's just like it just tastes so good. I don't know how to describe. Like the flavor is just it's richer, and it's hard. Like I mean, I get it. A lot of the stuff you get in the store has been what's the not mass produced and not factory
Processed.
farmed, but it's like I don't know that the soil rotation and stuff is that good on these kind of farms, and that they grow the things that have the highest yield regardless of flavor, whereas I'm just growing one plant for myself. So
Right.
Well, yeah, during times of splendor in my household, my parents would literally refuse to eat store-bought tomatoes. And I'm not a huge fan of tomatoes, like unless it's on like a burger or like, some other dish, but even I can appreciate the difference between like a store-bought tomato and one picked from a farm, or even better, my mom used to fucking have a garden in her backyard and she would just plant wild tomatoes and then just grab the good ones. It's like night and day. Like the shit you buy at the store literally tastes like it's coated in plastic.
Right.
And then the shit you grow yourself, or the stuff that you get from a farm, is like infinitely better. Same with peppers too.
Good chance it probably literally is waxed. I know they do that with a lot of
Yeah.
fruit. They wax them.
Well,
with
it's
a
the
really thin
it's the
layer.
fucking coating or whatever that they ship it in, right? That shit gets stuck to it during like the temperature shifts or whatever.
Yeah, and it keeps it fresher a little bit longer. Keeps it from discoloring because people won't eat it if it does. So
Yeah, that's one thing I want to just shout out white people again for being so dumb that they refuse to eat peppers that have lost their natural color. Like, you think if it's red or green, it's going to taste better. They're the fucking same thing, you absolute whatever.
for the most part, because what gets me at the store when I see people buy bananas, like I get it if you buy green bananas because you need to let them sit for a while, but I see people who refuse to buy bananas that have brown spots when that's when they're the best to fucking eat.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about the bananas in the U.S. because I was watching a bunch of shit. There's like 500 varieties of fucking banana in Asia, and I was like watching these videos about them all this week because I'm a fucking autist. So I was like looking at all the bananas I want to try someday. but the main, like, whatever it's called, like the Cavendish that you get in the U.S. is they're only good short, like a short time when they start to brown is when they're the best. And then
Right.
before that, they're not quite ready.
Did you know that the Laffy Taffy banana flavor is based on a banana that's no longer
So
like in rotation?
that's what started me on my journey. And
Was
it
it?
is.
Let's-
It is.
Man,
You can
great
get it in
minds.
Malaysia.
Oh, really? I thought it was just straight up extinct.
Nope, it still exists. It's pretty hard to find. Apparently, you can get it from private growers in places like Florida and stuff, but it's really, really hard to actually get in a market.
Damn, you told me I need a banana guy to get some
Yeah,
fucking
that's what I'm saying.
bananas?
So that's what started me
Oh,
on this
shit.
whole journey, because I had talked about this before, because I was like, I fucking hate fake banana flavor like Laffy Taffies and shit, but I love bananas. I eat bananas every day. I have a shake with bananas in it every single day. So I'm like, what? Why do I not like banana candy? And then I found that no, it was like this was common in the Victorian era, and this candy recipe is based on the flavor of that banana, which died out in the U.S. to like disease or something in like the 50s or 60s,
Right.
something like that. And because we had, monoculture, we'd only planted that banana everywhere, and then disease wiped it out. So they quickly replaced it with the Cavendish, which we have now. So I was searching about it, and then I found like places like Indonesia, Myanmar, the Philippines, they have like 200 fucking varieties of bananas that grow there, and they're all a little bit different. And there's ones that like they taste like everything. Like they can just taste like they can grow them, and they'll fucking, some will taste like peanut butter, some will be like super sweet. Like they just have all these different flavors. Some are blue. I'm like,
Yeah.
I fucking want to eat all these bananas. Like that's my new life mission, is to taste every banana that exists.
Have
You're
a
really
banana
just
from
one
every
step removed
continent.
from monkeys, man.
I'm returning to monkey.
You know what fucks me up is, and I know, people change or whatever, but when I was young, even as like a baby, I hated cucumbers and I hated pickles. And I don't know what happened, but somewhere around like 21 or 22, I just like it was like calling to me. So I just had a sandwich somewhere, and the person was like, "You want a pickle on the side?" And it was like a Pavlovian response. I just said yes, and I nodded. And I was like, "Why did I do that?" And then I tried it, and I haven't been able to look back since. Now I'll easily go through like a jar of pickles like once a month.
I think I was the
And
same age as you when I discovered I love like pickles and shit. No.
yeah, pickles, cucumbers, like I can't get enough now. So I attribute it to smoker's appetite because I smoked cigarettes for most of my teenage adolescence, and I think maybe that might have warped my sense of taste. But it might also just be that I'm fat now and I like every type of food. So I don't know.
That's it.
There's very few things I'll turn down.
For me, when I was fat, I actually probably had the least variety in my diet.
Yeah, same. Like when I was really heavy,
I don't count like Doritos and Ruffles as variety. So, like there's all just chips and shit. But when I actually started losing weight and I started like finding out like, holy shit, I actually like once I had cut sugar out and kind of like readjusted my taste palette, and I had like a bell pepper, and I was like, oh, that's actually pretty good. Like, it's actually good. And then I started like realizing the flavor that like pickles and mustard bring to a sandwich, because I never did. Like I how do I say I'm not retarded, but I'm retarded? Because that's what I want to
I'm retarded.
Yeah, like I guess I'm just retarded. Like I mean, I knew I knew they had flavor and you could taste them, but like I didn't. When you're always eating like I was and everything is so sweet and full of sugar, like you don't really, you're not actually, you're just gorging. Like you're just eating and binging. You're not really tasting. And
Your
then-
body's looking for one flavor, and if
Right.
it's not sweet,
I'm just chasing a high.
yeah, exactly.
Like more or less, like
it's,
just eating.
It's like, yeah,
yeah.
I want to do heroin,
Like I'll
Right.
but I don't have
Yeah,
any
like,
heroin,
I'll,
so
right.
I'll kind of give you a good example. I used to think I loved brisket. I was like, man, I love brisket. And then once I tried it without slathering it in like a half pound of barbecue sauce, and I didn't like it very much. And I'm like, oh, I don't like brisket. I just love slathering my food in barbecue sauce.
okay,
So
we
when I
need
stopped
to
doing that,
call the
We need to have
immigration services, get this dude booted.
I
Like,
was gonna say we need to have an intervention.
Yeah.
I'll eat a good brisket and I'll enjoy it, but you can't sit here and tell me that without the barbecue sauce, it's like still like maybe I haven't ever had really good brisket.
Yeah,
but I've
yeah,
been to
no,
some
you
pretty
need to be
high-up
deported.
places.
this is bullshit.
So, like,
No,
For me, when I go to a restaurant and have brisket, I'm always disappointed. So if that's what
Yeah.
you were doing, I would see that. Like, but when like my family makes brisket, like my dad will smoke a brisket for like over 8 hours. Like it'll take seriously over 8 hours all day, and he'll smoke it. That shit is so fucking good. It's like another level.
dude,
I
Yeah.
love it.
salt and pepper. The longest one I've ever smoked. I think it was
6
after
years.
I trimmed it and got it down to like a decent weight. It was like 16 hours,
Holy shit.
just salt and pepper. It was the most delectable thing I've ever done. It
I
was
think it's
the
almost
middle.
legal at that point. That's crazy.
It was fucking yeah. It was insane. But all I do is salt and pepper. Don't wrap it. Don't do anything. Just throw it on the smoker, let it ride, and it was amazing.
But
No
I
barbecue
actually-
sauce. I if anybody even attempted to grab a thing of barbecue sauce out of the fridge, I would have kicked them
if
out
you
of my
spend
goddamn
16
house.
hours
Yeah,
making it, and someone just lathers it in Casey's or
you
something.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
But I actually do agree on like the restaurant part, because like every time I go to a barbecue restaurant and then it's just like it is just like
Yeah.
meat and barbecue sauce, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
this is just
it's their sauces that make the meals good, which I
Right.
respect that. Like, I would argue that creating a really good sauce is an art of its own, but it does feel like a cheat code when it comes to your actual food, because your food
Right.
should still taste good without the sauce, and
Without
then
it.
adding the sauce on like finishes the process. But I've been a little disappointed with some of my things. Let me make you guys really mad. So when I was young, I used to love beef, especially steak. And then something happened around the age of like 12 or 13. Maybe it's a repressed traumatic memory or something. But now I cannot for the life of me stand steak. I can't eat. I basically can't eat beef unless it is, I would say, like usually well done or higher. Like medium well to well done, depending on the place that makes it, even homemade. I'll have like the juiciest looking steak in front of me. I'll take one bite and I'll start gagging.
Oh, dude, you you definitely there's something going on, and you need to see a You need to seek
Yeah,
psychiatric help.
I think so too, because
but you-
I understand that I'm missing out, and I've sort of accepted it. I've gone through the 14 steps of denial,
Right.
and it's just, yeah, I don't know. I think for now in my current life, I just don't get to enjoy that certain delicacy. But yeah,
It's
I can't really fuck with steak.
it's all good. You know, you people like what they like, but for me, like if you want to eat well done beef or something, then you don't want to eat steak. You just want to, like cut some
Correct.
top sirloin thin and cook it up or whatever.
Yeah,
Like people who literally go out to buy steak to go to a restaurant to have steak, and then they order it like well done or like cooked thoroughly, is a waste of the meat for me. Like,
yeah, because
you could have just ordered something
and all the
different.
good shit. Yeah,
Yeah, like for me, rare steak just like I can see the texture is off putting to some people, but I like that. I want it still red inside. I like that flavor. I get so much more flavor out of it.
you know what it is? It's like it's partially the texture, but it's also like I feel like every time I take a good bite of steak, and it's like medium rare or rare, and I have to chew for like a minute before I can finally push it down my gullet. And it's like exhausting, and also I just don't like the taste. So those two things, for those two
Well,
reasons,
If
I'm
you don't
out.
like the taste, that's the biggest reason you'll never
Yeah.
like it. But
I
yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
you can't make you like what you don't like. But yeah, I just for me, I love steak. I could live off fucking steak. I just fucking put some butter in a pan and then just fry up the sides and then I eat it. Like, it's so good.
I had some my buddy from LA. He ordered a whole ribeye roast of A5 Wagyu recently, and holy shit, was that a life-changing experience when it comes to steak.
I'd love to try it, but
It's fucking insane. It's like a little bit of butter in every bite. Like they straight up threw it on the grill, like sliced it up thin. I mean, they were maybe 1.25 inch thick ribeyes that they cut up, and it was insane how like it just melted in your mouth. They were trimming. Some of the people that were there were like trimming pieces of fat off because they're like, I don't want to eat that. And I was like, yeah, I'll take that and put it in my mouth.
but that's
and
like the whole point of eating that, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
mostly fat.
yeah, but like with like a ribeye, they have like the eye of the steak or whatever, and
Right.
people like trim that and they don't want to eat it because normally it is a little bit more tough and the texture's not like fun to deal with. But
Right.
like this one, I mean, you could literally put that piece of fat on your tongue and press it to the roof of your mouth and it would like melt.
That's
was-
like on my bucket list to go to Japan and have like have a legit steak.
Yeah. Yeah, they flew this in, and I think for this one roast, it was like after shipping almost $2,000.
God, that's. I don't know if I could spend
Yeah.
that much on a meal.
Yeah, I was
was
gonna say
fucking
Wagyu's the shit in Japan where they like jerk off the cows for maximum
Right.
pleasure
Yeah.
or whatever, so they die super happy, and that translates to the food.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
basically.
exactly where this came from. This wasn't like some bullshit like
Walmart. which
Yeah,
I
like
saw, which I'm like,
Wagyu,
wow,
like-
that's not. This
no,
is an
no. This was
unregulated
they
industry.
legit flew it in from Japan in like a climate controlled cooler so it wouldn't get frozen. Like they didn't just throw it on dry ice. Like it was like
It's the real shit.
trimmed, or it was slaughtered, dried, or hung, dried, put in a cooler and shipped, and it was never frozen, and it was fucking insane.
Damn.
It's on my bucket list.
I'll never be able to do that again. I never would have been able to do that without my dumb friend.
I've never gotten to try that, but I have had sushi in Japan, and
That'd
that's
be
even like bumfuck gas station sushi in Japan like destroys like half the restaurant shit here.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it's just different. It's so good. But for some reason, have developed. I really like raw fish. It's just so good. So I'm down with it.
That's another thing I used to hate sushi, and I don't know if I used to hate it. I just never really had good sushi, and I mean, living in the Midwest, obviously there's not a lot of opportunities, but when I was in Cleveland, I don't know if there's any saltwater sources in Cleveland. I don't think there is, but either way, I finally started having it, and it's quickly snuck its way into my top 5 probably for like not expensive, but kind of like what's the word I'm looking for, like special occasion foods. Like I'll fucking just go crazy and throw like $40 at a bunch of sushi.
Back when I was dating, this was a point of contention with me when I'd meet girls, because they would always say, "Oh, I love sushi. Let's go have sushi." And then we'd go, and I would take them to a legit place run by an actual Japanese guy here, and they don't want to eat any of that shit.
Yeah.
They're looking for like the fried rolls with the fucking, which if you like, I'm
The
not
sauce
talking
dripping on
shit,
them,
but
yeah.
yeah, they want like the fried shrimp tempura
tempura.
rolls and stuff, and I'm like, no, this place is raw meat.
Yeah,
Like this
yeah.
is the real shit.
There's a bed of rice with a piece of salmon on top.
The dude gets his fish like flash frozen and then flown in from the coasts every day, so it's all fresh, and it's delicious. And yeah, like you find out real quick they don't actually like sushi. They like fucking Philadelphia rolls,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever, or like
And like
California
cream
rolls,
cheese
with
and rice with a
cream
little
cheese
bit
and
of
avocado instead of
a hint
rice.
of tuna in there. Yeah.
Oh, it's got roe on here. That's exotic.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah, I don't love everything from the ocean. I got violently ill in Korea. Like, felt like I was gonna die. One time I was eating at a seaside restaurant, and when in Rome, there was the Romans, and I knew that's the number one thing you don't do when you go international is like anything uncooked or has touched water, because it's gonna have just different bacteria or whatever
shit
you
that you're
call
not
it.
used to. Yeah.
It's foreign to your body, so your body it's not that it's not healthy, it's not that it's dirty, it's just like it's not
Your
native
body's
to
not
you.
used to it.
And I ate fucking, I don't even know what they were. One was bloodworm, one was I ate squid and octopus that were like whole and like still alive. And then it's like, yeah, you have to chew it really bad, because if you don't kill it, it'll kill you. When you swallow it, it'll grab inside your throat. And I it was like noon, and I was like, I had to take a few shots, because I was like, fuck, I don't know. And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And I did it, and then I was fine. I went about the rest of my day, and then like I was in the south of the country, the ocean, and the next day I had to go north to Seoul. So we flew to Seoul, and then I was like at a buffet stuffing my face, and I got sick, so I'm like kind of thinking it was from the buffet, but then I started vomiting my brains out on the streets of Seoul. And we got in the subway, and I just remember like it felt like a movie where somebody's like lost, and like that you see shit just like spinning around, and there's like all these weird transitions.
Like The Void. Have you ever seen that one?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
But like it just felt like I was fucking like lost, and everything was spinning around. We're in the subway, and things are going a million miles an hour around me, and I'm just like, oh my god, I gotta get off. Next stop, I got off and just started vomiting everywhere. Found a public restroom, just vomiting diarrhea everywhere. I'm like, this is fucking horrible. And it got so bad I could barely move. We found like a hotel in an alley where I went to stay and tried to like sleep it off. And I was just up all night vomiting into a garbage bag and like had to go to see a doctor the next day and get basically fluids put back in me because I was so dehydrated. I felt like death.
That sounds tight.
It was horrible. I had to take like antibiotics. Probably ivermectin. I had to take some like anti-parasitic, so
Yeah.
just in case, because I was eating live shit out of the ocean.
That seems to be like a recurring pattern in Asian cuisine is like if you don't eat this right, it'll kill you. So it's like a fight between like you and the actual food.
Can be.
And I wonder if that's like a cultural thing or if they're just so bored over there that they're like, you know what, gotta spice up the life.
No.
I don't know.
Put it all at
actually,
risk.
I'll interject because I had basically the same experience this past weekend eating something I've eaten 100 times before.
Chicken nuggets.
Almost.
Oh,
But even better. They're about the size of a chicken nugget. We were out hunting west and we shot some mourning doves and cleaned them. And then that afternoon we cooked them for dinner. And my buddies, they're not like, they love hunting wild game, but they're not really into eating it. I love dove. I think it's amazing. Super.
Yeah, the chocolate and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
with the inspirational messages
Yeah.
inside the foil. Like,
Yeah.
Their
As you
shampoo's not
peel,
bad
as
either.
you peel the skin back, it says you're more than worth it. But we had these little. We had, I don't know, probably 8-10 doves that we cleaned up and
Jesus.
breasted them out and threw. I mean, they're tiny. So think about that. That's like 16 chicken nuggets.
Yeah, they're pretty
Essentially, they're pretty small.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, there's not much to them, but we threw them on the grill. We cooked them, and they had like 1 or 2 apiece, and they're like, I can't really deal with this. And I was like, these are fucking awesome. I don't know what you guys are talking about. So I ate the rest of them. Yesterday, I woke up at like 4:30 in the morning, vomiting, fucking sick out of my mind, and then shitting. And the only reason I knew it was these doves is because my fucking diarrhea smelled like a slough that these fucking doves came out of. Like,
Oh shit!
it was, but they're the most delicious little morsels of bird meat you could ever think of. It's so delicious. But that's I've eaten
It
that
happens.
100 times before, and I mean, it just kind of snuck up on me, I guess. Maybe it was just too much.
Yeah,
I
or
indulged too much.
one not quite cooked. or
Right.
One that was feeding on tapeworms in a
Could have been.
sewage- like,
Hopefully it's a
instead of
diet
sewer.
program I can
Right.
get with.
South Beach.
Not to sound like Prince, but can doves fly? Like, are they flightless or
No, they fly. They fly
they
fast.
fly? Okay.
Not
I have
as
a
fast as-
theory that anything that has wings and is able to go into the air for more than like 5 seconds, like a chicken, is not supposed to be ingested by humans because that is like God's teaser. He's like, oh ho ho, it's so delicious, but you can't get it because you can't fly. And then we're like, oh yeah, AR-15 crossbow, rock, like dexterity.
Yeah.
And suddenly we're eating these things, and he's like, well, that's not good. Let's see how you like this. And then he just gives you diarrhea.
I mean, that could totally be possible. But I will continue to shoot those things out of the air and continue to eat them. They're so delicious. I'll deal with the fucking diarrhea.
It seems kind of unfair that there's like, all right, so you think of like land animals that we eat. Cows are like enormous, right? Like a fully grown cow
Right.
is like huge, like a sow, right? And then like shit that we eat out of the ocean. I know a lot of people eat like shark fin soup and all this other like that shit. Those things are fucking huge. Or like even some tuna can be like what, like 300 fucking pounds.
Giant.
There's no
They-
equivalent to anything like that that's airborne. Like the biggest thing you can eat from the sky, what would it be, like a fucking heron? Those probably don't even taste good.
Because we
But,
ate
like-
all the dragons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to eat a fucking dragon's wing, bro. Like, I want dragon chicken wings,
Okay.
and it's not fair that they don't exist.
Do you know what the common crane is? Like
Yeah.
Sure.
Like big, like 4 or 5 foot tall creature.
Yeah.
Okay, those things weigh like absolutely nothing. There's nothing
Right.
to
They
them.
have
They
to,
have a
to be airborne. Yeah.
yeah. Their wingspan is like 6-7 feet wide, and they weigh all of 8 pounds maybe. They're the most delicious thing that flies. They call them the ribeye of the sky.
I've
They're-
never
Okay.
even known anyone who's eaten crane.
Oh yeah.
That's the most baller shit I think you could
Yeah,
do is
fucking
eat crane.
We shot them like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and we're like, there was like a flock of them that came over, dropped 2 of them, and my buddy's like, "Are we supposed to shoot these? Like, is this legal?" And I was like, "I have no idea." And we did a quick Google search, and it's like, "Oh yeah, no, these things are delicious. Let's keep them." And fuck, it was so awesome.
No, you didn't search if it was legal or not. You searched if they were edible. or
Yeah,
not.
yeah. We found out after we cooked them, like, oh yeah, we're
Oh, this is a war crime.
yeah. Don't get me wrong. I've shot plenty of things that we should not shoot. Fucking hawks, owls, road signs.
Bald eagles.
But no, fucking I think your theory about things that fly being the most delicious and like tantalizing, yes. I think you're right on board, and they will fuck you up if you
I
don't
just
do
wanna
it right.
Go to like the last unexplored island and just see a gang of dragons flying around and make that my life's mission is to just fell one of these things and then fucking cook it over a spit. It just sounds so incredible, man.
It'd be awesome.
I wonder what fucking like pterodactyl tasted like.
Oh, I know, right? That's what I'm saying.
I wanna
Dinosaurs are the
know.
closest that you can probably get to. There must have been some were missing. Like some of those motherfuckers must have just left the atmosphere, and like we just don't know them anymore. Like there must
So-
be some crazy.
Would it be closer to like an alligator or a chicken?
Don't they
'Cause-
say chicken is like the closest relative to like other raptors?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, but what's kind of funny about steering this towards dinosaurs is I actually had something I wanted to bring up. I was just bored at work taking a piss the other day, and I was like, I've never seen a depiction of dinosaurs fucking. Like I swear to God, I just had that thought. Like, how did dinosaurs procreate? Because you see like maybe they had retractable dicks or something, but you've never seen a depiction of a T-Rex running with his dick swinging.
Right. Do they have
Like-
like a cloaca, or
Like-
did they have?
What's the deal? How did
Or like a-
pterodactyls fuck?
You ever seen a
lay
duck
eggs?
penis?
Yeah.
The-
they lay eggs, but they still gotta be fertilized.
Yeah, but have you seen like a
Yeah, like the
Drake Mallard penis?
is that the like corkscrew ones that can
yeah,
come
it's
out?
just
and, like-
fucking zigzags all over the fucking place. Because the fucking female duck's vagina is a fucking maze, and no
Humans' vaginas
duck
are
sex is
mazes.
consensual. So yeah, who knows? Maybe a dinosaur's dick was the same way.
That seems like a challenge.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, it's basically playing Zelda every time you want to have sex.
So wait, like have you guys ever seen that? Like, have you ever seen a scientific depiction of dinosaur
I
sex?
saw this
I've
one.
I've
Bang
never
Bros
Googled
video.
Rule 34 dinosaur.
Well, so I was just gonna say, Rule 34 Land Before Time stuff doesn't count. 'Cause that's not real.
Littlefoot, big dick.
They call me Littlefoot because the size is up front.
I saw a Bang Bros video where a guy dressed up as a T-Rex and went to town on this girl. That was kind of cool.
That might count.
They call me the Mastodon because my trunk's in the front.
No, I mean I don't think I've ever seen dinosaurs like procreating, but honestly, I could probably say that for like 90% of life on this planet. I don't think I've ever seen cows fuck.
Where have you been?
Yeah. That's
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm the bull, man. That's where I learned.
I watched
tend to
deer
keep my
fuck
eyes
in
on
my
the prize, I
backyard the
guess.
other day.
I just thought it was weird because I've never seen a depiction of any dinosaur with genitalia.
Yeah.
Like, I was just thinking about it. Like, do they shit? They piss? They fuck? I've never seen it. Not one dinosaur. You're not gonna tell me the mammoth doesn't have balls swinging down there?
Man, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Do they defecate in the same way that we understand today?
They must. I mean, I would assume they did, and I would assume they were massive shits.
Right, but like that scene in Jurassic Park where they're like, yeah, there's a massive shit. Like, is that how they evolved?
Yeah, I don't know actually.
Like, or were they able to expel waste in different ways?
I'm 100% sure dinosaurs don't look anything like we fucking render.
Fuck
them
no,
to.
they don't.
They don't look a goddamn thing like these cool ass strongs. You know why? 'Cause
Yeah.
they're cool. So they don't look like that.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs probably look dumb as fuck. They probably look like retarded chickens. And if you saw one, you wouldn't be scared of it except for the sheer size of the damn thing. You'd be like, you are a big, ugly, dumb looking motherfucker. Like,
Bunch of fucking My Little Ponies running around.
right. I think dinosaurs are way lamer than we make them.
Probably.
And we were like, look at these fucking teeth. I'm like, my dog's got teeth like that too. Like,
Right.
it's not special.
Yeah, if it's wrapped around or if those teeth are wrapped in like a big globular bowl of shit,
Right.
like
you know,
they're not vicious at all.
what's the fucking, like the seagull, not the seagull, the one with the pelican. I'm going to bet velociraptors look like pelicans without the giant beak thing. Like,
Yeah.
I bet they look dumb.
Yeah.
They look fucking stupid. And they look fucking stupid, and they apparently don't have dicks. So,
Bunch of nerd looking ass cucks.
right. It's fucking disgusting ass creatures. But I do want to taste one. I
Yeah.
wish. So there is like this company that's trying to like bring back mammoths, which
I saw that.
I'm sure is a fucking brilliant idea. I can't wait till we all get some virus that was frozen inside of mammoth tissue. But I do want to taste one
Yeah, of course.
or have a pet mammoth. That would be
That'd be tight.
badass.
I wonder. Well, it'd be fuck. If you could like find one that was like flash frozen and the meat's not awful, like way down deep in a glacier.
There are people who've done that.
Oh, really?
They have, and they weren't like they would belong to some university. I don't think they were supposed to eat it, but they did cook it up and eat it. And I don't know that they said it was even good, but it was also like a fucking millennia old or whatever more.
Which-
than that,
I mean, sure.
right?
Like whatever.
It's well aged.
I just
and
feel
Yeah.
like
even frozen.
I just feel like we're going in the wrong direction, fellas. I need this before I die. I need to eat out an alien. I need to.
There's a
I
ton at
could
the
give a
border.
Shit, what our ancestors like. I don't care. I highly doubt there's a Neanderthal out there that could get me past half chub. Like they could be in front of me doing the most crazy exotic shit of it I've never seen, like doing fucking like 360 flips on my
Too
dick, and I would
hairy,
just be
dude.
like, yeah, whatever. But an alien, bro. Man.
Hold on, just remind me. Neanderthal 360 flips. The strip club I went to this weekend. Just, you can continue on.
I just want a fine alien bitch to walk up on me and say some shit like Glorkshabor, and I'd be like, yes, I'm in. And I don't care what happens to me after that, man. I need it. I need it so bad.
I could only do it if they're humanoid. I'm definitely speciesist.
Really?
I guess centaur would be okay, or like whatever. Maybe
I would say
minotaur.
I could only
you're so
do it if
close-minded.
they were like,
Yeah.
yeah. The only way I would be able to do it is if they were like sentient, like if
No gelatinous
Like, if-
blobs. No grays.
I'm
Little
not-
grays.
I
There's
am not-
big-headed.
I am not
Big-headed
putting
bitches.
any physical limitations on the board. I am saying if we can have a conversation and consent can be formed, I want to taste your weird alien pussy.
What do you?
What if
and
you
vice
don't
versa.
consent?
Yeah, what are you? Some kind of homo?
That's-
Like,
What do you mean? I'm some kind of what? You're
if
telling
we
me you can see the
if we can
first-
have a connection, we can be, have a conversation.
There, just so you
Well,
know,
that's the
space
only
is
thing
governed.
stopping me from going out to fuck a dolphin. So I mean,
You
like, I'm not
should-
gonna
wait,
fuck a
well,
dolphin
who's
because I
to
can't
say you
chat it up.
shouldn't?
Where do you think the mermaid tail came from?
Yeah, like I think dolphins would enjoy that. I bet the dolphin would fuck you first.
From what I've heard,
Probably.
dolphin pussy is the closest to human pussy there is.
Yeah, it'd be a good starting point for bestiality.
Just kind of ease into it.
That's what I'm saying. It's not
Porpoise
bestiality
pussy?
if it doesn't come from Earth.
Oh,
Well, do dolphins come from Earth? That's
yeah. Go fuck an octopus.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm willing
I get
to
what
go
you're
down
saying.
that path, but I'm also willing to say that the first, the first bitch to pull up from Venus she's fit to get it. I don't care
So-
what size, shape, or form it is. That they could be a towering, fucking tesseract that just pierces my brain by looking at it. My dick's still getting full.
You know what they say
full
about
mass.
girls from Venus, though?
I don't.
They have a penis. Sorry.
Nice.
Space is governed by maritime law. Like,
Yeah.
well, is it even? I don't know. But it's there is no real law in space. So I mean, do as you will in space. I mean, not that.
Exactly.
The first thing of intelligence that finds you is probably more advanced than us. See,
Sure.
assuming it finds you don't find it. Your consent may not be asked for.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
that
That's
case.
okay. That is okay.
What
That
if
is
it's a
okay.
male?
That's okay.
Oh, if you're down with anything,
What's this?
They're alien. It doesn't
Yeah.
count.
that's true. I mean,
So it's not cheating?
it's not anything. Is it even? Fuck, I don't know. I don't really want to think
I
about
think
getting anal.
there's a
raped by
good
an
conversation to be had about both the moral and I would say sort of the responsibility that falls with the first man or woman to meet an alien race. I think you are like obviously you want to try to establish friendly contact, peace, etc. But almost immediately after that, fucking should definitely be like up there. Like it just needs to be.
alien. It would be the
Because
first.
if it feels
Fuckability
good,
is. Yeah,
like,
I mean,
if it feels good for both parties, that is the first thing that will achieve like fucking peace in the galaxy.
I
Rather
feel
than
like you
trade
just
or education or whatever, if we enjoy having sex with another alien species, it's like we're Gucci. We will fucking team up and conquer the rest of the galaxy.
dude, I'd move to whatever planet instantly.
I feel like you're
Exactly.
just
Like that's my
describing
point.
a first
I
date.
don't know.
Like, oh, we just need to have a conversation, make peace, and then we go fuck.
That's
Yeah.
first contact with
Yeah.
my dick.
I'm legitimately so sad that that's probably not going to happen, bro. Oh man,
You gotta join Space Force.
yeah, be a guardian.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Or get on board with Richard Branson or Bezos.
they're probably. I bet you they're already fucking aliens somewhere. Doesn't that make you even
Man,
more
don't
mad?
say that, bro,
Like,
because that makes me like.
Right? Like Area 51, someone's in a consensual relationship with an alien.
Fucking conjugal visits
Yeah.
for the fucking alien.
Fucking. What about reptilians?
You want to fuck a lizard?
Yeah,
Mm,
like Hillary
it
Clinton
depends. It depends.
with her mask off.
I also think there is something to be said as well. If an alien race shows up and they are, yeah, like you said, if they are infinitely more intelligent and capable than we are, I'm super down with being like a concubine for the rest of my life. That would be
Like
so
snoo
tight.
snoo.
Snooze.
Yeah, that would be
Like
so
That's the
ill.
first thing. that popped in my head.
I just want to serve a higher power that also fucking will rim me and then kill me.
You're such a sub.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm more on the Captain Kirk tip with that. Like, I just want to travel around and fuck bitches.
That's fair, but you got to be realistic with it, right? Like,
It would just be what I have done my whole life, except in space.
fuck. Oh man.
Denny, did you see the update on your gunshot victim, self-inflicted gunshot victim?
Oh, no, I didn't.
He posted it in the Discord there.
Is it in
Might
the
have to-
topics?
Yes.
Okay.
You might have to check that
All right,
out.
let me read this. This is my first time seeing this. Oh my god. An update to my previous post. So after shooting myself in the leg with 22 pellets, they were getting to point where most of them wouldn't break skin. So I thought I was ready to try a 22 short round, and I was very mistaken. The bullet lodged itself in the middle of my calf, and I had to go to the hospital to get it surgically removed. Worst pain in my life. It took them half an hour of cutting and digging around in there to get it out. The one nurse was a cutie pie, though, and so if I can get her number, it might have been worth it. But I think I'm done with the whole shooting myself thing. It's going to be a while before I can walk normally again, and the painkillers they gave me don't work for shit. If any of you commandos feel bold enough, though, feel free to carry on in my place. Oh my god. Holy shit. I will be 100% honest with you. I was not expecting to hear back from this hero. Wow.
What a
That
fucking
is incredible.
what a pioneer, right? This is the true biohacker right here. Not some guy taking fucking coenzyme 10 and quercetin. The guy shooting himself to become bulletproof is the real biohacker.
That's so sick. I also noticed you posted some Martin Cabello III in there. Are you fellas aware of this guy? Because I can give you the lowdown if you don't.
So I just searched him up after that was posted in there, and that dude is fucking insane.
He's had a very interesting life. You want to hear the lowdown?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So this dude used to be like, I want to say like 350 pounds. Used to be super fat, super depressed. He got into a car accident. Someone was driving drunk and hit him, and he had severe brain damage. And after the
Oh.
car accident, he started working out, losing weight, and posting online. And since then, he's kind of grown a like international audience as like a weird, like esoteric self-help type of dude. And his wife is also autistic. Oh yeah, he's autistic, by the way. His wife is also autistic. Post like the craziest shit ever online. But this dude is possibly the only case of like brain damage working out to be like a plus, because something happened up there that made him like super motivated and super ambitious.
So-
Maybe it was also like, that close to being death type thing, but I like to think it was something more like more physical that happened. Yeah, Martin
Well-
Cabello was fucking crazy.
I didn't know about the brain damage because I just became aware of this fucking goober a little bit ago.
Oh yeah, I followed him on
Um,
Twitter for like 4 years.
So, I found on this guy is he runs some kind of ketogenic diet service that he runs it out of his home address, and so his home address is like online. But anyway,
Yep.
I have a whole theory about people who run long-term ketogenic diets. From being into bodybuilding and powerlifting, a lot of people run these diets where they do. It's typically like zero carb, right? And you try to get in this state of ketosis where because your body doesn't have any glucose in it, it has to produce ketones in the brain for energy. And there's no science behind this. This is just my anecdotal evidence working with and being around so many people who run this. I don't think there's any problem with doing ketogenic diets for like 6 months, maybe even a year. But I think when you get to like the 2-year plus range of like eating raw meat and egg every day and that's it. You ever been around somebody who's like heavy into like cocaine or stimulants or something?
Yep.
Yeah, and they they get like that fucking kind of weird god complex and get manic. People on ketogenic diets, not all of them, but a lot of them kind of start to get like that. They get really like this weird ego, and they start talking really fast, and it's almost like somebody on fucking drugs.
That makes sense.
And-
I knew a guy in Cleveland that was doing that for a long time. Now he was also a serious cokehead, so it might have just been like that all the time. But maybe the 1-2 punch of the of the chemical shift might have had something to do with it too.
Well, And I think you got to have something else going on. So like the autism and the brain damage probably doesn't help.
Sure.
But
Or does it?
I think, well, you never know because I see like the dudes.
Everything's
Hardcore.
relative.
I think that being hardcore into keto, this is just my hot take, but I really think in like 10, 15 years, you're going to find out that it does something bad to your brain after a certain amount of time. I mean, I think in short bursts and even maybe up to like a year and a half, you'll probably never notice anything. But I think you just hit a point where I don't know what it is, but you're taxing your brain too much and you have like no fucking glucose or whatever. Like you're never feeding yourself carbs. So I don't know because I don't have the science to prove what I'm saying. I just think I think I'm right because I've seen it. People start just getting like they act like cokeheads is the only way I can describe it when they go on keto for too long. Like have no carbs in their life.
As a response to that, and this is just for us, the people at home won't be able to see that, but I just posted a video showing you the progress you can make on that type of diet. Go ahead and watch that little 4-second clip there.
Fucking. How do I open this up to show? Not that it's of any value.
No.
But it's what the fuck is he doing?
It's his cock.
Well, I get that, but like it's like literally like cocking
man,
cock.
Yeah.
Like,
He's happy. That's all that matters is he's happy now. So
to each their own.
like
I
whether it's
guess.
the ketosis or the brain damage or the autism finally taking full effect, I don't know. But
So I searched his name and I found that he's been like harassing his neighbors and calling them all pedophiles and then like posting their addresses online. So I'm like, this dude needs to be dealt with. Like, I don't know how they just take that out of God.
because look at him, bro. He's ready to take on
He's
anything.
fucking ripped.
I know he's fucking what a Looney Tune. But maybe he knows the truth. Maybe we're all asleep. I don't know.
On the topic of like fucked up brains and chemicals, have you guys noticed? I know around here, I work in the car industry, so it's very apparent to me, but the rash of stolen catalytic converters.
Yeah, we had a whole bunch stolen off our fleet vehicles from work and stuff. And
I was hearing
people stealing
about
tires
something
too,
like
though, and
that,
everything.
but
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it. Yeah.
So, okay, I just saw a little video the other day. So, catalytic converters, they like filter exhaust fumes from vehicles. And
I thought
they
that was
use
the thing that lets Transformers turn into like robots.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that.
roll out.
All right, go on.
But they're very expensive because they use a lot of platinum and silver in them to like filter out the exhaust. Apparently, in like, I don't know if it's West Africa or whatever, these guys are stealing catalytic converters and pulling out the platinum and the silver, and it's like in like a honeycomb form, and they crush it up and they fucking smoke it.
Oh shit!
No shot.
Literally smoking platinum? No, that's
That's
balling.
fucking baller
That's-
shit.
That's the most fucking gangster drug I've ever heard of. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you smoke crack? I smoke platinum.
I
Homie smoke. It's like people who have to have like gold flakes in their ice cream
Yeah.
and shit. Like,
yeah,
I'm eating gold. Like, yeah, I'm smoking platinum. Like,
you smoking mids. I'm smoking platinum. No joke, and I'm not sure if it's like made it to the U.S. or
well, like Jankum, it probably won't. Which is,
oh yeah,
if you-
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like you're smoking on that K2. I'm smoking on that PT, bro. You don't stand a chance.
So
Holy shit.
but I was wondering because like one of the dudes I work with, he like buys and sells like junk cars all the time, and he'll buy like a scrap car that's like sitting on the side of the road, cut the cat off, and then sell the car for scrap, and he'll get his money back, and then sell the cat for $2, $3 to $1,000. And I'm like, who the fuck is buying this shit? Like, I feel like you can't, like, the recycling process for platinum to like get all those,
it would be
insane. So my only conclusion is there are people here now fucking mixing that, because it gives you the same effects as like heroin or
oh shit, making drugs out of catalytic converters.
yeah, they're cutting it instead of buying like what's Chinese fentanyl,
right,
or buying heroin,
just steal a catalytic converter.
yeah, and just cut it with that.
I'm intrigued.
I've done no research. I watched about a 4-minute video on it. This is the conclusion I came up with. I have no information to back this up, but I would not be surprised if that's why there was a huge spike this past year in like catalytic converters being stolen, mixed and cut with like Chinese fentanyl or heroin.
That'd be so.
You said there's silver in there too?
Yeah, I think there's platinum and silver.
Could be a good vampire defense mechanism as well then.
Oh, that's true.
Well, right. Like, what if
fucking
there's
ping pong tables?
So what if we're just not aware of this secret vampire invasion and the resistance is stealing catalytic converters?
All the fucking junkies are aware of what's going on, and
those aren't track marks, they're fang. Daywalkers.
You got a fucking blade out there with a sawzall
and no teeth.
And no teeth.
He's being arrested. He's like, no, you have to listen. I haven't done a crack in 40 years. It's vampires.
That'd be so sick. A Blade remake, and he's in like a cut off flannel shirt. No teeth.
Crawling under a car at 2 o'clock in the morning with a cordless sawzall.
One fang.
Yeah.
Ray Charles sunglasses. He fucking sawing catalytic converters to make anti-vampire implements.
Fucking Chris Christopherson just in the background singing some bullshit song.
Have to steal cars to fight the vampires.
Some super beat up fucking hooker shows up that if you look hard enough sideways squinting kind of looks like Jessica Biel.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And then Ryan
Ryan Reynolds is just Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll just work in anything, so it doesn't matter. He's making his stupid fucking jokes.
I'm waiting for the Van Wilder reboot.
Speaking of movies, I watched a horror movie the other night that I love horror movies. They're like my top genre as far as like really good movies I like to watch. And I don't know if you guys know who James Wan is, the director. But he's the guy who made the first Saw movie. He made like the Conjuring series. So yeah, James Wan. So he's like very, very famous in Hollywood. And he was so famous that they needed a director for Fast and the Furious 7. So the one before, actually 2 before this most recent one. And that was like one of the best received ones out of this new era where it's like superheroes basically instead of just driving.
The keys to the car were in Vin Diesel's anus. And somebody had to grab them.
So he did a really good job. So he became really like sought after. And at some point in there, he hashed out a deal with Warner Brothers. He's like, look, I'll make this multi-billion-dollar movie for you, but I need like $50 million to make my own thing. And they're like, okay, no problem. And so he put out this horror movie called Malignant. And I just watched it with me and my boys the other night on Discord. And holy fuck. I have never seen a movie. First off, it's not scary. I would even argue it's not very good. But it has possibly the best twist and as a result, best climax of any horror, thriller, action, whatever movie I have seen in a very long time.
Better than Chubby Checker squirting?
Potentially better than Chubby Checkers squirting, yeah.
Do you get it?
I don't want to spoil anything for anyone out there, but it's just like
twist and climax.
I was.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
I got it.
Okay, I couldn't let that one pass.
So you did the chubby checkers joke, but when you said twist and climax, I was gonna say sounds like duck sex, but I didn't want to interrupt.
If you're where I was and you're halfway through this movie and you're like, this shit blows, and you don't have a group of friends to watch it with, I promise you, just keep watching, because at some point, it genuinely gets so fucking ridiculous. Okay, so this is the spoiler mark. I'm gonna spoil this movie. If either of you wanted to watch it, go fuck yourselves, because I need to talk about this just to get your
Spoil it for
reactions.
me.
All right, so spoilers from this point onward for probably like 5 minutes. Anyway, here's the sort of synopsis of the movie. Lady is in a horrible relationship with her boyfriend. She's pregnant, and she gets like some horrible like she gets into an argument with her boyfriend, and he like shoves her against a wall, and her head cracks on the wall, and her baby gets lost in all this process. She gets sent to the hospital, whatever. Her boyfriend gets killed by some like horrible demon or some shit, and she sees it happen. And obviously the cops don't believe her. No one believes her, whatever, because, you know, it just looks like a classic case of like someone broke in or whatever.
It sounds like a white chick dating a blood.
Kind of, yeah. Throughout the rest of the movie, all these people around her, these doctors that she used to know when she was a kid, keep getting killed by this horrible demon. And you learn more about the main character. She was adopted. Prior to being adopted, she was in this like school where they do reconstructive surgery on kids because she had some weird thing, and it's not really explained, but it just kind of talks more about it. And so eventually you find out that the horrible demon thing is actually a parasitic twin that she was born with that lives in the back of her skull. And once her boyfriend cracked her head on the wall, that part of her skull opened back up because they managed to like stuff it in there and basically just keep it in there as a kid. But once her skull got cracked open, this parasitic twin started coming out, and I legit shit you not, he turns into John Wick. And the last 25 minutes of the movie is her, but it's her parasitic twin, walking around backwards because he's covering the back half of her body and just killing like an entire police station, Terminator style, in like the best action sequence I've ever fucking seen. But it's so funny because he does everything backwards because he's attached to the back of her body. So he's wearing like a trench coat the wrong way because he's walking backwards, and he's wearing shoes in reverse. And so he's like taking steps backwards, but he's doing like kung fu and shit. And it's all practical effects. I don't know how James Wan pulled this off, but it's seriously like, it's the sickest scene of any movie I've ever seen. Dude, it's so incredible, man. Like you need to just find the last 10 minutes of that fucking scene, and it's just so sick. Man, I can't believe that movie exists. I'm so happy Hollywood just lets people do whatever they want when they have enough money.
I'll watch the end, but I probably won't watch the whole movie.
Yeah, I love good horror movies. That is not a horror movie, nor is it particularly good. But the last 20 minutes or so are desperately in need of more attention. It's so sick. And the crazy part is it has like raving reviews everywhere. And I'm like, these critics must be stoned out of their fucking mind watching this thing, because I can only imagine if I was drunk or high, this would be the greatest movie of all time. But unfortunately, I was sober at the time of viewing.
Sounds interesting. If I ever find time to fucking watch it, I will. But
I'll see if I could track down a clip or something and send it to you guys, because it's just so insane.
I did not watch any movies this week, but I did revisit something from my past, and I'm actually gonna see if you guys. I don't think you guys can guess. I don't know if it's possible to guess what I listened to. So I was listening to music, and it's something I haven't listened to since I was a teenager. The only thing I'll tell you is it's nu metal, which is the much maligned nu metal genre.
Okay.
But it's an album that when I just went back to it, I'm like, holy shit, this is really fucking good. And
Hold on, I think I might actually know what this is. I have to fucking remember the name of the band.
Dude, there's no... If you guess this, I don't know what I'd give you, but... And I don't know why I went back to listen to it. It was just kind of random. Like, I was like, I want to listen to this. And then I was like, holy fuck, this is so good.
I have no idea.
and it ties into we talked a lot about music last week, so I've just been seeing, like everybody shits on new metal, which rightfully so. A lot of it is fucking horrible, but this is like a new metal band that's like
It's not Deftones, is it?
no, that's too popular, like for me to like say you'd never guess it. That's why I don't think
Yeah.
you could guess.
I have a song in my head. I swear I think you showed it to me when I was younger. That's why I want to guess it, but I can't remember what it's fucking called.
There's this would have been a band I probably haven't listened to since I was like 12 years old.
or
13
okay,
years
maybe
old.
not then.
I'll drop one hint if you guess it from this.
It's
part,
not Linkin
it's-
Park.
No.
No.
It's an all-female band.
Oh, okay,
So-
never mind. I have no idea.
Fucking Kitty. Did you guys ever listen to Kitty? The song Brackish from them
Kitty?
used to be on the radio all the time.
No,
Um,
I've never heard of Kitty.
Fuck. That album is their first album called Spit is so good.
Really?
Yeah, and I think at the time when they came out, it's the same time like Korn and Slipknot are going mainstream and stuff, and I think you look at them and you're like, oh, it's an all girl like Slipknot thing or something. So I think a lot of people dismissed it, but you find out they were like a legit band. They met in school, and it's not like it's not a record company push. They're legit. It's so fucking good. And
I'll have to listen.
I think I don't know about you, Denny, because it's pretty old, but I think if you heard Brackish, I think you would. The song Brackish, you might remember it. I don't know. It used to be on the radio. and
I'm
stuff.
sure it probably
So
would.
it was-
I'm so fucking retarded
it
when
was,
it comes to retaining that information.
Well, no, I completely forgot they even existed.
Yeah.
Like maybe once in high school, sometime I heard one of their other albums, or I saw them live at some show. I don't remember, but just I got hit with this wave of nostalgia, and so I went back and I listened to like their first album, which was kind of new metal, and then their other stuff is not new metal. After that, it's kind of more heavier. It's just heavier, but the first album still holds up, and it even for it being new metal is still good. I was like, holy shit, this is good stuff. They had a whole bunch of songs. I want to say Paper Doll was on the radio back then too, but I don't know. I just remember that song.
On last week's subject, you talking about like not wanting to like listen to music that like pumps you up, be zen or whatever.
Right.
There's one song. It's every time I think about like my top 5 songs in my life, this one is always like in the conversation. It's a song called Deadly Sinners by 3 Inches of Blood.
I don't know this at all.
Oh my God. They're a Canadian band, and they have 2 lead singers or vocalists or whatever you want to call it. It is the most insane, like, I don't know if you want to call it like math metal, Viking metal, whatever.
Wait, I know this song. This was
You know
on,
that one?
Yeah, the song was in Tony Hawk's Underground.
Wait, was it?
Yeah, I played the shit out of that game. I just
I've
started
played
listening
that
to it.
game-
I'm like, I know this shit.
I've played that game too, but I don't remember any of the
It's
music in it.
such an amazing song. If you can't, like, there's no way to, like, not get pumped up listening to it. Like, it will drive you to insanity.
Dude, I might have to check that out.
It's so good.
I'm very close to like playing the first riff from that Kitty song just to see if you even remember it.
Oh, yeah.
But like I don't want to waste everybody's time if nobody fucking remembers what I'm talking about. But it's on YouTube, so I know it wasn't a fever dream. Like, I know it was like legit. Like I won't play the whole song or anything like that because I know people don't care. But I just like
While
Oh.
while we're on the topic of crazy good music, there is a band called Ginger, Ginger.
yes,
Uh,
I listened to them quite a bit.
Do you? Okay, so you heard
Yep.
the song Pisces?
Yep.
Yeah. So the lead singer, fucking Tatiana. JR, if
Yeah.
you've never heard of them, you'll definitely want to give them a listen because I think
Her voice,
probably
her
be-
vocal range is insane.
in fucking sane. like actually absurd. So
She
if
has,
you've
like,
never heard of
legit
Ginger, you
growls.
should definitely
Really?
listen to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
I'm just gonna play that opening riff. But if this initial part here doesn't even like spark it, you probably don't remember it. But they're fucking
No, but
legit.
I'm fucking into it.
Yeah, it's
I'm way
so-
into it.
It's
Fuck
so
yeah.
good. I'm gonna try to find that chorus.
No, I'm fucking.
This song was huge when I was like, I don't know, must have been like 12 or something. And
I'm way into that shit.
so like initially, I better just post that in the Discord too. But like I was initially into it because I was like 12 and they were girls, so I was like, ooh, this makes my pee-pee tingle. But like going back now, I'm like, they're fucking like legitimately talented. Like,
Yeah.
holy fucking shit. They apparently like wrote this whole album when they were teens, like 15.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I'm.
So I just went on an obscure music trip this week. I started going through their whole discography, and they have a documentary out too, but I didn't watch it yet.
My new metal veins don't go very deep, but like
Oh, mine don't either.
I'm fucking way into that shit.
Because this shit wasn't. I mean, this was on the radio and stuff. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't. It was fairly mainstream. I just don't think they took off.
Yeah.
I think people thought they were gimmicky and they didn't actually see how fucking talented
Yeah.
they were. Because I mean, this is the same time they're going right up against the direct comparison to like Korn and Slipknot.
Corn.
right at
Mud,
their
yeah, I was
height.
gonna say it sounds
Like,
kind of Mudvayne and
yeah. So there,
yeah.
there's a lot of the same sound at the time. But if you go back, like this shit still holds up.
Yeah.
Yeah, their stuff still holds up. Where
Fuck
like the
yeah.
other stuff kind of sounds like dated. This it's my jam. That's a bop right there.
Do you like Tool, JR?
I don't go very deep with Tool. I do like
Okay.
them. Man, when you guys got into the conversation last week about like, oh, I listen to everything, type of shit. Like, I could have Slick go through my library right now, and like, there's some deep tracks that I enjoy, but I don't go deep into any artist particularly.
I gotcha.
I'll
Okay.
listen to everything, but yeah, I like Tool.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious because a lot of the hardcore Tool fans that I've met over the years don't like the new album that they put out. They took a break from 2006 was when they dropped Anima, and then
Yep.
2018 was when the new album came out, and a lot of people don't like it, but I've listened to it probably like a couple dozen times now, and I'm I have really warmed up to it. It's probably like my second or third favorite album of theirs now, specifically just a couple of songs that are so fucking well put together that even like an acolyte in music like myself can appreciate the amount of effort that went into it. Like,
Yeah,
their drummer, Danny Carey, is so fucking insane that it's just hard to believe the shit he can do. Like the guy does polyrhythms non-fucking stop that lead back into riffs that then lead back into polyrhythms. His fills are top fucking notch. And
Yeah.
to top it off, he's like in his early fucking 60s, I think, or late 50s.
Jesus.
Like the dude plays like a fucking mastermind. It's crazy.
That's nuts.
Yeah. I like the first Tool album, but I didn't like. I don't know. I
What,
just
Undertow?
never was like, yeah, or whichever one had they had that big video that was on fucking MTV and it was on the radio all the time. I forget the name. Schism, wasn't it the song?
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
Schism's
and so like at that time I listened to Tool a lot, but I know I didn't like. It's kind of weird for how diverse, like kind of what like I'm very diverse in my tastes. I do try to find a lot of obscure artists. Like I do dig for artists, but I don't get too deep with any like one particular artist. I go on these like autistic jaunts where I
Yeah.
like consume everything they've put out and then I go to another artist or like something. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
Dude, the other thing that got me super stoked about last week's episode was going on the Florida rap.
oh
Puya, dude, he's awesome.
dude, he's awesome. But I think the other guys that he works with, like I think Shakewell is
Yeah.
one of my favorite rappers of all time. And
Yeah.
I don't say that shit lightly. Like, I've been around now for a long time, and I've done the shit myself. I think he's one of like the best I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Like, I don't just say like I when I say that kind of stuff, of course it's personal. Like, I'm not saying he's the most technical rapper, most verbose or whatever. Everything he makes, I like. I vibe with. I enjoy it, and I put him up there with like my favorite things I've ever heard from any style of rap, any subgenre of rap, whatever you want, however you want to subdivide it. He's just like, I love everything he does.
Him and Fat Nick. I love Fat Nick.
Right,
I know his style is pretty repetitive, like from song to song, but there's something that the little stank that he puts on there.
I saw a Fat Nick, or I listened to Fat Nick shit. I won't say he wasn't like popping, but he was probably not that well known at the time, and I was searching dumb phrases online.
Yeah.
So I would search things I used to write, like I had a lyric, like sometimes I would search my own lyrics to make sure other people hadn't done similar things.
Yeah.
And like, so I would search polo socks. And
Yeah.
then I found like that there was like some rapper named Oliver who had a whole song called like Polo Socks or something. Like, and so I found it and I went on this like trail down that way.
Yeah.
I was searching lyrics I wrote, and like early 2000s sometime, and I found a Fat Nick song.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it had a title similar to something I had written in a rhyme. So it's just kind of a weird. I actually found him before I saw anybody else, really, except maybe Puya. I don't remember. But
Puya, man, that's his style. I mean, I liken it to like Bone Thugs and Harmony.
that's
And-
what that
a little
whole
bit,
like
yeah.
kind of scene is like.
Yeah.
3-6 Mafia, Bone Thugs. kinda
Yeah,
like
but he does it
homage,
in
but-
such an amazing way. Like, it's his own style, but you can tell where his influence comes from. But he does such a good job.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
I think he's amazing. That whole I didn't think anybody around here knew anything about South Florida rap.
that's about all the shit I listen to.
Yeah.
Those guys, and white people are about to ruin funk. So, and just in case you guys don't know what that is, like there's like a whole style of Memphis rap, which you guys are probably surface level familiar with, kind of like 3-6 Mafia style stuff.
Yeah.
But they have like these kind of sped up beats and these grimy vocals, and it's been a thing since like the 90s. But it's kind of like, do you remember how like white people, they take a genre and run it into the ground?
Yeah.
So like you had like trap music forever. It was always a thing, and then white people made it into like an EDM genre. They're gonna do the same thing with Memphis funk here. Like they're gonna turn it into an EDM genre and fucking ruin it. But you'll see that coming soon.
Boy, that's fucking lame.
It's those super fast kind of like trill beats. Like it's
Yeah.
like a Suicide Boys beat, but they're gonna turn that kind of shit into like some EDM garbage.
Mm-hmm. While we're on that topic, what did you guys think of the newest Vinny Paz album?
Which, you know what? I have to be 100% honest. Which one?
It was Burn Everything That Bears Your Name. It came out in like, I want to say May of this year.
I think I only listened to a couple tracks and I thought they were okay.
Okay. I kind of thought the
that-
same thing. But I've listened to it a few times now, and I like it a lot more. But the spiral that I've gone down with like JMT and Vinny and Apathy and Self and all those guys, I kind of feel, and I might get fucking hung from the cross for this, but I kind of feel like they are slowly starting to just pump out music for the sake of pumping out music, rather than like, I don't know, because like
agree,
you
I
listen
agree
to,
that.
yeah, like you listen
All
to
the
old
music, the last
JMT.
few albums have sounded the same for whatever reason. It's
Yeah.
like it's just one double EP that they've released as single
Mhm.
LPs or some shit, whatever, one double LP. But yeah,
Yeah, 'cause,
So
like, Yeah, go ahead.
Jedi Mind Tricks was like my favorite like rap group coming up. So to preface it, I was about probably 16 years old the first time I fucking heard it, and I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck is this shit?" And then it was like it was not long after Violent by Design came out, their second album, and I was like, "Oh," and so nobody knew who the fuck they were around here, especially around here.
Right.
But they weren't. I mean, they were big enough to have like be on a label and have albums, but I had to like special order the album to get it here, and it changed my entire life.
Yeah.
And so I always have the respect for that, and so how I'll say is I think maybe Vinny Paz is just ahead of me. Like, so what I mean is when the next Jedi Mind Tricks album came out, Visions of Gandhi, after that one, I did not like it at the time. But even just yesterday, I went back to listen to What's Really Good. I actually love that song off there. And it was kind of the same thing when he put out his first solo album, like whatever it was called, Season of the Assassin.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just not feeling it. And then now I go back and I listen to it. I'm like, dude, this is so fucking good. And then I think some of the stuff he's done more recently, like Cheesesteaks and stuff, were some of the best things he's ever done.
Yeah.
So
I was just about to say the God of the Serengeti album is probably my favorite out of that whole group. That's the best, maybe the best solo rap album I've ever heard of all time, because I think he only has a few different features on there, and most of them are from other dudes in that sort of group, like RA, La Coca Nostra, and
what I can't
like
do,
just people that they usually bang with. There's no one huge on there. Whereas now, like, he had a song with like Joey Badass, and he had a couple other songs with like these other big names. And it's not selling out by any means, but it does feel like they're just making music for the sake of making music.
He did a
I
song
think there's
with
a different
Pusha
type
T,
of
didn't he?
style when it comes to. I might be biased a little bit because I'm used to him running with Stoop, and going back to what was mentioned as well. Like I had to get the first project I got from them was the psychosocial, biological of it's that whole. I don't even want to try to finish that. I can't remember how that's all put together. Yeah, it was back when they were on Super Regular Records, and I had to get that off of sandboxautomatic.com, I think it was at the time. And this was like an online like record shop where there wasn't photos on there. They just had a link of like what the project was. You clicked on it, you could see what the rundowns was. You could add it to a cart, and then they just send it to you. That's how I stumbled across it. But I mean, so some of it is, I know like with his recent stuff, it's just wanting to hear certain producers because he sounds the best with it. And then I know it's nice to hear him bring in new shit. So that's probably maybe where the bias is I'm wanting more JMT sort of content. And I know when he's outside of that realm, because his stuff with Kill Bill, Heavy Metal Kings, that's a whole different type of John Noir type of shit. So I mean, he's got different, I feel like different things that he speaks on with different projects, or different, like where he's solo or when he's with somebody else or when he's with Stoop. But it's become a thing though too, where it just feels like they're reaching for something that maybe isn't there anymore. I don't know, and maybe it's just because it's just society now isn't paying attention as much as they were at one time, or I don't know what it is. But
his last song, was it called like I Am Chaos or whatever?
Right.
That one fucking slaps.
Yeah, like some of it's still really good.
But like when I think all those guys do really good like individually or with like one feature, but when they try to do like the big conglomeration of shit,
I was gonna say I cannot go back to any of those AOTP albums.
Yeah,
they are so fucking cheesy to me.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, the big ciphers and stuff.
It's like a sign of the times, like they're super like dated.
But even at the time, I didn't like them.
No, I wasn't.
You just have like dudes dropping fire verses and dudes dropping half-ass shit, or just like their style doesn't really mesh. And
D-Maz and some of those guys. Not saying that they didn't have dope verses on some, but it's like you went from like you had one where it was like, all right, you had some cohesiveness, and then you had someone come in with some like left field shit, or they'd say something. Some of those guys, I feel like you could tell some of the features where they were just trying to come up with the wildest shit to say because they knew that they had to try to match what everybody else was saying. But then when you heard them say, you could tell it was outside their normal wheelhouse. Like, all right, you sound like you're reaching, Whereas like cats like Vinny Paz and some of these other cats, you could tell like they're studied and they know what they're saying, and you can feel that when they're saying it too. I mean, I think not to like, I mean, jump back and forth, but a lot of the stuff he did with Sea Lance, I did like too, because it was that heavy hitting, you know, high energy shit, and that darker shit too, you know, had a drive to it too. So I think, you know, it would be nice to see him either, you know, the shit he did with, you know, Premier and some of these other cats, like, I don't know. I just like him with just one producer. I don't know what it is. That's just,
Yeah,
you
him
know,
and Stoop are so legendary together that I get why they had to go separate ways for a while, but yeah, like you go back and you listen to like Violent by Design, like Slick was saying, or
So
yeah,
I had
or
a
like God of the
discussion
Serengeti. It's just so fucking good.
in 2005 or 2006. I had a discussion with a guy who was a DJ around here, and what he said at the time, I think it it still stands today. He because we were talking about this kind of almost the same discussion where it's now 2021. I was having in like 2005. Where we didn't like the direction of some of the new stuff, and he goes, but it doesn't matter because he did the psychosocial LP or EP or whatever the fuck, and because he did that and he spoke on that shit, and then whatever, now he's like free if he wants to do fucking gangster rap albums, just fucking let him. He spoke on his real shit.
Yeah.
He put out a whole album. Now he can do whatever he wants. And then I was kind of like, all right, I see that you do one album where you drop knowledge. And then from that point on, you've dropped knowledge. You can do whatever you want. Like, you're free. So
I was back when he used to go by
theory too about him going like with some of the darker shit, because he still drops a lot of like knowledge and content in that too. When
Right.
people are like, he's weaving that in there too because it keeps people off his ass. Because when he was just
Right.
more on like that quote unquote, you know, metaphysical spiritual tip, you know, you would have people come at him, if you can weave it in with that darker shit, he knows a certain audience won't listen, or else, you know what I
Right.
mean? It's like he has a way where he can kind of get that shit out there without blatantly be one-sided. It's kind of like I can reach all sides of the spectrum, and weaving it in and just not have to worry about playing to a certain like ideology with some of the shit that he was saying, and worry about some sort of kickback.
right.
If there's one thing you can say, I mean, about everything he does is different. So he's never just stale. Even if some of it's not what we like, it's all different. Pretty much not one album sounds exactly like the other.
No.
Yeah, that goes
So-
double for JMT too. Specifically, I think like
Every single
really
one of their
didn't-
albums is different.
yeah, I really wasn't a huge fan of what the fuck was the album? The Ritual of Bat. No, that's AOTP. What is it? Oh yeah, The Thief and the Fallen. I wasn't
yeah.
a big fan of that one. There was a couple songs in there that were good, but then this newest one, The Bridge in the Abyss, I've listened to a song on there pretty regularly, and yeah, I mean I don't know if I'd say they all sound different. There is definitely like a flow and a pace that they keep that keeps things regular.
Sure.
But I think the subject matter and a lot of the one thing that Vinny's really good at is I think relating his music to whatever he's dealing with in life. So
Yes.
right around that time of like Thief and the Fallen, I know he was dealing with or not dealing with, but I think his son was just born, or maybe that was a few years prior. But a lot of that shit was like familial, and I think maybe that's why I didn't catch along with it as much, because I was kind of going into it with different expectations.
Could be.
Then like Bridge in the Abyss, he kind of came back and started doing more of like what Aquarius was saying, just kind of dropping knowledge and like weaving it in. He's really good at like talking about super gangster, like I'll cut you up and split you 9 ways, and then esoteric fucking Cthulhu-esque verses right after that,
Right.
talking about pagan rituals and shit. Like I love that shit so
Yeah.
much,
So-
man.
We'll hear him do a project like he did with Just Allah, like Violent by Design, where he was like a steady feature, but do that shit with Chris Rivers, with Big Pun Son, because I just think some of that shit, like it made me think of when you mentioned like God of the Serengeti, and then there was one of the other albums too that he had him on as a feature too, and like the songs were just, I don't know, I just feel like they brought the best out of each other. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, Carry On Tradition was another one. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I forgot what I was gonna say. I had something I was gonna say about that. Oh well.
You know what
Such is the
album?
way.
I don't want to admit that I've been.
Oh
Kinda-
my god.
Huh?
Oh my god. Uh-oh.
Hit it.
That's my fucking. Doja Cat?
Oh, she's
Okay.
dope. Dude, she's dope.
Dude, whatever album. I don't even know which one it is. I don't know if she's got more than one. Fuck.
The first song I ever heard by her was like
Planet
4
Her.
or 5 years ago with like that song Trauma.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this shit slaps. And that was
You guys know
and
she
then I-
used to like shit post on B and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know. That's why
Yeah.
she's dope. She got to pass forever. I don't give a fuck.
I don't know if
But-
she's dope. She
Dude, no.
There's a
Dude,
lot of-
girls with
no,
girls
listen,
with
there's a
bipolar
lot of-
disorder are dope.
You gotta pass forever.
There's some degenerate shit I could go into about Doja Cat, like the whole she was in racial chat rooms posting feet.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with
Yeah,
that.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no, I know
Yeah.
all about this. That's why, dude. That's why I said she's dope. She got to pass forever.
I didn't
I
know-
don't hand that shit out. I
makes you
stamped
dope.
it, verified.
Okay, that's
She's-
different. That's different.
She's good
Okay.
to go.
I didn't know any of this. I was driving, picked up my kid from preschool, driving home, and I heard this song. I was like, oh, this is kind of good. And I like Shazammed it or whatever to figure out what the fuck it was. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. And then digged into her last album. I was like, okay, there's a few slaps on this track or on this album. I dig it. And then I did a quick Google search, and I'm like, oh, she's like wearing cat ears on a Discord call, like cuddling up, dropping N-bombs. I was like, okay.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
a,
or going on, or going on Instagram Live wearing a full suit of chainmail and reading like ancient poetry. She's
Yeah.
cool, but she does some shit sometimes that's just like she's obviously just like
Well,
the fucking
she's no
pick me
Azalea
girl type
Banks.
thing.
okay. She's no Azalea Banks.
True.
So, fucking, you want to talk about like questionable shit? Azalea Banks. First off, that like fucking 212 is a banger. Like she can rap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's fucking
Yeah, 100%.
dope. Holy fuck, is that bitch nuts?
Yeah.
Like, fucking no way. Like, that's why I say, like, Doja Cat gets a pass for life. Like, she could just stop making music and hang. Like, she's tight.
Yeah.
Azalea Banks is like a fucking, like, I don't know what she is, some kind of voodoo priestess or whatever, like cutting chickens in her closet. Like, no.
Maybe I'm just mad because she said on a tweet once that if her song got like 100 million plays on Spotify, she'd show titty, and then she never followed up.
Azalea or Doja Cat?
Doja Cat.
For me, I can see how that's disappointing, but I like I think you would be disappointed. You know what I mean?
You think so?
I bet they hang.
Probably.
like
Probably.
You probably
Yeah,
just
yeah.
she probably looks better in clothes. It's better to have
Yeah, journey
that.
before destination, right?
Right.
Oh, I'm going to circle this back around to what I said to put a pin in earlier.
Okay.
Talking about hangers.
Hangers. Let's go.
Oh my God.
I bet you saw some hangers over the weekend.
Holy shit. So, okay, here we go. We're going duck hunting. This past weekend, we finish up, make dinner, and we're like, all right, let's drive 35 miles to the strip club. It's the only strip club probably within 150 miles. We pull up to the place. It's all lit up. There's 2 cars in the parking lot. 3 dudes sitting in the parking lot. One guy's name was Bob. He was probably the closest thing you get to like a pastor. Like, wouldn't drink, wouldn't say much, wore glasses, had his shirt buttoned all the way up to the top. Super nice fella. Kind of creepy. There was Doug, who I nicknamed Two Stroke because you fire him up, he just fucking takes off. Just would not stop talking about anything, laughing at his own fucking jokes, like the dumbest things, and just loud as shit. And then there was Stan, the owner of the strip club. We pull up and we hop out of the truck. And our first thought is like, fuck, I thought we were going to be the only ones here. You know, it's a Saturday night. There's not shit going on. It's, opening duck weekend. There's nobody around. We're like, fuck. we're gonna have to share the stage with these guys or whatever. We were hoping it'd be, one-on-one, and we hop out, and Stan, he's in his big overalls, got a white gray beard, trucker hat on. He's like, hey boys, did you bring the girls with you? And we're like, no, we were hoping they were here. And they're like, nope, they're not here yet. It's like, holy shit, it's like 9:30. We're at the strip club and there's no girls. We're like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, they'll be here about 10 o'clock. It's like, okay. Well, so we pull the truck around, back it up to the front door, drop the tailgate, and we just start drinking with these three guys. Stan's the owner of the place. An amazing dude. he we were sitting there, it got to be close to 10, and he called the strippers, and he's like, hey, where are you guys at? They're driving from like 3 hours away to come to this spot.
In the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah. And they're like, hey, where are you guys at? And they're like, we're like 7 miles away. Like, we'll be there in no time. Just don't worry about it. It's like, okay, fine. And so we just keep drinking, talking with Stan. Super nice dude. His house, I didn't realize this the last time I went there. His house is connected to the backside of the strip club. So you can
So it's like a rectory.
No, I'm not even joking. He has trailers out back of his
He has
house.
the church connected to the rectory. That's
Seriously. Seriously. You walk past the stage, you go through a door, it's his fucking kitchen. You go through another door, it's his fucking living room. And he's got security cameras and monitors and all this shit set up. We go back, like, because he's like, yeah, come back. Because he's like, oh, let's go take a shot. And we go back in his house, fucking hanging out. And yeah, he has trailers, like campers set up behind his house for the strippers. So they can drive all the way from wherever they come or fly them in from wherever they come. And they got a place to stay out behind his house.
Dude, this dude's tight.
Dude, there's fucking, in the strip club, like, there's lasers and a smoke machine, fucking brass poles, stripper pole, like this huge stage, and then there's fucking deer mounds, fucking walleye mounds, pheasants, geese, all hanging on the fucking walls. It's the most glorious place you've ever seen.
It sounds like Valhalla. Like this sounds like fucking Midwestern Valhalla, dude.
It's insane. So we're just hanging out, drinking with him, and then we get to talking to him, and my buddy's like, yeah, fucking Stan here, he's because he offered me a vape pen with like weed in it, and he's like, yeah, no, I'm way into smoking dope. I used to grow the shit back in the day. I was like, oh, really? And we started talking. The dude had, his claim was the largest illegal grow operation in the United States to this day.
Oh, really?
Busted by the feds. And I was like, well, I wouldn't have believed it. 'Cause it happened in 1978 or something like that.
Oh, I'm gonna have to pull up the Google.
Yeah, try and find it. I tried to Google it. I'm not very good at this shit.
Well, that's pretty old. Where like there might not be.
So that's what I was like. What the fuck? He had a framed picture of his grow operation in his kitchen next to his fridge that he got from the federal government because of the court case. Like this was like old school, like crop duster airplane going over his property, taking pictures. And he was breaking down each individual rows, all the different like sativas and indicas and all this shit. I was like, holy fuck, this is fucking nuts. It's so crazy. And he wouldn't admit to it, but my buddy who's been there a ton of times, spent a bunch of time with Stan, said he used to, and before I knew this, we were talking about it, he used to fly hot air balloons. And him and I were talking about it because I watched some random documentary on PBS about hot air balloons. And I was talking to him about like different companies, who used to manufacture it and blah, blah, blah. Or manufacture hot air balloons. And he's like, oh, yeah, I used to run some of theirs, and I had those companies and blah, blah, blah. And apparently, he used to fly hot air balloons between here and Canada, dropping packages of weed off along the way. He would have connections and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna
like-
drop a brick here."
Hot air balloon delivery.
Yeah, and he would go
It's like that
back and
Jackie
forth.
Chan movie that
Around the World in 80
Around the World
Days?
in 80 Days.
Yeah,
That's so sick, bro.
he would bounce between Canada and the U.S. dropping off fucking weed for these people, and he would grow it all himself and do all this. It's just like, holy shit.
Dude,
That
that's
legit
awesome.
sounds like a fucking. It sounds like a like the beginning to a Stephen King novel.
Dude, and guess what? The strippers haven't even showed up yet. I figured all this out before the girl, and we ended up. Well, I got my $2 bills because that's all the exchanges. That's probably the most interesting part. But there was one stripper. Okay. Oh, okay. No, I lied. This is kind of interesting. We're sitting out in front of the strip club drinking with Stan and his two buddies, and it's me and my two buddies just bullshitting. And there's a truck that pulled up, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if that's them. And my buddy's like, no, the strippers are gonna be. It's on a corner, so he's like, the strippers are gonna be coming from the east. And we're like, okay, and that truck came from the south. It's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah. Fucking 2 minutes later, a car comes in going like 90 miles an hour into this gravel parking lot. Fucking rips in and drives straight to the back where the trailers are. Like they've been there 100 times before. Turns out they got pulled over by the cops doing like 130 trying to get to the strip club. It's like, okay, so they walk by us and they're going in, getting ready. And me and my buddies are sitting at the stage bullshitting. And a few other guys come in and they're standing at the like bouncer table to like pay their cover charge and get their $2 bills. And they're standing there for like 5-10 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck? So me, being Stan's best buddy now, just walks into his house and be like, hey, Stan, you got some patrons. They want to come in. He's like, oh, yep, I'll be right there. You want a shot? And I was like, yep, sure. Hit a shot with the owner of the strip club, go back out. And these guys pay their fucking money. And I'll cut this short because the rest is just boring strip club shit. But my one buddy he's trying to negotiate a blowjob from one of the strippers. And it turns out the strippers are sisters.
Oh,
Okay.
And they're both tripping balls on mushrooms.
Okay.
And they're like bouncing around. They're clearly fucked up. Like as I would expect any stripper to be, but like they are so fucked up. Just like mushroom fucked up, like getting distracted, like spending super long times in like one spot talking to one person about bullshit, like not even trying to make money. Like they're just like flopping their titties around, like yeah, and like rubbing their coochies in people's faces, like straight up buttholes, like pulling their thongs to the side and rubbing their buttholes on dudes' foreheads. I'm just like,
somebody
oh,
got pink eye.
yeah, it's fucking nuts. And then I was kind of being like the half-ass sober one for this whole thing because I knew we had to drive like 35 miles back to the shack. And I told my buddies, I was like, all right, it's time to go. My one buddy was lobbying hard for a fucking blowjob, and the stripper just kept getting distracted because she's on mushrooms and trying to make money off these other dudes. And
He's trying to petition the super PAC for more funding.
yeah,
She's
yeah.
Like,
He's
she's
like,
just
I got
fucking blasted off of sativa.
Yeah, he's like, I got $100 bill right here. Let's go. Fucking back room. And she's like, oh yeah, I'll be right there. And then another song and another song and another song. It's like, all right, boys, we gotta go. It's fucking 2:00 in the morning. We gotta get back. We're waking up at fucking 3 to go duck hunting. And we're starting to leave, and the fucking one of the strippers, the better looking of the sisters, jumps in the backseat of the truck wearing nothing but a thong. And it's like, you guys can't leave? And it's like, yeah, we're fucking leaving. We're over this. We tried to work something out with you. You weren't having any part of it. And she's like, well, can I just come back with you guys? It's like, oh my
no.
God. No.
No, thank you.
Woman. No. We're not driving 35 miles to our place, and then you have to drive, or we have to drive you back to the fucking strip club 4:00 in the morning so you can go home.
Sure, but there's
Fuck.
no pancakes.
Oh my god. It was fucking retarded. And being like half-ass sober, it was funny to watch, but it was also kind of fucking annoying.
Annoying.
Because my one buddy was like, dude, put the truck in drive, open the door, and kick her out. Let's fucking go. And I was like, dude, she's still a human being. I know she's a mushroomed out fucking stripper, but I can't just like attempted manslaughter this woman. Like, I'm not just gonna push her out of the truck and drive away. No.
I love the idea of attempted manslaughter. Like, oh, I attempted to
accidentally.
Yeah.
I attempted.
Yeah.
So like, but how did you have to like? Was it a fight to get her out of the truck, or was she just like?
I was calm. She didn't want to leave. She was insistent. She's like, she was in the back seat with one of my other buddies, and she kind of fancied him, and she's like, take my number. And he's like, no, I don't want your fucking number. And she's like, take my number. When you come back, I got a hot tub. I'll take you shopping. I make all that money. Don't worry about it. Let's just call me. And I was like, okay, fine. I was like, what's your number? And I just texted it to my buddy. I was like, okay, I got your number. He'll call you. Get the fuck out of the truck. She's like, are you sure? And she started playing with her tits and like grabbed a beer out of the cooler and was like, get out of the truck. Get out of the truck. Fuck. But yeah, we made it out of there okay.
Jesus.
It was a good weekend. I'm going to pull the white guy move and count all the booze that we drank. So Friday, we left with 230 racks and a 12-pack, a bottle of Fireball, a bottle of Jim Beam, a bottle of vodka, and a half a 175 of Pendleton. We drank the last 6 beers in my buddy's driveway. They all got drank between Friday and Sunday.
It's a
There
lot.
you go.
Oh my god. We were drunk the whole fucking time. Shooting ducks.
I don't know how I couldn't even do it, dude. I just can't drink anymore like that. Like to be drunk
you
that
know,
entire time.
I had a 6-pack of IPA the other night, and I got fucking top 5 easily. I was so fucking blasted. My tolerance is gone completely. When I was living in Cleveland, I was drinking like every night, but yeah.
We had so at this place that we stay, they have an old ambulance that they converted into like a short bus for like hunters. And
You're gonna say retards?
Well, I mean, basically, yeah. That's what we were. We had 2 coolers in this fucking thing full of like decoys and guns and ammunition. It barely fucking run. It it had such a bad exhaust leak. Like halfway through Saturday, we were like dying of diesel fumes. Like our heads hurt so bad, and all the windows were broken, so you couldn't open them. It was just a fucking coffin.
You're lucky you didn't die.
Yeah.
As I say, it sounds like a fucking saw trap.
Yeah, it was fucking brutal, but we had so much fucking fun.
Sounds like a CIA execution method.
It was retarded. It was the most fun I've had in a long time, but fuck. We drank so goddamn much. Oh yeah, but one of the strippers' titties was like
Hangers.
they tube socks filled with mercury. It was not.
Oh, that mental picture you just painted kind of made me
like that's what they were.
Shoulder boulder holders, huh?
Dude, seriously. And she loved to slap you with them.
It's hilarious.
She would grab him like
gross.
imagine like doing the helicopter with your dick, like grabbing it by the base and like winging it around.
Right.
She would do that with both her tits, like right in your face. Like, yeah, this is really sexy. And just like grab them and like slap your face with them. Like,
See, I just can't. I'm just not. I can't even do it for the lulz, man. I can't even get into that scene.
Trust me, it was more fun sitting and bullshitting with Stan and Two Stroke and Bob. Like that was way more fun than actually seeing the boobies. Like, period. I'm not into it. And some of the dudes that were there, they're so fucking desperate and
Right.
It's just like, you guys got it all fucking wrong.
See, like I just can't get down with that like level of desperation.
Yeah.
Like even when I was like super fat, I always had at least one girl like around me. Like,
Yeah.
I would when I go to like the one time I'd been to a strip club and I just saw like the desperation.
Yeah.
Like people like hooting and hollering and throwing one, like I was like, dude, this is
Like, how much money?
I don't have to pay for this.
Yeah. How much money are you gonna spend just to look at fucking titties?
I will not throw $1 at your titties.
Yeah.
I can.
I wonder how far back that dates. I wonder if like in like the Greco-Roman eras when they had like pleasure houses, if there were like cucks and simps back then too that were just like trying their hardest to get like this Amazonian bad bitch to like
I'm
just
sure.
fucking
Dude.
tickle their butthole for a while.
As
they were,
soon
like,
as
handing
Krug
over
figured out
older
that
bloods.
some woman would show him her tits
for shiny rock.
for a shiny rock. Yeah.
Krug shiny rock, you show titty.
Yeah, exactly.
2 shiny rock, you show us.
Yeah. Half and half. 4 shiny rocks.
I will not be able to afford cave this month.
Yeah.
All shiny rock depletion.
Krug be your quartz daddy.
Oh, fucking A.
Fucking wild time. So we were waiting for these other 2 girls, and Stan was like, I got one more coming. She's a medium. She's really good at sounding. So hang on. It's Michelle
No
Obama.
way.
No
You had Michelle
way.
Obama show up to the spot.
No. She called in late. She
She
said
called
couldn't
in
make-
again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
One
But
of these
what-
days we're gonna get her to.
I'm gonna
to
find
show
her.
herself.
right. And so, maybe next week. She also was a no-show with the Ouija board, so.
We'll get her one of
So-
these days.
So hard, like not with any sense of irony. It's like, dude, you gotta listen to this. I'm like, this shit is so awful.
Dude, I don't know, man. It's like the wasted youth thing, right? Where it's just like my brain is just so rotted that I hear this dude say like he says some shit about like fucking backstrap with the squeezo, and I like there's just something in like my fucking my prefrontal cortex that activates like I'm a sleeper agent, and my head just starts blowing.
The Manchurian Candidate, just some
Yeah.
gobbledygook from across the pond.
That's. Your men's is gay. Hit him with the tall tea, Earl Grey.
That's the other thing too, is I like listening to these songs and just thinking of like the dumbest fucking lyrics. Like, your mans was in the crib shooting hot cum. It got on his belly, call that tum tum. Like, just it's like the dumbest shit that I can think of. But it's hard because you can't even beat the fucking normal lyrics.
Right. I put a smile on her face that a cherry hoe, and I hit it real hard, pip pip cheerio. Like,
Anonymous chingings, anonymous bootings. All now they can't name that shooter. I feel sorry now they're actually clueless, because all now I want to hear that shooter. And if I want Squeezo, who the fuck is Squeezo? He keeps talking about Squeezo. And if I want Squeezo to flew out the ride, it was PS that done that for me. I'm with PS and we both play CF. And that man's dead thanks to DS.
A darn
Oh my
stabbing.
Darn stabbing, maybe.
They don't have guns over there.
life is real shit, not a Call of Duty lobby. What do? You get chased by the bubby.
That's hype. That's hype. Warzone things how I come third party.
Some of the like slang terms you can't even like.
There's
Like,
no
ma-
context clues. Yeah, there's no context clues. Like, you just
Yeah.
have to guess. Like, you literally just have to guess.
Like it makes no fucking sense.
I didn't watch
understand
enough
like some
Doctor
of the
Who
American ones, but
to
like,
listen. By the way, I just that was so tight. I just started recording because I wasn't gonna start with that, but like while we just spent like fucking like 5 minutes roasting
Bro.
UK drill. I fucking loved it.
Dude, I don't even know if I can call it a roast, man. It's like, I get it. Like, I don't like it, but I get it. Like, I could
You know what?
definitely easily fall into that rabbit hole if I didn't know
I'm-
like what was good for me.
I'm there with you. I'm actually there with you now because like, how do I say this like politely? They're only like 5 years behind now, which
Yeah.
is like better than they were before. Like, so when I used to make music, or you know, like me and JR made music, I would meet a lot of cats from the UK and Ireland especially who want to be rappers, and it was fucking terrible. Like their fucking shit was the worst I'd ever heard in my entire life. And like they just didn't quite get it. Like they didn't grow up with it or something like that. It was like pure emulation. And now these guys, they're kind of like, it's kind of like, okay, they've been listening, like they kind of grew up with it. I feel like this next gen, so like they get it.
Yeah.
but I feel like they started on like second base in like a bad way.
Maybe.
Like, you know, like they didn't grow up with it where it like originated, so they started off with what, like shitty American like rap, you know, like the popular
it's-
stuff,
yeah,
not
it's-
like the good stuff.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's definitely like a blend. I mean, I could see
Yeah.
the argument either way. Like, it's not like fucking mainstream shit here is like fucking the most intelligent, amazing stuff on the planet either. So it's kind of like it's got a vibe. It's got the rhythm.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever
They stole
seen
the-
Daggering? Fuck yeah.
No.
Oh.
Have you guys
That-
ever
that-
seen the Twitter page? It's called Footy Scran.
No.
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 haven't.
Okay, let me introduce you. So there's a page on Twitter called Footy Scran, right? And basically, what this lad does is he goes from one football arena to the next, and he determines what kind of scran they've got on offer. So here's one example, and I'm just gonna post it here. So that's scran. Scran is slang for like
That's the
stadium
glizzy.
food. Yeah, scran is,
Oh.
and he basically like scran also means like it's like poppin', like it's the good shit. So it's a page where he posts something that he got at a football game, and then he asks people if this is good. I honestly could be so far off the fucking mark. It's actually indistinguishable from gibberish, but like that's the best that I can think of. Like, what is this, bro? Like, some of the shit that they post legit doesn't look like it was made to be consumed by human beings.
Dude, that doesn't look like
What?
food. That
Oh,
it's
there's one really funny one that I gotta find. Oh yeah, here it is. This shit is crazy. This is a meat and potato pie with chips, mushy peas, and
Fuck
gravy
yeah.
at Mossley AFC.
I
Fuck
for real
yeah.
want to vomit looking at that. That's
Bro,
fucking
like, yeah,
disgusting.
it looks
dude.
like someone did. It legit looks like, to try and describe this, it looks like the Incredible Hulk shot ropes over a chicken pot pie that someone dipped into Rush Limbaugh's cremated fucking body. Like, that's legit what this looks like. And then there's some oversized French fries.
That does
It's-
look like that. That pot pie looks like a gaping asshole with green diarrhea flowing out of it. Just fucking gnarly, dude.
I've never seen anything from the UK that looks appetizing. Like, I don't understand.
Yo, UK food is gross. It's fucking disgusting.
Dude, it's so awful, man. It's so crazy. They legit spent millions of like hours of manpower and empire wealth to dominate the Indian like peninsula to
Right.
get like spices, and then they put like ketchup on their eggs, and they're like, oh, it's very spicy. And I just want to
Yeah.
fucking kill myself anytime I talk to someone with that kind of culinary taste. It makes me wonder, because I went to Vegas a few years back, and we went to that fucking Gordon Ramsay burger place. And like, here's the thing: like, I think any high level chef that has like TV shows and is syndicated and stuff, I think any of their restaurants, they're always going to be like kind of underwhelming. because it's like
Sure.
one, it's not that chef cooking for you. It's just him passing on his recipes or copying this, that, or the other. It's like a tried and true formula, right? But somehow Gordon Ramsay, who's a pretty cool guy, managed to make like the most unappetizing looking burger I've ever had. It tasted okay, but this thing, I forgot what they call it. It's when they squish the cheese into the meat, and then you're supposed to like push down on the bun, and the cheese like squirts out like it's
A Juicy Lucy.
something like that. It's like it's like something out of Alien, and
Right.
I bit into this thing, and like it feels like Johnny Sins just came over and fucking dumped on my face, and I'm trying to eat this burger, and the meat is like so far, like I like my shit medium like well for burgers, like medium rare for like steaks and stuff, but like this thing felt like it was bloody. The cheese was so fucking piping hot because it's inside the patty that it entered my mouth, and it was like Satan was taking a hot piss in my mouth. And then immediately after that, I like went to go grab a French fry, and it's like, oh no, we don't serve French fries here. You get a side salad because this is Gordon Ramsay's restaurant.
Fuck Gordon
He's
Ramsay.
gonna kill you with a gun. I don't know.
Dude.
That shit was too much for me.
I can feel that, and it's actually kind of funny you went on this path because I read there was a news article today or a couple days ago. Is it a Popeyes just opened in the UK or something?
Yes.
They brought some
Yeah.
spicy chicken sandwich, and people on Twitter were like en masse complaining like, I can handle the spiciest curry and this sandwich is too much. I'm like,
Yeah,
what?
and it's like,
Do you guys see sunlight?
Yeah, no, they don't. I don't. Their other really popular chicken place, Nando's. I don't know if that's what's actually called, but like they all call it Nando's. I don't know if you've ever seen that shit. It's like
Sounds like UK drill slang to me.
it really does, but it's like a fucking, yeah, it's like a fried chicken place, and you just get like, you know, chicken drumsticks or chicken thighs or chicken wings or whatever, but all of it, I'm not kidding, looks like it's completely unseasoned, and they have some of the most devious shit on the menu that's just like, it's named something like vaguely appetizing, like a scritzer or some shit, and then you get it, and it's just like a half broken tortilla shell with like mush on it and inside of like a cardboard box. And I'm looking at this because I watched a video of like someone testing everything from the menu because no one could shut the fuck up about it over there. And he's like, oh no, like I don't know what I was expecting. If the UK folks eat their dog shit food that they make and like it, why would I expect the fast food that they like to be like any different? So it's also awful. I'm just worried that if I ever get stranded in London, I'm just worried if I ever get stranded overseas and I find myself in London, that I'm gonna starve myself to death because I won't be able to find anything that isn't fucking like 6 days old and looks like it came out of fucking Alec Baldwin's gun barrel. Like, I don't know, man.
You mean you don't want to eat beans and toast and blood pudding every day?
Dude, it's
For
like,
breakfast?
it's so crazy. You know what the one thing that they make that looks okay is? I went on a streak like 6 months ago. I watched like 3 seasons of the Great British Bake Off on Netflix. And first off, Mary Berry could still get it. I don't care what anybody says. That bitch she's primo. Second, they got their dessert game on lock. I still don't fuck with the whole biscuits over cookies thing. I think that's like a psyop. But I
Right.
do like I do like the look of their cheesecakes. They got some good looking cheesecakes over there.
I just every time I think of English food, I just think of the most bland, disgusting, like horrendous dishes of all time, and not even like, not even
there it
like
is.
unappetizing stuff. Like, okay, like Scotland has haggis, Norway has lutefisk, like the dry, like those things, like they stink. It's kind of weird, but they're like cultural and like they're like traditional foods that people use for survival. What does the UK have? Fucking, like, I seriously, all I can think about is beans and toast. I see these motherfuckers eat beans and toast. Bro, I've been on poverty shit, but like I'm not eating beans and toast.
Beef Wellington.
Bro, you need to get that speckled dick or whatever the fuck.
Right?
Yeah.
That shit is,
I take
that
a
shit is
picture of
crazy,
that
bro.
can. Every time I see that can, I'm like, yo, I'll let a spotted dick, please.
Don't them boys fuck with spam heavy? Isn't that where that came from, or what?
They might be fucking with spam on the regular. Here's the thing about spam.
It'd be too
It's a
spicy
cheat
for
code.
him.
Well, yeah, it is too spicy for him. But spam is also a cheat code, like IRL. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you add spam onto anything that has carbs and you fry it up a little bit prior, it just makes it better. Now,
Fucking
there is like a
fantastic.
limit to this where like if you go over the limit, it'll be gross and you'll probably not enjoy your stay at the Spam Nation. But prior to that, it's like a legit culinary cheat code. You just put it on anything and it just makes it better. Spam with eggs, goated.
Yeah.
Spam with toast, goated. Like it's
I'm
insane.
not gonna lie, bro. My experience with spam literally doesn't extend past 7th grade home ec class. I don't even know what we slayed up in the fake kitchen, but that's all. That was the only time I ever had spam.
Well, it's clear you didn't grow up in poverty, so that's all good.
I mean,
I think,
but
it
not
is-
Bosnian poverty. I grew up in like lunchable poverty. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, I feel that your processed spam. That's all. It's
like
like
a-
crackers and cheese. I
Yeah,
get my
yeah,
shit out
bro.
the
Like,
can, bro, straight from the source.
yeah, no, yeah, you got it before they put it into slice format. You got it in mush
Yeah.
format, bro. Like, I got to eat it. See, mine had a little more flavoring because I got to eat the little ham slices when they got those fat pockets in the middle of them.
Yeah. You know what else is crazy? I learned about this like a long time ago, and I've never been able to get out of my head. It just lives rent free up in my brain. So you know, like shredded cheese that comes in bags and stuff you buy at groceries. Do you know what they use to keep it from like sticking together and like reforming into like solid blocks of cheese?
I do.
I do not.
You do know.
I do know.
Okay.
I do not.
I'm gonna be really stupid if I say the wrong thing because I can't remember exactly what it is. But from what I understand, it is like very finely shredded wood chips or like
Yeah.
wood, like that's what it
It's
is, right?
wood
it's
fiber.
like wood.
It's
Yeah,
wood
it's
fiber.
wood fiber.
Cellulose. It's wood. Yeah, cellulose.
Yep,
Cellulose. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought that was the craziest shit when I was younger because I'm like, damn, I'm eating trees, but
Yeah.
it's like so little that it just gets absorbed by the thing. It's just like a very fine. That's why sometimes when like you reach your hand into like a fresh bag of shredded cheese and you pull it out, it's like dusty almost.
It's just number 2
And I'm
pencil
like-
shavings.
Yeah, bro.
I was like, damn,
Yeah,
I'm eating
bro.
Ticonderoga tonight. Okay.
pulling a piece of Scantron out of your teeth. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Hey, what? Hey, I fuck with that. This is gonna be a wild maneuver off to the side, but just with wood in places you wouldn't expect. My Corvette
pants.
that I had. I had a
Your
2002
mom's
GL6.
house.
I was gonna say.
Hey, bro. Hey. Anyways, the motherfucking floor has a sheet of balsa wood in it. Like, that's how they come out of the box. Like, GM, when they made them plastic cars with all the glue and shit, they also slathered some balsa wood in the floorboard.
I can confirm I fixed one. I had to put a used quarter on one, and yeah, they like just hacked it right down the middle, and then like right behind the front door A pillar, and yeah, there's plenty of wood in there.
Yeah, bro, it's just a random ass thing. Anyways, I didn't mean to derail shredded cheese.
No, you're
That's
good. You're
good.
good. Glocking my Rari. I feel it.
This reminds me though. I hate when people. You didn't do this, but I hate when people try me with this. Reezy will know where I'm coming from with the glizzy game. But anytime someone looks me dead in the face, says, "Well, if you knew it was in a hot dog, you wouldn't eat it." Like, the fuck I wouldn't, bitch. I do not have that highest standards. Hot dog slap, and I am game for a glizzy.
Well, I eat hot dogs the same way Christians pray. Like it's not about whether like it's real or it happened. It's like it's the
Okay.
faith behind it, right? Like
I got
faith
you.
is what gets you. It's a means to an end. So
Yeah,
like, I
bro,
don't
it's
eat
just-
hot dogs because I care what's in them or what's not in them. It's just like it's an act of faith. It's very
Yeah,
Yeah,
safe,
bro.
all things
It's just going through the motions with white people. It's like that
Yeah.
coffee shop I just bumped into you. Oh, hey, how you doing?
considered. Yeah, exactly.
Oscar Mayer of Nathan's Nazareth.
Okay.
That's bars.
Is it kosher?
Hebrew National.
Nah. Those guys killed our Jesus.
Oh shit, here we go.
Unloading
So
for the
what's
night, huh?
what's the
Oh, I'm
Muslim
just
hot
playing,
dog?
bro. I fucking, you know how it is. I haven't went shooting this weekend, and I have yet to clean off my kitchen table slash podcast setup with the gats. So
Aye.
I got the old CZ sitting in front of me and an AK.
What the fuck am I looking at? Good lord. So I don't know if anybody watched that documentary I posted, or maybe when I go this way instead. But talking about fifth generation war,
I did watch the entire thing actually.
dude.
I cannot say I did.
I think
That's
I missed
some-
it, bro.
Well, no big deal. It's just this just reminded me of this little thing I posted, and like where we're
So-
headed and what we got to watch out for.
A robot of magnetic slime can be deployed. It looks like a piece of shit, like literally like a wet turd.
Hey, you know what that actually looks like? You dead ass want to know exactly what that looks like?
What is
The
that?
motherfucking asteroid that Joe Dirt hauls around before he finds out it's petrified fucking. You know what I'm saying? Petrified.
Fucking-
What is it in the movie? I forget. An old
It's
RV,
a-
like petrified.
It's
shitter
from
Shit from a plane.
from an airplane.
No.
Oh,
It's,
the shitter tank.
oh
yeah,
yeah, I'm crossing two up,
Yeah.
ain't I? He thought he
Yeah.
found a bomb. My fault.
yeah.
I
But he
crossed
thought he
two
had
up.
a
Yeah, you're right.
meteorite.
Yeah, you're right. It's the plane shitball.
Yeah,
Chemtrails, bro.
dude.
That's definitely where we're heading to, like fucking shit looking nanobots that kill us all. And
Right.
yeah, so like the overview, so for the documentary was talking about 5th gen warfare. So how does it go? Like 1st gen warfare is where humans first started basically employing real like military tactics, like the phalanx, like you know, like formations and things like that. And
Yeah.
I don't know all the
Skipping
gens.
ahead.
Right, I'm not Sun Tzu, but like 5th gen warfare is essentially there's no battlefield, no end of war, and you don't know who's who. It's just like war can take place in real time. It can be traditional, but it can also be virtual. It can be all psyops. Like it's something like it's essentially where the state loses. It's post insurgency, like where you know, like a lot of wars now are like Russia and the US don't directly fight, but they train a bunch of different Afghani tribes to kill each other, and they do it via proxy and insurgency, or it's like rebellions. And 5th gen is like where war is it's completely like not state militaries engaging in warfare necessarily.
So it's Metal Gear Solid 4.
Maybe you guys would have to. I don't know
Bro.
the plot, but it could be.
Yeah,
That
no, he's
enti-
onto
the-
it. Yeah.
The entire plot line is proxy wars. Everybody's got nano machines, yada yada.
Right. So like and it gave a lot of specific examples of like how there was like a huge numbers of like children who turned in their parents to go into the January 6th rally and stuff in the Capitol. And like no matter like what you think about that, either way, that's a really fucked up thing to do, to like rat on your parents and like rat on blood over that kind of shit. And it's like we're hitting that like critical mass of like the line between like family is destroyed and the state is kind of militarizing everyone, whether they know it or not, via psyops.
What do they call that? Like, it was a big buzzword like a while ago. Mass formation hypnosis or whatever.
Yeah, or mass formation psychosis, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, like that's kind of what we're getting to, but they're openly talking about it because they know that we're already into it. So it's like, oh well.
It's like a
They're just
weird
gonna-
way where like a lot of people were theorizing that traditional war is dead, but then at the same time you can look at the Ukraine and see like, well, it still applies. There's still going to be traditional conflict, even if
Yeah. Well,
circumstances
and they'll
around
use
it are
that
not.
traditional conflict as like the it's
Well, yes.
part of the third and fourth generation, so it's gonna still apply in the fifth, but they're adding another layer to it of like.
Well, right. Like you can.
It's kind of funny about that. This is going to be a little side tangent. I apologize for kind of cutting in, but the real quick, more weapons from the Ukrainian conflict have like popped out, and the only reason it's funny talking about moving into a like a fifth gen war scenario is I heard a wild stat, and I haven't verified it, but they had the Ukrainians were using Maxim machine guns, which the patent date for the Maxim machine gun is closer to the American Revolution in 1776 than it is 2022 conflict, and they're still using it.
Hell yeah!
Anyway, this is a wild little.
Tried
It's
and
hard for me to
true.
wrap my brain around.
Did you guys see this article about? This is so hype. This is actually so sick. Did you guys see this article about? There were a bunch of like Russian troops, like a few hundred, that were deployed near near Belarus around the Chernobyl site, and they took it as an outpost, and they began to like dig trenches and like reinforce the outpost.
Oh, shit.
And then they all got like acute radiation poisoning because it's like the top like 6 inches of soil are no longer contaminated, but literally everything else is, and they're like shelling the place. And it like the current opinion, this is super fucked up, but also kind of badass, because it just shows how sick propaganda is. It's like there's no way they did that knowingly. So the only thing you can assume is that whoever these Russian soldiers were, likely like, fucking teenagers or like early 20s, have no idea about the Chernobyl incident, because they've kept that shit fucking, like tied down. So they just saw like, oh, this looks like an abandoned outpost type thing, like an old abandoned building. Let's use it as an outpost. And they just started digging in, and then they all caught hypercancer from fucking from shit that they did. Dude, it's so crazy. It's like so. I love mankind so much. It's so sick.
And like everything coming out of there, you have to have like a grain of salt with it, of course. But like the Ukrainian media was putting out like Russia is sending troops there, and they're like just fucking whipping shitties and tanks all around the dirt and not wearing any protection or hazmat suits, just throwing fucking irradiated dirt in the air everywhere they go, shelling it. Yeah, like who knows the fucking fallout of this.
Right.
Like,
yeah. No, I mean, it's super badass because it's all the way across the world, and it won't affect me directly until I go to get like a quesadilla from Taco Bell, and it's $7.50. And at that point, I'll start being kind of mad. But before then, it's just like, haha, funny internet thing.
That's like an upgraded. I don't know everything. I'm sorry, boys. It's gonna result back to movie quotes the entire time. But that's like a more sick version of Zoolander's gasoline scene, where they're all fucking spraying each other and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
My man's out here just doing shitties and fucking Soviet era tanks catching extra spicy cancer. It's a fucking sick time to be alive.
I saw this. So I saw an article that supposedly dirty bomb materials went missing from the Chernobyl site. And I made the mistake of looking at these Facebook retards arguing with each other over like because this could have literally been any actor, and people were like, well, like why would Russia do that? They have nukes. And I'm like, yeah, but it's plausible to frame your enemies for nuking you when you say they stole it. When you like, there's like people have no ability to actually think like the U.S. could have done it, the Ukrainians could have done it, Russians. Who knows? Who doesn't want dirty bomb materials? I'm a little jealous, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm a little jealous.
I would like some.
So,
dude, I saw this dude. If you want to make a dirty bomb really cool, he was using like the big silo twisted tea cans, and 3D printing like mortar shell ends for them.
Oh, sweet.
So, and
that's
then
awesome.
all you gotta do is get a mortar tube, and then you're 3D printing the little bits that make it fly, and then you pack full of Twisted Tea can and slap it in there.
That's so fucking tight, dude.
Some of the shit they're making now, I'm so jealous of.
Have you seen? Have you seen the? Everyone knows about the Ghost Gunner dude, but have you seen his like little CNC jam now?
Oh yeah, like the tabletop one.
Yeah, it's just the smallest hair away from being a straight up CNC for receivers.
Well, yeah, the next one they're coming out with, like I think they got them on pre-orders, maybe,
That's the one I'm talking about.
where you can literally put a block of aluminum in there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So fucking tight.
It's beautiful. I love this era of 3D printed armaments and soft milling.
Honestly, I'm kind of good with the $7.50 quesadilla thing as long as I can get a Russian like non-registered AK-12 in my grasp. Somehow I can get that snaked away from the Ukrainian conflict. There's some spice there that I'm into.
I don't really see the correlation between one of those going up and the other becoming more available. If I'm being honest.
Well, I'm hoping some of the try-hard mercenary dudes that are like volunteering to go there, a few of them get in circulation. Maybe I get my little grasps on an AK-12, like a legit Russian one.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, like a trophy gun sort of thing.
So yeah, I'm gonna use it.
Right.
But I'm just saying, if I gotta pay
like those aren't
for quesadillas, but it equates out to some AK-12 sauce, then hey, take one for the team, I guess.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
because like AK-12s aren't like commercially available or anything. That's like a fucking Spetsnaz gun or something. Like I don't know who they exactly issue
AK-12s
those
are
to.
supposed to be the next gen like infantry rifle for the Russian military. It isn't commercially available, but I'm hoping some Ukrainian boys and some roid rage Americans with their Maxim guns can take some back to the homeland. You know what I'm saying?
That would be cool. At what point does it stop being a value menu though? Like
So dude, we almost had this discussion last week. So let's
you didn't
just
have
get into this.
someone fat enough, so I'm gonna force the topic now.
Let's do it.
I'm kind of pissed about this topic. I got to be honest.
Well, okay, so I have to be honest. I've been working from home for the last 6 weeks because my office has been completely shut down. I actually don't even know why, if I'm being totally honest with you. I just haven't questioned it. It's like one of those it's like a Mexican standoff where if I'm like, hey, why is no one in the office? Why aren't we going in? They're gonna be like, good point, come on in. And I'll be like, well, okay, I'll kill myself. And then so instead I've just kept totally quiet about it. So I haven't gone out to eat for about a month and a half. And I'm really, 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 I'm not joking. I am being 100% dead serious. I am extremely anxious about the next time I go to one of my preferred drive-thrus and see value menu, and there's nothing under $2.
Hey, bro.
It's already there. You're already there, man.
Yeah, dude, take it from someone on the front lines. There ain't no value anymore, bro. It's fucked up out here.
I will throw a Molotov through the window.
Oh shit.
So last week, we legitimately talked about this because I was hyped that the McDonald's Filet-O-Fish was back for a fucking 2 for $6 deal. But do you remember when those bitches would be 80 cents? When they would be like, oh, the temperature is fucking -8, so we'll give them to you for under $1 or whatever.
I do remember that.
So you could get a fucking Filet-O-Fish for 80 cents. So I argue it was the best fast food sandwich for the price because you couldn't get anything that cheap. But now, dude, I was all happy.
Everything though, right? They'd be like, buy a Whopper or buy a Big Mac and get another one for the fucking temperature.
Right.
It's like 18 cents or whatever.
Ironically, I kind of slept on fish. I don't really fuck with fish ever since the whole fish stick incident of my preschool days. But I was at Arby's today, and they straight bootleg that McDonald's jammer because they got fish 2 for $6 too.
Hold on. Yes, for them, bro.
I had this on my list to come today. So we talked about Filet-O-Fish, and right after we recorded the last podcast, Pusha T did a diss track to McDonald's for an Arby's commercial for Arby's new fish sandwich.
Hey, bro, Pusha T is slept on way too
I
hard.
know.
Well, I don't know about that. He's like top 10 goated fucking like.
Nah, bro, he falls through the cracks. He's kind of
so? Maybe
I
back
think so,
in the day
bro.
when he was on like the clips and shit, but
I
after
still think he
went
does,
solo,
bro.
I think
It's not for like lack of his career success. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. I think of it like this. Like, it's not that I wouldn't call these guys mainstream or that they're underground. I don't mean it like that. But, like, when you're talking to anyone new school, Pusha T's name doesn't get brought up. Another one I was just thinking about the other day, sorry, this is a side tangent, is Busta Rhymes, bro. I think he slept on too. Obviously, it's hard to claim that when someone's had like a 30-year career in it.
I don't think Busta slept on. I think he's just kind of done, right?
Nah,
like
he's kind of
old.
That's where I think Busta's old.
That's a perfect point, bro.
Yeah, but like, what's the last record he put out? I don't even fucking know it, and I like Busta Rhymes. So, I mean, that says something.
Dude, it was a huge. Okay, you're kind of proving my point. He just dropped I always fuck it up. Event Level Extinction 2. It's like coming back from his, what was that called? His album in like the 90s. It was like level. God damn it, I can't think of it. But he dropped the second one to that. It's like his Marshall Mathers LP2 type of scenario, and that just dropped.
Shit. Okay.
That dropped in the last 2 years, I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't heard it. I don't know. I suffer a little bit from like the sphere of influence that I've found myself in, where like now I'm listening, as far as hip hop goes, at least I'm listening to a lot of like the Griselda Boys and
UK drill,
a lot of,
as we talked about,
and I love UK drill, and like Pusha
Damn,
T
bro.
gets brought up a lot in comparison to the Griselda Boys because like, while it's not necessarily the same shit, like he kind of pioneered that like him and a few others kind of pioneered that like frontline drug music. Like I'm the whitest person on the planet, but it's really easy when you listen to him and then you listen to someone like, I don't fucking know. Trying to pull a fucking faggy name out of my hat and I'm struggling. But like if you just listen to like someone that clearly is just like jocking that shit, then you understand like, okay, well, there's a difference between someone that's been there and done it and they're like speaking from experience, and then there's someone that's just like riding the wave. And that's what the Griselda dudes like. They're kind of reinventing that shit now because they're talking about. I don't know if you guys heard Benny the Butcher's newest record, but he has a song called he has a song called 10 More Commandments. And I'm like, there's no way he's like trying to make a sequel to a fucking Biggie song. That's like career suicide. But that shit fucking slaps. Like he has a bar in there where he's talking about he's like Commandment 18. Biggie never had to deal with this. Talk about social media and like how you have to stay off that shit if you're trying to make it in the fucking drug game. And like it's actually it's fucking good. Like the whole record's fucking banger.
I did peel a few songs from it because I do fuck with that pretty heavy. I'm more on the Conway the Machine from the Griselda Boys. But like, Conway's I think when you get through these little cracks, you're kind of talking hip hop head already. So that's the thing that I'm getting at is like, I can't think of. I'm not saying.
I see where you're both coming from.
Yeah, it's like
they're a lot more popular now than they were even like, because that's the other thing too is like trends move so fast now that no one really has the time to like I guess grow into their own. Like you either show up with heat and then you're just known and you've made it, or like you're just not like there at all and you're like permanently underground like JMT or fucking App or like any of those boys where it's like it's like good music and they know what they're doing, but they don't have that spark to fucking hit the mainstream.
I'm gonna hit you with a wild take. Okay, we're gonna get some shit off my chest here. This is gonna be some wild takes, so I apologize.
Okay,
but I think he slept on. The reason I'm thinking he slept on is I genuinely think from production to bars to cadence, I think Pusha T on one of his album as like at least one, if not two of the greatest hip hop songs of all time, and I am not fucking kidding. Like when I hear it, it slaps as hard as Mobb Deep Shook One's Part 2. It slaps as hard as, name your classic favorites. Like to me, it's like, it's all there. But I've never once ever, and I'm not really making a claim that he's the best to ever do it. I'm just purely picking a single song, right? Like I'm not saying
I mean, I
anything
think he's in the
past that.
argument. Like,
I've never heard
legitimately
anybody
think
say it.
I don't know. It might just be the circles that you're in. A lot of people I talk to think Pusha T is like, currently he kind of brought the renaissance of like gangsta rap back to where it's like at now. Like he kind of paved the way, like I said, not like repaved the way almost for this new like brand of these fucking dudes that are going out and doing
So
their thing now, like the Griselda boys.
it's like this, dude. The era of superstars in any genre of any music, well, in anything, any form of entertainment, the era of like the superstar is dead. There are no
Yeah,
Michael
100%.
Jacksons anymore. There are no like we only listen to one artist and we love all of his shit. Like the way information flows so fast and everything is oversaturated, artists come and go like every day.
Yeah, that's
Nobody
why they form
has like
groups
a
now, so they like network with
right.
each other. If you like one, you listen to his boys, and it's like I mean, it's like any like they're literally unionizing, which is like
Right.
super fucking dope. Like
And
it's super dope because they're
so
saying fuck record labels, we're gonna make our own thing, we're gonna profit off it, and fucking guess what? My boy is fucking is on nice with it too. Go listen to him, and then he puts out a record, and it's just like you
right.
have content coming out 24/7 because you have 8 different dudes on your fucking label that are all putting out good shit, and then you put in new dudes, you take out old dudes, and it just keeps going like that. Like I've already said this on the podcast like way before, but there is going to be 6 corporations in the future, and we have to like decide very quickly which one we're going to side with because the oncoming corpo wars will be the
Right.
undoing of us all.
The sixth generation
Zaibatsu.
war.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, like
Damn, bro.
if you
It's
if
the
you were like
Amazon
back in
drones
the
versus
day,
the UPS drivers, I told you.
right? We gotta have the fucking delivery driver war, gang turf war.
Also,
The
I'm just gonna throw it back for one final thought, just because I gotta say this too. But I found out this kind of goes with the times as well. Not so much a fifth generation war, but you know, with the way I'm gonna kind of round this carefully. I don't want to go off a diving board here, but one of the hardest flex I've realized in hip hop music, and this is just a personal thing, the hardest flex I've heard, and I've heard Conway the Machine do it a few times, and Pusha T does it on a record, is when you flex about modifying a female's body in any way, shape, or form. It is the hardest flex
easy.
of a line I can think of, and I just want to throw that out there, dude. Shit.
Dude,
And Pusha T in one of his lines, he goes, I can forget what he says, and then at the end he says something about yanking her rib out or something like that. I'm just like, oh my god, my guy, bro, don't do it to him.
No, yeah, I legitimately think like Daytona was probably the best rap album of the entire last decade. I can't think of anything I like better. It's 7 songs, every single one's a fucking banger, and it created possibly the best like new age rap beef of all time, where he made Drake become a father. Like
Yeah,
you really can't get much more goated. Like to literally turn the most popular fucking recording artist in the world into a dad off a beef, man.
right.
I
Come on
agree with
now.
you wholeheartedly. I just want to shout out a runner-up for Eminem making Machine Gun Kelly change genres. Just a runner-up, just a quick throw out there.
That's a pretty good one.
I kind of have to hold that L for the city of Cleveland, like collectively, because he is ours, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I will say, Rap Devil was also not bad, right, guys? Am I right? Ha ha ha.
It's
I mean, it wasn't until
talk-
the follow-up, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
True.
I talked to Machine Gun Kelly on MySpace like 100 fucking years ago.
I was gonna say
He was
like,
like,
damn, last week.
Dude, yeah, bro. We were just kicking it.
That's
No,
that's
like
dope.
he was like one of
You
those
and
dudes.
Machine Gun Kelly and Tom are the only ones on there still.
Dude, Tom dipped a long time ago. He took that bag and fucking fled.
Yo, this is
No,
my,
but like,
my
yeah, he.
I know that was a claim to fame there, so I'm gonna throw mine out there. The best thing I've ever done is I've had Apathy drop an IG comment on pictures before. That was it.
I had Apathy fucking dap me up during a concert because I was rapping along to fuck, what is the song? I can't remember what the fucking song was. It was like a fucking tiny bar that he played, and him and Self-Titled came through, and it was me with my homie there, and he was
He was doing like one of his kind of lesser known songs.
But you knew every word, so the boy had to show the love.
100%, and I'm like
I
front and
fucking
center,
respect
just
it.
fucking bumping with him, and he fucking dapped me up, and I was like, okay, cool, I can die happy.
That's
It's
sick. I've kind of forgot about this too. This is becoming just a flex off, and I apologize. But at Big's bar, there's like 12 people there, but Ari the Rugged Man came through, and he did make me jump around with him, so that was tight.
Nice. Well,
So,
to cap it off, I
Like
thought of the
Vicious was there,
funniest.
bro.
To cap off the flex, I thought of the funniest unique sentence that's never been spoken before, and I decided to save it to drop it on this podcast. Are you ready?
do it. I'm ready.
Hit us.
Like, like two shits farting in the night.
Bro,
Damn, bro. Hold on. Let me work this one around. Like two shits farting in the night, bro.
Like two shits farting in the night.
God damn, dude,
It's-
dude, you're a tip off. You're opening my brain. I saw someone hit me. I mean, Vicious and Reezy know Dave. You don't, but he hits me with one-liners all the time. And one time he told me, and this is not like a one that he made up. It was the first time I heard it. He said, you can't shine a piece of shit, or something like that. I forget what it is. But I just saw a rebuttal to that, which blew my fucking brain open, and it was like, you can't shine a piece of shit, but you can roll it in glitter.
Okay.
I thought that hit pretty hard, bro.
I think this is a fucking. It's kind of crazy. We're on this topic, so just like I didn't know how we were gonna start the podcast today, right? So I was thinking, like, I was taking a shower this morning, and I'm a shitty rapper. I was a shitty rapper, right? And I still to this day I freestyle in the shower every fucking day, and when I have a little bar that tickles my fancy, I write it down, right? So today,
Okay.
I actually wrote these 2 bars. Like, I wrote like 6 bars, because I wrote one and it kind of made me giggle. So I wrote another, and then I did another version, and I don't know why, but I was gonna open the podcast with it. I got on a '90s baseball kick, so my fucking knowledge of MLB is like from '93 to '97.
Wait.
Our target audience is gonna love
Yes.
this. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, are we talking 1990s or 1890s? Because I was looking up the
yeah.
Boston Bean Eaters earlier today.
Come on, bro. There's got to be something wrong with the Bean
Hey.
Eaters.
Dude, they were a legit all-star team back in the day.
Hey,
Some of those guys had a 52 WAR. It's like, what the?
Hey, bro. All I'm saying is, if the Washington Redskins had to make a name change, I don't want to know what the Bean Eaters means. I don't want to know. I know that shit is not 100. That's all I'm saying.
So
Anyway, let's.
I'll
I'm sure
I'll
they're
rock
hella
these.
decorated, bro.
I'm
so
sure we
I'll
weren't
rock-
talking about Goose Gosling, or Nick wasn't thinking about Goose Gosling. He's
I don't
probably
even
thinking
know who that
more
is.
modern
Is that
baseball
Ryan
players.
Gosling's cousin? Oh,
Nah, it'd be his great grandfather.
great grandfather, shoeless
I think-
shoeless Goose Gosling.
He played for the Washington Senators, which would later become the Minnesota Twins.
Jesus.
That's the most I've ever heard about MLB right there.
We have the
I didn't
autistic
know any of
MLB
that.
encyclopedia.
No, I was just bored at work today.
Isn't there a fucking movie about that? Or maybe I saw a video. Some autistic kid just knows every fucking MLB stat there ever was.
Most dudes that go to MLB games.
I went to
Okay, fair enough.
school. I'm gonna name this kid because I don't know whatever happened to him. I went to school with a kid named Jerry, who was for sure autistic, or some kind of like special needs. But the dude knew every sports fact in existence. Like, you could be like, who won the World Series this year? Who won the Heisman Trophy this year? And he just knew everything. He could name entire teams. I don't know what happened to that kid, but I hope like ESPN gave him a job or something. That dude just knew
Yeah.
everything.
That kind of stuff
It was
is
pretty sick.
incredible.
That was his.
Who
That was
are
his
you-
like
who are
autistic
you rapping
superpower.
about?
Oh,
yeah, my
so
bad.
I'm curious
Well-
to know.
so I'm gonna kick it off with the first few bars, and then that sparked, and I'll explain the way that sparked my mind, and then I went into 2 lines, and I want you guys to pick which path I diverge in. So
Okay.
I was just freestyling, and you gotta forgive me, I don't have the rhythm down. I was just doing this in the shower, and I quick noted it. So it was like, I flip packs trying to make the pesos, steroids, Jose Canseco. That's why your hoe do what I say so inside the back of a Winnebago. But then
Okay.
the Jose Canseco line made me go like, oh, okay, let's go baseball for a minute. Who else did I like playing baseball? And then it was like, your bitch here, shoulder to cry on, so I'm throwing balls like Nolan Ryan. And then I was like, wait. What's a better pitcher name than that? Fucking Randy Johnson. That's a hilarious name. So I was like,
okay.
your bitch falls knees, eyes locked in, pitch balls like Randy Johnson. So I don't know which direction to go in, either Nolan Ryan or Randy Johnson.
Did Randy Johnson have the bird slap?
Yeah.
He did.
Randy Johnson all day long. I don't even know the other guy, but that's all I needed to hear.
Nolan Ryan threw like, what is it, like 300 no-hitters or some shit like that. I don't know. Fucking.
But did he massacre a bird?
He did.
No, that's.
Damn. Okay. All right. Well,
How about this one for you though?
I'm in on everybody.
All right.
I like my bitches fat with red hair like Action Bronson. She suck on my balls. Call that Randy Johnson. Actually, no. Let me,
I like it.
no, let me
I like it.
twist
I
that,
like it.
Actually, she suck on my balls and my Randy Johnson. There you go.
Okay.
I got a couple now in my head. You guys are making me go, so I'm thinking like,
How about
pull out the knob, let her suck it, fuck it, it's Kirby Puckett. How about that?
How about a guy named Juliet Meakin?
Who the fuck is that?
He was born February 21st, 1867.
What's the best thing
what
you can do with a
position did he-
biblical figure, bro?
Hey, bro. What position? What position did he play for the Bean Eaters, dog?
He didn't play for the Bean Eaters. Who did he play for? Let's see. The Washington Senators.
Hold on, really
Who was-
quick. Just really quick. If you want the full circle moment too, when did you say he was born?
1867.
That's got to be shortly before the Maxim machine gun. Continue.
He was a pitcher
Hell yeah.
and a hitter. Yeah, he was pretty good. How about another good one is Chuck Knobloch.
Chuck Knobloch. I know that one.
Dude, you fucking look at some of these names and it's just like there's no other era that these people could have been born in. This motherfucker